Good morning, everyone, and welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. Let's go ahead and take a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., beginning our 5 a.m. hour with a recap of major stories that took place well throughout the night, beginning with the latest from Ukraine. We are continuing to learn more about the 18 who unfortunately lost their lives after a helicopter crash in Ukraine. We're also following winter storm warnings extended from the Denver metro area, northeastern Colorado, well into Nebraska. So we're in touch with our Fox Weather colleagues to bring you all the latest forecasts and more international news this morning, as we will bring you all live, raw, and unfiltered the International Leaders Summit in Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. We are seeing dignitaries and world leaders from across the globe make speeches at this summit. So of course, we'll bring you all that update live, raw, and unfiltered. But let's begin our 5 a.m. hour with the latest from the White House. We are continuing to learn more about the unclassified documents that were found at President Biden's former office. Here's more.
Come on, guys.
Reporters didn't hear from the president's lawyers today, but the White House brought the Golden State Warriors to the Brady briefing room.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And the press secretary.
I have been forthcoming from this podium.
And yet, most questions directed at Karine Jean-Pierre went unanswered. Reporters repeatedly referred to the White House counsel's office, which had made an advisor, not a lawyer, available just an hour earlier, referring reporters to the Department of Justice and the president's personal attorneys.
We've been trying to answer questions thoroughly and completely, but the very nature of being cooperative with an ongoing investigation means that we need to let that investigation play out.
Among the unanswered questions, how many documents were found, whether there will be additional searches, and the reason President Biden's personal attorneys, who don't have security clearances, were involved in the search for records from a previous administration.
Many of the answers from here may need to wait until the conclusion of the special counsel's review.
President Biden also ignored questions.
Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? I looked him straight in the eye and said it. He looked me back and he didn't say a word. Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? He looked at me, didn't say a word.
Members of Congress want to know who had access to the Biden home, especially after the Secret Service announced it does not keep visitor logs, and neither does the White House.
And if they didn't write it down anywhere, Neil, we're going to have to seek those answers some other way. We may have to subpoena members of the Biden family and others who may have worked at the residence to find out who was there. Why? Because we had critical, very highly sensitive, classified information there.
So far, nobody has answered whether there's any sort of assessment underway to determine if national security was jeopardized. We planned to ask about it today, but Fox was skipped in the briefing, just as we were on Friday, so now we're trying to get those answers over email. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Taking a Live Now look from Washington, D.C., a high-stakes test of the new leadership in Congress is set for this week when the Treasury Secretary said that the United States will hit its debt ceiling and will need congressional action to avoid a default. Republicans want to use negotiations to cut down on spending, but Democrats and the White House say no. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us more from Washington.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has to start putting in place extraordinary measures to keep paying the nation's bills, warning in a letter to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that by Thursday, the U.S. would hit the debt ceiling, and Congress needs to reach an agreement to raise the limit to avoid a default. Speaker McCarthy has said he wants spending cuts.
We're 6 months away. Why wouldn't we sit down now and change this behavior? That we would put ourselves on a more fiscally strong position. It would make the future generation, make our nation stronger.
Currently, the borrowing limit stands at about $31.4 trillion.
It's true. The budget outlook is unsustainable, and the growth is on the spending side. So that needs to be dealt with. Have a good fight on the spending. Just don't do it with the debt limit.
The White House has given a firm no to negotiations, saying the debt limit should not be a political football.
Congress must deal with the debt limit and must do so without conditions. We are not going to be negotiating over the debt ceiling.
If the U.S. defaults or even comes close, it would mean financial disaster at home and abroad.
We can and should have a robust debate about spending going forward, if that's what the new House majority would like. But to threaten to not pay America's debts would put all of us at risk.
Secretary Yellen said the U.S. is not likely to default before June, but said even the threat can cause real harm. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
At least 18 people are dead after a helicopter crash in Ukraine. It happened near a nursery in the eastern outskirts of Kyiv, and Ukraine's interior minister and 3 children are among the dead. A regional governor says that 29 people were injured, including 15 children. There's still no word yet on what caused the aircraft to go down. But let's stay on this topic because after months of intense fighting in Ukraine, Russia announced its military structure will see, quote, major changes after setbacks in the battlefield. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Kharkiv, Ukraine.
After months of major setbacks on the battlefield, Russia is making a big adjustment to its military structure. The announcement on Tuesday was light on details, but signaled a significant expansion of the Russian military starting this year. Officials are promising, quote, major changes, including a big new recruitment push in areas of Ukraine currently under Moscow's control.
Particular attention should be paid to increase the number of training grounds on the new Russian territories in line with the increased needs of the military.
The announcement follows a weekend of heavy Russian airstrikes on mostly critical infrastructure, but also hitting civilian targets, including killing dozens of Ukrainians. We took an exclusive tour of the hard-hit frontline city of Kharkiv, just 25 miles from the Russian border. The devastation here is widespread. There are destroyed homes and businesses on practically every single one of these streets, many reduced to little more than rubble and debris. And officials say that they're still getting hit by Russian military almost every day.
Russian missiles, the flight time is 59 seconds. To defend ourselves from this missile is almost impossible, so they are destroying our electricity system on purpose.
But Ukraine's Western allies say more help is on the way, including a second Patriot missile defense battery donated by the Netherlands.
Europe continues to step up, respond to Russian actions. There's more to do, and we have to stay together.
Ukrainian troops are now being trained on how to use the Patriot missile system at a U.S. military base in Oklahoma. In Kharkiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
New developments tonight in the war in Ukraine. Ukraine says it needs more help to push back the Russian invasion.
Yeah, and while more nations are answering that call, Russia appears to be planning much larger attacks now. Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick joining us now with how the U.S. is helping Ukraine prepare for what appears to be a second major invasion by Russia. Craig, tell us more about this.
Well, it does, and the United States is training Ukrainian troops in a couple of different places, including the United States. Keep in mind, in terms of timing, it was nearly a year ago, 11 months ago, that Russia launched its first major invasion of Ukraine. And of course, through the course of time, that one sputtered and mostly stalled. Now, based on the intelligence and collective assessments, it looks as if Russia is indeed gearing up for what could be an even larger invasion in the works. Vladimir Putin said Russia's weapon factories are working around the clock to reload his war machine. And of course, Russia's been blasting more residential apartments in Ukraine. And by all assessments, this appears to be the run-up to Russia launching a major offensive within the next 6 to 8 weeks. So the U.S. and NATO are helping Ukraine prepare for what may be the final battle of this grinding war. Around 100 Ukrainian troops are now training at Fort Sill in Oklahoma. They're learning to use the Patriot missile defense batteries the United States and Germany are giving Ukraine. Meanwhile, in Germany, the United States is teaching hundreds of other Ukrainian troops tank maneuvers. And so to win what may be the decisive battle of the war, Ukraine says it just needs tanks to go along with the tank training. Poland's ready and willing to donate its German-made tanks, which, based on positioning of NATO military assets, would be the easiest way to arm Ukraine with battle tanks. But Poland needs Germany's approval to proceed with this. And at this point, Germany's been dragging its feet with concerns that giving Ukraine German-made tanks could provoke Russia to somehow retaliate against Germany. Britain offered to send 14 of its tanks to Ukraine to try to nudge Germany to act. But the German government is reportedly seeking more full public support from the United States and NATO, basically a signal to Russia that it's a collective decision to send the tanks and not Germany going it alone.
You know, without a doubt, I know that the Secretary will communicate the United States' appreciation for the strong support that Germany has provided to Ukraine and the strong support that we expect that they will continue to do.
And the high-level NATO meetings this week in Brussels may give Germany the political cover it wants, so Ukraine can get what it says it needs.
on what are Ukraine's most urgent needs when it comes to the battlefield.
And notice the choice of words from the Pentagon there. The United States is appreciative. The United States, meanwhile, wants to encourage but not compel, not make it look as if the United States is pressuring Germany to approve those tanks, which could provoke Russia. So at this point, this is really a public relations maneuver in determining how to wordsmith things to ultimately clear the way for Germany, assuming it moves in this direction, to greenlight those tanks, in which case it could help Ukraine then prepare. You have other nations, for example, Finland saying, yeah, it can send tanks as well, but it's waiting for Germany. So there's a kind of a you go first, no, you go first tactic to all of this right now that they're trying to clear up, which takes us to those meetings in Brussels, by the way, between the United States top brass of its military and Ukraine as well on the border with Poland. So there is a lot going on, among other things. Yeah. The Netherlands also offering a Patriot battery as well. So there are a lot of different pieces that need to move in place, but they have to figure out the right words in terms of diplomacy and public relations to make it happen.
Yeah, it's all very slippery. Craig, what can we read into the timing of Russia's moves? Why did the assessments project a major offensive by Russia within the next 2 months?
Well, there really are 4 reasons. One of the big ones is the weather situation. Keep in mind the last invasion started nearly a year ago because the ground was cold enough and hard enough for a tank assault, but not so cold that it could freeze the troops if the supply lines don't hold up. At least that's what Russia thought. And then before the rainy season, before tanks bogged down, remember they bogged down. You also have a massive, what Russia calls recruitment effort of forces, what we would say is a compulsory draft that's building its forces, its numbers, and also its war machine is ramping up in the factories, reaching the point to where it will now be able to launch a massive offensive in 6 to 8 weeks. And also Russia's change in military leadership from the general leading the charge who drove the retreat to the one who ordered the initial invasion, all signals that we are in for a significant assault in the coming weeks.
Okay, Ukraine is trying to prepare as best it can for a war that just grinds on week by week. Thank you, Craig.
New development.
All right, the time is now 5:14. You're streaming live now from Fox as we take this live now look from our XRAD weather forecast. Denver bracing for heavy snow as major winter storms bring travel trouble to the plains and to the Midwest. We'll bring you all an update on severe weather that's really spawning across the country right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking a Live Now look from New York. Let's dive into a bit of health-related news. As public health officials monitor the COVID surge in China, we are seeing an uptick of strep cases in major cities across the country. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson is bringing us more from Atlanta.
Commerce on the Mississippi River accounts for the majority.
As the triple-demic of COVID, flu, and RSV grinds on here in the U.S., the focus is increasingly turning to China. Officials there announcing almost 60,000 COVID deaths since the end of restrictions back in December. That number is significantly higher than expected, and a rare admission by the Chinese government that the outbreak is not fully contained. Beijing now pushing back on critics who claim the virus will undergo more mutations if it's allowed to spread unchecked.
It is hoped that all parties will uphold an objective and impartial position and respect and support China's prevention and control work.
China also announcing the country's population fell in 2022 for the first time in 6 decades, and economic growth was only 3%, the second slowest in 50 years. Both are being blamed on the outbreak, but that's not stopping millions from traveling for the Lunar New Year.
There were many old people that died, but I don't think this is only due to COVID. I don't think it is as serious as everyone says. This is my feeling.
Meanwhile, here in the U.S., we're seeing a big uptick in strep A cases among children as kids return to school following the holiday break. Doctors say it follows a familiar pattern.
This is expected. Unfortunately, people having holiday events and having limited ventilation because it's cold out would contribute to an increase in respiratory illnesses.
The good news, the CDC says while there are still some hot spots, flu and RSV cases are both declining in most areas. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox News correspondent, Charles Watson, bringing us that update from Atlanta. Let's switch gears here because we do have a live event coming to our desk, and that's what we do here. We bring you all live updates, raw and unfiltered in its full form so that our audience can form their own opinion on the matter. So we're getting this live update from Switzerland. We have here a special address by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, and he is addressing the World Economic Forum. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Crisis affecting women and girls the most. Supply chain disruptions and an energy crunch, soaring prices, rising interest rates along with inflation, and debt levels pounding vulnerable countries. Add to all of that the lingering effects of the pandemic. COVID-19 is still straining economies with the world's failure to prepare for future pandemics. That failure is straining our credulity. Somehow, after all we have endured, we have not learned the global public health lessons of the pandemic. We are nowhere near ready for the pandemics to come. And to all that, another major and indeed existential challenge. We are flirting with climate disaster. Every week brings a new climate horror story. Greenhouse gas emissions are at record levels and growing. The commitment to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees is nearly going up in smoke. Without further action, we are headed to a 2.8 degree increase, and the consequences, as we all know, would be devastating. Several parts of our planet would be uninhabitable, and for many, it will mean a death sentence. But this is not a surprise. The science has been clear for decades. And I'm not talking only about UN scientists. I'm talking even about fossil fuel scientists. We learned last week that certain fossil fuel producers were fully aware in the 70s that their core product was making our planet. And just like the tobacco industry, they rode roughshod over their own science. Some in big oil peddled the big lie. And like the tobacco industry, those responsible must be held to account. Today, fossil fuel producers and their enablers are still racing to expand production, knowing full well that this business model is inconsistent with human survival. Now, this insanity belongs in science fiction, yet we know the ecosystem meltdown is cold, hard, scientific fact. Add to this toxic brew yet another combustible factor: conflict, violence, war. Especially the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Not only because of the untold suffering of the Ukrainian people, but because of its profound global implications on global food and energy prices, on trade and supply chains, on questions of nuclear safety, and on the very foundations of international law and the United Nations Charter. We are doing our best, making progress where we can, particularly in facilitating exports of food and fertilizers from Ukraine and also from Russia. But we are a far cry from peace in line with international law and the United Nations Charter. So, dear friends, all these challenges are interlinked, and they are piling up like cars in a chain reaction crash. Now, let's be clear. It would be difficult to find solutions to these global interlinked problems in the best of times and in a world that would be united. But these are far from being the best of times, and the world is far from being united. Instead, we face the gravest levels of geopolitical division and mistrust in generations, and it is undermining everything. First, the East-West divide. We risk what I've called a great fracture, the decoupling of the world's two largest economies. A tectonic rift that would create two different sets of trade rules, two dominant currencies, two internets, and two conflicting strategies on artificial intelligence. This is the last thing we need. The IMF reported that dividing the global economy into two blocks could cut global GDP by a whopping $1.4 trillion US. Now, there are many aspects in which the US and China relations will inevitably diverge, particularly on questions of human rights and on some areas of regional security. But despite that, it is possible, and I would say it is essential, for the two countries to have meaningful engagement on climate, trade and technology, to avoid the decoupling of economies, of even the possibility of future confrontations. For the historians that might be listening, we must avoid a 21st century sequel of the so-called Thucydides trap. At the same time, and secondly, the North-South divide is deepening. I am not convinced, in my contacts, that the wealthier world and their leaders truly grasps the degree of frustration and even anger in the global South. Frustration and anger about the gross inequity of vaccine distribution in the recent past. Frustration and anger about the pandemic recovery, with support overwhelmingly concentrated in wealthier countries that could print money. And trillions were printed in the global north, and of course, developing countries could not print money because their currencies would go out the drain. Frustration and anger about a climate crisis that is crippling countries that contributed least to global heating, and the lack of the financial resources to respond to the challenge. And frustration and anger over a morally bankrupt financial system in which systemic inequalities are amplifying societal inequalities. A system that is still routinely denying debt relief and concessional funding to vulnerable middle-income countries that are in desperate need. because the rules are not made to allow it. A system in which most of the world's poorest countries saw their debt service payments skyrocketed by 35% in the last year alone. Now, we need to bridge all these divides and we need to restore trust. How can we do it? First, by reforming and building fairness into the global financial system. Developing countries need access to finance to reduce poverty and hunger and advance the Sustainable Development Goals. I have urged the G20 to agree on a global SDG stimulus plan that would provide support to countries of the Global South, including the vulnerable middle-income ones. They need the necessary liquidity, debt relief and restructuring, as well as long-term lending to invest in sustainable development. In short, we need a new debt architecture. And multilateral development banks must change their business model. Beyond their own operations, that of course are very important, they must concentrating on multiplying their impact, leveraging massively private finance in a systematic way, providing guarantees, accepting to be first risk takers in coalitions of financial institutions to support developing countries. Without creating the conditions for massive inflow of private finance at reasonable cost to the developing world, there is simply no solution. International financial institutions are too small and the capacity to increase ODA is not to be seen in the short term. Then second, bridging divides and restoring trust means meaningful climate action, and climate action now. The battle to keep the 1.5-degree limit alive will be won or lost in these decades, on our watch. And right now, we have to confess that the battle is being lost. So we need to act together to close the emissions gap. And that means to phase out progressively coal and supercharge the renewable revolution, to end the addiction to fossil fuels, and to stop our self-defeating war on nature. On the other hand, the developed world must finally deliver on its 100 billion climate finance commitment to support developing countries. Adaptation finance must be doubled, as it was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh. And the biggest emitters, namely the G20 countries, must unite around the Climate Solidarity Pact, in which they make extra efforts in the 2020s to keep the 1.5-degree limit alive. And it doesn't work if developed countries attribute responsibility to emerging economies and the emerging economies attribute responsibility to developed countries. They need to come together, to bring together all their capacities, financial and technological, with the developed ones providing financial and technical assistance to help the major emerging economies to accelerate their renewable energy transition. Because if they don't, we will not be able to reduce emissions at the level that is necessary to keep the 1.5-degree goal, I would say to keep the 2-degree goal alive. And our climate goals need the full engagement of the private sector. Now, the truth is that more and more businesses are making net zero commitments, but benchmarks and criteria are often dubious or murky. And this can mislead consumers, investors and regulators with false narratives. And it feeds a culture of climate misinformation and confusion, and leaves the door open to greenwashing. That's why we created an expert group on net zero emissions commitments. Recently, the group has issued a how-to guide for credible, accountable net zero pledges. And here at Davos, I call on all corporate leaders to act based on these guidelines, to put forward credible and transparent transition plans on how to achieve net zero and to submit those plans before the end of the year. Now, the transition to net zero must be grounded in real emissions cuts and not relying essentially on carbon credits or shadow markets. And finally, what is true about private sector engagement on climate applies across a range of challenges. And government action is critical, even if obviously it is not enough. We must find avenues to boost the private sector's ability to play its full role for good. And it must be recognized that in many ways, The private sector today is leading, but it is to a certain extent undermined by government action or the lack of government action. Governments need to create the adequate regulatory and stimulus environments to support the private sector instead of maintaining rules, subsidies and other forms of action that undermine the efforts of the private sector to move forward in climate action. And business models and practices must be reworked to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. Without creating the conditions for the massive engagement of the private sector, it will be impossible to move from the billions to trillions that is needed to achieve the SDGs. To lead the way, to expand economic opportunity for women, to ensure greater engagement and cooperation for vaccine equity, to achieve global food security, and for that, we need the cooperation of the private sector to keep Ukrainian and Russian food and fertilizer exports flowing and affordable. Even in the midst of the war, the insurance sector has helped support the movement of vessels from Ukraine and Russia. And we urgently need other private sector actors to engage, such as the banking sector, the traders, and the shippers. Across the spectrum of global challenges, we need private sector resourcefulness and cooperation to be able to advance in our common objectives of peace, of sustainable development, and of human rights. So, Excellencies and dear friends, there are no perfect solutions in a perfect storm, but we can work to control the damage and to seize the opportunities available. And now more than ever, it's time to forge the pathways to cooperation in our fragmented world, to adopt multilateral solutions, to bring trust to where trust is badly needed because the world cannot wait. And I thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Secretary General. I think you also heard a warm applause that your call to action was well received. And I think we also have seen in the last years that businesses are taking on more responsibilities, both on climate and nature. But as you said, we are flirting with a climate disaster, a battle that we are almost losing. But what I think we all don't really understand is that we all know that the cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of action. And why is not the financing happening? Why is not the money to adaptation coming there? Is there, how do you explain this? Because if there was common sense, we would do it. Maybe it's not that common.
Well, there is a difference. The cost of action is today's cost. The cost of inaction is already today's cost, but it is essentially tomorrow's cost. And we have a dramatic bias in the political life, but also in many areas of the business life, which is the preference for the present. No, I was in politics for a large part of my life, and I know how important it is for politicians to look at the polls, to see how things are going, to look at the next elections. And today in the world, most of the political choices that are made are still made with a short-term perspective and looking more at polls, future elections, political power struggles, and less on effectively solving problems. Let's be frank. And in the business community, there was a clear trend, which is now being mitigated, to look essentially into short-term objectives, to increase the value of shareholders. And to increase the value of shareholders is to bet on short-term measures to get short-term results and forget about the future.
You're streaming live now from Fox. The time here, 5:37 a.m. We're listening in live from Switzerland as the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres speaks at the World Economic Forum. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break and we will continue to listen in right after this.
And sometimes we are faced with this kind of
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Continuing to listen in live at the World Economic Forum, we have here a special address by the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He's speaking on all international affairs. Let's listen in.
The algorithms and the business model of social media are constructed in such a way that they tend to expand the I would say the informations, the positions, the ideas that are more extreme, that are more controversial, that create more trouble. And so I think it's not a question of censorship that will solve the problem. The question is the business model needs to be redesigned, the algorithms need to be redesigned in order not to be based on evil to make profit.
No, it's such a good point. You know, when we grew up and read the papers, the editor took the pride in everything being correct in the paper. And now there's no editing. It's up to the individual to then assess if this is true or not.
Yes, but there is a responsibility of the platforms. I mean, one can argue if we have something, as you mentioned, in the media, and if someone is attacked in a way that is wrong, there is a possibility to go to the court. In social media, there is no responsibility. And I can understand the argument of social media platforms saying, well, this is put by people, so it's not our responsibility. But the truth is that the algorithms are made in such a way that they amplify in a preferential way a certain number of things. And when the algorithm amplifies, then there is, in my opinion, a responsibility, and there should be accountability, including through the legal system in relation to those situations. At least when false information, defamation, all other kinds of things are benefited, are not only just what someone puts, but are benefited by the way the algorithm amplifies that. That creates, in my opinion, a responsibility of the platform.
No, thank you very much for that. Reflecting on the state of the world and listening to your very powerful speech, I was reflecting, have you ever in your career seen such a complex geopolitical and geoeconomic landscape?
Let's be clear. I think we are in the worst situation I remember in my lifetime. I mean, I have not lived the Second World War. If I had lived the Second World War, what I'm saying now would not make sense. But I really think we are in the worst situation of my lifetime. First of all, the climate threat is coming to a point of no return. We are using 1.6 planets, and we have only one planet to use. And the climate and the biodiversity issues have lost attraction for political decision makers. Everybody is concentrated now on the war in Ukraine, on the cost of living and other aspects, and there is a lack of the sense of urgency in relation to climate. And the question of climate, together with the question of biodiversity, is an existential threat that today is very close to a tipping point that makes catastrophes totally irreversible. And that would not be the case 10 or 20 years ago. We still had much more time to act, and we have not used that time to act sufficiently. So now we are on the verge of the irreversible changes that will completely undermine the future of the life in the planet as we today see it. Second, the geopolitical divide is different from what it was during the Cold War. The Cold War was easier because we had two blocks, and those two blocks had clear rules of engagement. They would create as much trouble as possible to the other bloc, but they had mechanisms to guarantee that if the trouble would become a threat to the two blocs themselves, they would stop whatever was happening by proxy anywhere in the world. those mechanisms that were particularly relevant in relation to the nuclear disarmament and to the nuclear control mechanisms, those mechanisms have lost existence or lost capacity. People got used to the 90s, to the beginning of the 20th century, to the idea of the end of history, and there is no more a risk of a global confrontation. And so the confrontations today are more dangerous because there are less mechanisms to make sure that they do not get out of control. And this is what, for me, is worrying. On the other hand, in the two blocks, we had a total decoupling. But the total decoupling that existed with the two blocks was in a completely different global economic situation. This was before the great globalization surge. The great globalization surge was in the 90s. And now we leave the global globalization surge. Our economies became completely interlinked, north and south, east and west. And now there is a new divide that is coming with the risk of decoupling that I mentioned. And I think it is absolutely crucial that independently of the difference that exists, we are facing two cultural systems, two ideological systems, two historic memories, two political systems in many aspects, but we can't afford not to have the United States and its allies and China having a serious discussion on the questions relating to climate, to trade and to technology, and to find the forms of cooperation or regulation that are necessary to avoid a decoupling that would be a disaster of the global economy and to avoid the risks of future confrontations. Because today we start to quarrel about the economic things, being it semiconductors, access or other of this nature, and tomorrow you might be quarreling about more serious issues because there are some irritating factors that are there on the ground, some geopolitical problems that are not solved in the region. We have the Taiwan question, we have others. So it is absolutely essential, first of all, to be careful in controlling the risky situations and at the same time to establish mechanisms that rescue our global economy.
Talking about decoupling, and you also mentioned it in your speech, Secretary General, if there is a full decoupling, it will shave off a lot of growth, and we will lose out on prosperity, there will be more poverty. But don't you foresee, if there is decoupling, that could be just for like 10% of the goods? It could be related to national security, semiconductors, some technologies. And if you then can continue to trade on 90% of the goods, we're much better off. I think what you're addressing is that a full decoupling will be a catastrophe.
That's what we are seeing. What you said is what we are seeing now. I mean, as far as I understand, the trade between China and the US is growing. And the decoupling that is being tried is essentially in relation to technology. And we know the semiconductor situation. China still has a huge dependency on semiconductors, especially the semiconductors of the, I would say, more sophisticated dimension. They essentially are produced by Taiwan at the present moment, most of them. So there has been some attempts to limit the access of China to these kind of semiconductors and also to the machines that produce them. And the biggest producer is the Netherlands. And the Netherlands are reacting because they would like to keep their market, which is perfectly understandable. So for the moment, this is limited to certain areas of technology. The problem is that these areas of technology will shape the future economy. And so the risk is that if there is not a serious negotiation in relation to trade and technology, and I believe that serious negotiation is still possible, if there is no serious negotiation in relation to these areas, we might have consequences in the future when the areas that are now relatively minor in the global economy will probably become the central aspects of the future global economy that will be much more technological based than the present one.
And I think, unfortunately, you're right on this because the rivalry between G2 is also based on controlling those technologies.
The idea that we can live with a G2 is an idea that should be put aside. The G2 would mean a G0. which would mean that we would not have the capacity to bring together the resources, the energy, the capacities, the technologies that we need to face the challenges that we are facing. Because climate will not respect the G2, demography will not respect the G2, and the dramatic situation of developing countries will not respect the G2.
Secretary General, last question. I wish we could have continued. It's so much insight. I think, as you mentioned also, the impact of the war in Ukraine has on food prices, energy, is substantial. Do you think there will be an end of this war this year? Do you think there will be an end of this war this year?
No, there will be an end of this war. There is an end of everything. But I do not see an end of the war in the immediate future, unfortunately. I mean, I do not see a chance at the present moment to have a serious peace negotiation between the two parties. Let's be clear, the Russian invasion of the Ukraine, that was in violation of international law and the values of the Charter, has created a situation in which, because to a large extent, the two sides have a basic disagreement on the past. And it's always very difficult to solve disagreements on the past. Two different ideas about what the Russian Empire was, what the nationalities were, and two different ideas about what today are Ukrainians and are Russians. It is clear that, in my opinion, this makes it more difficult to find a solution. But that solution needs to be based on international law and needs to respect the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And I don't see conditions for that to happen in the immediate future. What we are doing, and we are very strongly engaged, is in relation to the Black Sea Grain Initiative, which I must say it's quite amazing that with two countries in war it's possible to have an agreement in this regard, but also the Russian exports that are necessary for the global food security. We have been dealing with the problems of rescuing civilians in difficult situations like Azovstal in the past. We have been discussing with both sides exchange of prisoners of war. We are supporting the International Agency of Atomic Energy, that is a UN body, in relation to Zaporizhzhia now in relation. So, I mean, we are doing everything we can, and this is probably one of the most important areas of our activity, to limit the damage, to reduce the suffering of the people, and to reduce the impacts, the dramatic, devastating impact in the global economy, because it came on top of the COVID, on top of the inequalities, on top of the climate problems. So we are trying to address the consequences, but for the moment, I don't think that we have a chance to promote or to mediate a serious negotiation to achieve peace in the short term. So we'll have still to wait and to be clear on our principles, and our principles are international law, the values of the Charter, territorial integrity, but at the same time to try to do everything we can, talking to both sides and to other actors, in order to minimize the impacts on the suffering of the Ukrainian people and on the global economy, especially in the most vulnerable countries.
Thank you so much, Secretary General. I'm sorry we had to end on such a somber note, but I think it's reflecting the world we are living. I think many of us do hope for the Secretary General's good offices and the United Nations and multilateralism in such a situation. So thank you very much for your leadership, and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. All the best.
All right, that was a live update from the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, speaking at the World Economic Summit. We're also closely monitoring the latest news from Washington, D.C. as we are paying attention to a high-stakes test of the new leadership in Congress. This is set for this week when the Treasury Secretary says the United States will hit a debt ceiling and will need congressional action to avoid a default. Now, Republicans want to use negotiations to cut down on spending, but Democrats and the White House say no. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard brings us more from Washington, D.C.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has to start putting in place extraordinary measures to keep paying the nation's bills, warning in a letter to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that by Thursday, the U.S. would hit the debt ceiling, and Congress needs to reach an agreement to raise the limit to avoid a default. Speaker McCarthy has said he wants spending cuts.
We're 6 months away. Why wouldn't we sit down now and change this behavior? That we would put ourselves on a more fiscally strong position. It would make the future generation, make our nation stronger.
Currently, the borrowing limit stands at about $31.4 trillion.
It's true. The budget outlook is unsustainable, and the growth is on the spending side. So that needs to be dealt with. Have a good fight on the spending. Just don't do it with the debt limit.
The White House has given a firm no to negotiations, saying the debt limit should not be a political football.
Congress must deal with the debt limit and must do so without conditions. We are not going to be negotiating over the debt ceiling.
If the U.S. defaults or even comes close, it would mean financial disaster at home and abroad.
We can and should have a robust debate about spending going forward, if that's what the new House majority would like. But to threaten to not pay America's debts would put all of us at risk.
Secretary Yellen said the U.S. is not likely to default before June, but said even the threat can cause real harm. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And in international news, police say that Ukraine's interior minister is among the dead following a helicopter crash near Kyiv. At least two children and 11 other people are also among the dead. Rescue operations were underway as footage circulated on social media showing a kindergarten and residential building on fire in Kyiv, 25 miles east of Kyiv. To be specific, but again, we're learning more about the helicopter crash that killed Ukraine's interior minister. We'll bring you all more on this very topic throughout the duration of our show. We're also following the war on Ukraine in general as it nears 1 year. Fighting continuing to intensify, and Russia announcing its military structure will see major changes after setbacks on the battlefield.
After months of major setbacks on the battlefield, Russia is making a big adjustment to its military structure. The announcement on Tuesday was light on details, but signaled a significant expansion of the Russian military starting this year. Officials are promising, quote, major changes, including a big new recruitment push in areas of Ukraine currently under Moscow's control.
Particular attention should be paid to increase the number of training grounds on the new Russian territories in line with the increased needs of the military.
The announcement follows a weekend of heavy Russian airstrikes on mostly critical infrastructure, but also hitting civilian targets, including killing dozens of Ukrainians. We took an exclusive tour of the hard-hit frontline city of Kharkiv, just 25 miles from the Russian border. The devastation here is widespread. There are destroyed homes and businesses on practically every single one of these streets, many reduced to little more than rubble and debris. And officials say that they're still getting hit by Russian military almost every day.
Russian missiles, the flight time is 59 seconds. To defend ourselves from this missile is almost impossible, so they are destroying our electricity system on purpose.
But Ukraine's Western allies say more help is on the way, including a second Patriot missile defense battery donated by the Netherlands.
Europe continues to step up, respond to Russian actions. There's more to do, and we have to stay together.
Ukrainian troops are now being trained on how to use the Patriot missile system at a U.S. military base in Oklahoma. In Kharkiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
New developments tonight in the war in Ukraine. Ukraine says it needs more help to push back the Russian invasion.
Yeah, and while more nations are answering that call, Russia appears to be planning much larger attacks now. Fox 13's political editor Craig Patrick joining us now with how the U.S. is helping Ukraine prepare for what appears to be a second major invasion by Russia. Craig, tell us more about this.
Well, it does, and the United States is training Ukrainian troops in a couple of different places, including the United States. Keep in mind, in terms of timing, it was nearly a year ago, 11 months ago, that Russia launched its first major invasion of Ukraine. And of course, through the course of time, that one sputtered and mostly stalled. Now, based on the intelligence and collective assessments, it looks as if Russia is indeed gearing up for what could be an even larger invasion in the works.
Vladimir Putin said Russia's weapon factories are working around the clock to reload his war machine. And of course, Russia's been blasting more residential apartments in Ukraine. And by all assessments, this appears to be the run-up to Russia launching a major offensive within the next 6 to 8 weeks. So the U.S. and NATO are helping Ukraine prepare for what may be the final battle of this grinding war. Around 100 Ukrainian troops are now training at Fort Sill in Oklahoma. They're learning to use the Patriot missile defense batteries the United States and Germany are giving Ukraine. Meanwhile, in Germany, the United States is teaching hundreds of other Ukrainian troops tank maneuvers. And so to win what may be the decisive battle of the war, Ukraine says it just needs tanks to go along with the tank training. Poland's ready and willing to donate its German-made tanks, which, based on positioning of NATO military assets, would be the easiest way to arm Ukraine with battle tanks. But Poland needs Germany's approval to proceed with this. And at this point, Germany's been dragging its feet with concerns that giving Ukraine German-made tanks could provoke Russia to somehow retaliate against Germany. Britain offered to send 14 of its tanks to Ukraine to try to nudge Germany to act. But the German government is reportedly seeking more full public support from the United States and NATO, basically a signal to Russia that it's a collective decision to send the tanks and not Germany going it alone.
You know, without a doubt, I know that the Secretary will communicate the United States' appreciation for the strong support that Germany has provided to Ukraine and the strong support that we expect that they will continue to do.
And the high-level NATO meetings this week in Brussels may give Germany the political cover it wants, so Ukraine can get what it says it needs.
On what are Ukraine's most urgent needs when it comes to the battlefield.
And notice the choice of words from the Pentagon there. The United States is appreciative. The United States, meanwhile, wants to encourage but not compel, not make it look as if the United States is pressuring Germany to approve those tanks, which could provoke Russia. So at this point, this is really a public relations maneuver in determining how to wordsmith things to ultimately clear the way for Germany, assuming it moves in this direction, to greenlight those tanks, in which case it could help Ukraine then prepare. You have other nations, for example, Finland, saying yeah, it can send tanks as well, but it's waiting for Germany. So there's a kind of a you go first, no, you go first tactic to all of this right now that they're trying to clear up, which takes us to those meetings in Brussels, by the way, between the United States top brass of its military and Ukraine as well on the border with Poland. So there is a lot going on, among other things. Yeah. The Netherlands also offering a Patriot battery as well. So there are a lot of different pieces that need to move in place, but they have to figure out the right words in terms of diplomacy and public relations to make it happen.
Yeah, it's all very slippery. Craig, what can we read into the timing of Russia's moves? Why do the assessments project a major offensive by Russia within the next 2 months?
Well, there really are 4 reasons. One of the big ones is the weather situation. Keep in mind the last invasion started nearly a year ago because the ground was cold enough and hard enough for a tank assault, but not so cold that it could freeze the troops if the supply lines don't hold up. At least that's what Russia thought. And then before the rainy season, before tanks bogged down, remember they bogged down. You also have a massive, what Russia calls recruitment effort of forces, what we would say is a compulsory draft that's building its forces, its numbers, and also its war machine is ramping up in the factories, reaching the point to where it will now be able to launch a massive offensive in 6 to 8 weeks. And also Russia's change in military leadership from the general leading the charge who drove the retreat to the one who ordered the initial invasion, all signals that we are in for a significant assault in the coming weeks.
Okay, Ukraine is trying to prepare as best it can for a war that just grinds on week by week. Thank you, Craig.
New developments tonight in
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Public health officials are monitoring the COVID-19 surge in China, but we are seeing a big uptick in strep cases, among other things, here in the United States. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson brings us our latest health-related news from Atlanta.
As the triple-demic of COVID, flu, and RSV grinds on here in the U.S., the focus is increasingly turning to China. Officials there announcing almost 60,000 COVID deaths since the end of restrictions back in December. That number is significantly higher than expected, and a rare admission by the Chinese government that the outbreak is not fully contained. Beijing now pushing back on critics who claim the virus will undergo more mutations if it's allowed to spread unchecked.
It is hoped that all parties will uphold an objective and impartial position and respect and support China's prevention and control work.
China also announcing the country's population fell in 2022 for the first time in 6 decades, and economic growth was only 3%, the second slowest in 50 years. Both are being blamed on the outbreak, but that's not stopping millions from traveling for the Lunar New Year.
There were many old people that died, but I don't think this is only due to COVID. I don't think it is as serious as everyone says. This is my feeling.
Meanwhile, here in the U.S., we're seeing a big uptick in strep A cases among children as kids return to school following the holiday break. Doctors say it follows a familiar pattern.
This is expected. Unfortunately, people having holiday events and having limited ventilation because it's cold out would contribute to an increase in respiratory illnesses.
The good news, the CDC says while there are still some hot spots, flu and RSV cases are both declining in most areas. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
A new study suggests that COVID-19 vaccines may make Botox injections fade a little bit faster. Researchers claim that Botox didn't last as long in people who received the COVID-19 vaccine when compared to those who are unvaccinated. Botox is commonly used to reduce the appearance of lines and wrinkles. So the study found that patients who received the Pfizer vaccine needed a touch-up within 3 months of getting Botox injections, whereas Botox results lasted 4 to 6 months in patients without a vaccine. The research also suggests the outcome might be caused by the vaccine's impact on the body's immune system, but further research is needed to determine if that's the reason. You're streaming live now from Fox. The time here 6:08 this morning. Let's take a quick break and we'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories right after this. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's get into the latest business headlines. So the top guys in business are speaking on a possible recession. 73% of business leaders are saying that a recession could happen within the next year. This comes from PricewaterhouseCoopers, which surveyed 4,400 CEOs from around the world. They say growth is slowing, and they cite inflation as a key concern. Now, 40% say that their company will no longer be economically viable in 10 years' time if it doesn't evolve. Meanwhile, 85% already cut costs or plan to do so. Other approaches to dealing with these kinds of issues include diversifying products and raising the prices of products. Let's go ahead and get more business headlines from our Fox Means business reporter, Jerry Willis.
A lot of Americans still fed up with fees. More than 1 in 4 checking account holders are paying routine service charges, including ATM and overdraft fees. According to Bankrate, all the charges add up to an average cost of nearly $290 a year. And a mixed day on Wall Street. The Dow and S&P 500 both closed down, while the Nasdaq finished up. Here's something to think about if you're looking to start a business this year. A report from Wallet Hub says the best place to do it is Utah. The Beehive State's access to resources and overall business environment are the main reasons why. Florida and Texas round out the top 3. And finally, GM is unveiling the first ever electrified Corvette. The 2024 Chevrolet E-Ray Hybrid will be the quickest ever, going from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. And that speed comes with a cost. The price tag expected to top $104,000 when it goes on sale later this year. That's a look at business. I'm Kelly O'Grady.
And in other consumer news, Amazon's biggest layoffs ever start today. The company is slashing 18,000 jobs, just a fraction of its 1.5 million global workforce. Now, Amazon reportedly plans to lay off 10,000 workers this week. And the CEO says that he told employees the company would begin contacting impacted employees on January 18th. The layoffs will mostly impact the company's Amazon Stores division, which encompasses its e-commerce business as well as the company's brick and mortar stores, and its PXT organizations, which handle human resources and other functions. All right, switching gears here as we take this live now look from Washington, D.C. There are still many questions surrounding the classified documents that were found at President Biden's former home. Here's more.
Come on, guys.
And the press secretary.
I have been forthcoming from this podium.
And yet, most questions directed at Karine Jean-Pierre went unanswered. Reporters repeatedly referred to the White House counsel's office, which had made an advisor, not a lawyer, available just an hour earlier, referring reporters to the Department of Justice and the president's personal attorneys.
We've been trying to answer questions thoroughly and completely. But the very nature of being cooperative with an ongoing investigation means that we need to let that investigation play out.
Among the unanswered questions, how many documents were found, whether there will be additional searches, and the reason President Biden's personal attorneys who don't have security clearances were involved in the search for records from a previous administration.
Many of the answers from here may need to wait until the conclusion of the special counsel's review.
President Biden also ignored questions.
Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? I looked him straight in the eye and said it. He looked me back and he didn't say a word. Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? He looked at me, didn't say a word.
Members of Congress want to know who had access to the Biden home, especially after the Secret Service announced it does not keep visitor logs, and neither does the White House.
And if they didn't write it down anywhere, Neil, we're going to have to seek those answers some other way. We may have to subpoena members of the Biden family and others who may have worked at the residence to find out who was there. Why? Because we had critical, very highly sensitive, classified information there.
So far, nobody has answered whether there's any sort of assessment underway to determine if national security was jeopardized. We planned to ask about it today, but Fox was skipped in the briefing just as we were on Friday, so now we're trying to get those answers over email. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And taking a live now look from Capitol Hill, where a high-stakes test of the new leadership in Congress is set for this week when the Treasury Secretary said the U.S. will hit its debt ceiling and will need congressional action to avoid a default. Now, Republicans want to use negotiations to cut down on spending, but Democrats and the White House are saying no. Here's more.
On LiveNOW from Fox. Obviously, this is a big deal. Just give us a breakdown. What is the debt ceiling and what kind of crisis looms potentially with this Thursday deadline?
It's kind of like a crisis that Congress has inflicted upon itself by maintaining a century-old law that they constantly have to lift the limit on the debt to pay for things that they already voted to pay. There is no alternative here. It's just a simple matter that the Treasury Department is not allowed to borrow over set limits, which they constantly only basically raise a minimal amount, and then they end up back here again. And the Democratic and Republican refuse to cooperate on most things, then make it into a big fight. It's really ugly, and they just need to eliminate the law, to be in all honesty.
And obviously, we're talking about this, the debt limit, and what it could do to the economy, what it could do to the markets. And certainly, like you said, there's a potential that they could just raise it before Thursday. What can it do to the economy as we approach Thursday? Kind of what does it do to the economy as a whole?
Well, we have to see how long the Treasury Department can maneuver around it. And I don't know exactly what the date is. I haven't seen today's figure. So the Treasury Department does do maneuvers so that the government is able to go ahead. But it is actually, in theory, a catastrophic threat to the United States economy and the global economy. And I think that people need to always understand that the dollar is the global currency. It is the foundation of the global economy. And our treasuries are preferred by the Japanese, Chinese, every major economy, as basically they use as a piggy bank. I remember one person once criticized the situation and saying that we shouldn't be the bankers to the rest of the world. Of course we should be, because we profit from it. We gain enormously in terms of financing our own economy by being the banker to the whole world. And it undermines the trust in our currency and our government debt and the global economy. We provide a public service that we profit off of by having international currency. And anything that undermines the trust in the US dollar, US treasuries, and our government weakens that and could undermine the foundation of the economy for the last 70 years. The global economy, speak of, not just the US economy.
Correct. Yeah, like you said, the trust is a big factor as we approach that Thursday deadline. But like they said from earlier, the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said it wouldn't default until June. So this really isn't a hard deadline, correct?
Yes, because they do have all of these maneuvers, which give Congress more time to play games. But that's the problem. It is games between Democrats and Republicans that undermine trust in our economic and political institutions. And there is an alternative. And I'm going to say this from a nonpartisan standpoint. The House has a Republican majority. And a couple weeks ago, we saw a spectacle where the Republicans could not pick a Speaker of the House. And honestly, if the Republicans and Democrats start to cooperate, the Democrats could have just facilitated it. Because what you saw there, for example, is the Republicans do have a small but solid and clear majority. And the Republican Party found itself at the mercy of a fringe minority in the Republican Party. And we're going to see the same scenario play out potentially with Democrats and very narrow fringe minority. And if the Democrats and Republicans cooperate, they can recognize the inevitable, which is the vast majority of Republicans and Democrats do not want the United States to default and undermine the whole global economy. And the vast majority of people understand the Republicans have a majority. And it's two parties that have been doing this decades, this hateful game. And now they're playing games with the debt ceiling. And they've been doing it for a decade, both parties. They honestly, in my view, need to work together because there's no question among any respectable economist, this needs to be lifted. And it's a pointless fight. It is a completely pointless fight, politically, morally, economically, across the board. This is money that they've already spent. They need to pay their bills. And they are able to do that because the U.S. economy is the largest and our debt is the piggy bank to the world. We are, because we're powerful, the bankers to the world. And in our country, Americans profit from that special status of the United States. Why would any Democrat or Republican want to threaten that special status that we've had in the last 70 years or so?
Correct. And like you said, it was a spectacle when it took 15 votes for Kevin McCarthy to earn that speakership. Does that bother economists? Does that scare economists that potentially we could be on for another wild ride just of spectacle in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, with these various things, I mean, that goes a little bit beyond pure economics, but I think it's unnecessary. You know, of course, in that case, Democrats kind of enjoyed it. They thought they were scoring points against the Republican Party. And in this case, the Republicans feel like they can make the Biden administration sweat. But both parties, which largely agree on the vast majority of issues, and a lot of times in crises, they do come together, they know what needs to be done. And I think that they need to stop treating each other as enemies. And that's why we get a ridiculous fight every year, seemingly, on this debt ceiling, which everyone understands is pointless. So I see this as partisanship. I don't see fundamental American institutions being actually under challenge in the world. I think that no serious person believes there's an economic rival, that there's an alternative to the dollar or to our treasuries, the size of them, the reliability, the robust power of our economy, but they are kind of playing with fire. One credit agency, I believe about 10 years ago, even downgraded a little bit our treasuries about 10 years ago about this exact debate. And this is a self-inflicted wound by Congress. And I do honestly, I can't hold back that I feel that this is ugly partisanship, that Republicans and Democrats for fundraising and for energizing their respective bases like to fight each other, but they have to raise it and both sides have to work together. There's a lot of issues we disagree on, but the vast majority of issues we agree on. And I think that both parties could work together better on this economic issue. You're not going to find virtually any respectable economist who's saying, oh, maybe we shouldn't lift the debt limit. It's playing with fire. If one day they screw up, the global economy and investors and foreign governments may recognize that it's technical default. Warren Buffett has had some choice words about this, saying that the U.S. is still the strongest. I know he's correct, and the world probably would too. But why play with fire on this? That is incomprehensible. Just scoring points against each other, Democrats and Republicans, raising money and energizing the base at the potential risk to our country's key institutions.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live and Now from Fox. Certainly, we'll keep our eyes on this, the debt ceiling, the deadline on Thursday, like you said, potentially playing with fire with both the U.S. economy and also the world economy. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack and Michael Santel. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I want to bring in an expert on this, an economist.
All right, we will definitely stay on top of that story and keep a very close eye on Capitol Hill as Congress races to increase the United States credit limit. At this time, we are going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll bring you all up to speed on other top stories and major headlines right after this. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Moving right along with your top stories this morning. So doctors across the country are expressing concern over the triple-demic, and now a surge in strep throat is impacting mainly children. But here are a few tips of what you should look out for and how you can protect yourself.
As the triple-demic of COVID, flu, and RSV grinds on here in the U.S., the focus is increasingly turning to China. Officials there announcing almost 60,000 COVID deaths since the end of restrictions back in December. That number is significantly higher than expected, and a rare admission by the Chinese government that the outbreak is not fully contained. Beijing now pushing back on critics who claim the virus will undergo more mutations if it's allowed to spread unchecked.
It is hoped that all parties will uphold an objective and impartial position and respect and support China's prevention and control work.
China also announcing the country's population fell in 2022 for the first time in 6 decades, and economic growth was only 3%, the second slowest in 50 years. Both are being blamed on the outbreak, but that's not stopping millions from traveling for the Lunar New Year.
There were many old people that died, but I don't think this is only due to COVID. I don't think it is as serious as everyone says. This is my feeling.
Meanwhile, here in the U.S., we're seeing a big uptick in strep A cases among children as kids return to school following the holiday break. Doctors say it follows a familiar pattern.
This is expected. Unfortunately, people having holiday events and having limited ventilation because it's cold out would contribute to an increase in respiratory illnesses.
The good news, the CDC says while there are still some hot spots, flu and RSV cases are both declining in most areas. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And a new study suggests that COVID-19 vaccines may make Botox injections fade a little bit faster. Researchers claim that Botox didn't last as long in people who received the vaccine when compared to those who are unvaccinated. Botox is commonly used to reduce the appearance of fine lines and wrinkles. Now, the study found that patients who received the Pfizer vaccine needed a touch-up within 3 months of getting Botox injections, whereas Botox results lasted 4 to 6 months in patients without a vaccine. The researchers suggest that the outcome might be based on the vaccine's impact on the immune system, but further research is needed to determine if that is indeed the reason. Sticking with health-related news, we're learning more about a diabetic drug shortage. Let's check in with Fox 13 Tampa for more on this story.
You see the commercial for Ozempic all the time. It's a diabetes drug that, according to the ad, can contribute to weight loss. Well, people who don't have diabetes have decided to take it for that one side effect. And now folks who really need the drug are having trouble finding it. For more on this, we want to bring in Dr. Christopher Ducoin. He's the chief of the TGH Digestive Diseases Institute. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Haley, thank you for having me.
So what exactly is Ozempic?
Yeah, great question. So Ozempic is a drug that's going to it will stimulate the insulin secretion in your body. And you're going to hear a lot of this around GLP-1 agonists. There's a whole class of drugs out there right now, but essentially they're going to pump more insulin in and help you make up the deficit of your pancreas to better control your diabetes. And we've seen real success with this, with diabetic control, specifically looking at hemoglobin A1C, which is a chronic marker for your severity of diabetes. And Ozempic has done a fantastic job of lowering that and controlling diabetes in what has been an uncontrolled diabetic patient maybe before.
So how does the drug work for diabetic patients, and how does it cause weight loss?
Yeah, so trying to answer both those at the same time. So Ozempic, I want to be really careful how I answer. Ozempic really is indicated for type 2 diabetes. It's not indicated for weight loss at all. So it's going to, again, stimulate that insulin, that surge you get after you eat. And it's going to give you this sensation of being full. You're going to notice less cravings for food, give you better control, actually, of what you're going to kind of process. Now, the same derivative, this GLP-1, is used in another medication under the same company called Wegovy. And that medication, Wegovy, is very specific for weight loss. It's got its own criteria. It's given to patients with a body mass index or BMI over 30, or someone with a body mass index of 27 and maybe a comorbid condition. So essentially, Wegovy is good for weight loss, and Ozempic is specific for type 2 diabetes.
Okay. What are the risks here for people who are taking that drug Ozempic strictly for weight loss?
Probably not the best idea, and they should probably be talking to their physician about it as well. I wouldn't say it's cutting corners, but it's definitely not the right dosage. If you look at Wegovy, again for weight loss, and Ozempic for type 2 diabetes, the actual dosage is different. The amount and the rate they're given is different. And it's an interesting process. You don't just start with the same dose. Almost over a course of about 5 months, you're going to incrementally go up in the dose to a maximal dose, again for weight loss. And it comes with side effects that might preclude you getting to that dose at a certain point. So again, the Ozempic usage for weight loss, they're not indicated. It's clearly being done.
Now, the spike in use of Ozempic is causing a shortage. Are there alternatives out there for diabetics who depend on this medication but are struggling to find it?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. So I think Ozempic has got a lot of a press and a lot of notoriety around it. You can go back to simple things like Trulicity. Now the difference is Ozempic is coming out as being a much more superior medication when compared to Trulicity. But there's Mounjaro is another one. And there's even an oral medication now, Resbulis, which does the same thing. But they're all the same family, the GLP-1 agonist. You're going to hear quite a bit about. And as Big Pharma finds other ways to do this, you're going to see more and more of these drugs. They're extremely successful, is the way I will say also. So I'm specifically, part of my practice is weight loss surgery, and I'm becoming a big fan of the medical management. Now, you won't get quite as much as the surgical component, but you're seeing people lose on the order of 10 to 15% of their body weight with medication. Now, is it durable? That's a different story, too.
All right, a lot of great information here and options. And of course, at the end of the day, we want to make sure the people who really, truly need certain medications can get that. So hopefully we can keep that in mind. Dr. Duconi.
All right, a huge thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for bringing us that update. In other news, jury selection begins in a trial involving comments that Elon Musk made as CEO of Tesla. Shareholders claim Musk defrauded them in 2018 when he tweeted that funding was secured to take Tesla private. They say that the tweet cost them billions of dollars. Potential jurors were asked their opinions of Musk and whether they own a Tesla. Musk's lawyers argued potential jurors could be biased against the billionaire over his use and recent management of Twitter. But the judge wouldn't let him move the trial from San Francisco to Texas. So the jury must determine if Musk willingly and knowingly defrauded investors. He already paid $20 million in fines. Tesla forked over another $20 million.
When you're a little boy, you're my little ally.
Jesse Eisenberg's directorial debut, When You Finish Saving the World, features Oscar winner Julianne Moore and Stranger Things star Finn Wolfhard as mother and son struggling to connect.
They're both super stubborn, and they both actually, feel the same way about things, but in completely different kind of job kind of things. That's why they never see eye to eye, but in a way they're very similar.
You're safe?
Finn's mother, who Julianne Moore plays, she runs a domestic violence shelter where she is arguably saving dozens of people on a daily basis. And Finn's like, how valuable is the arts? My parents are teachers. My mom teaches doctors how to be sensitive to sick patients. My wife is a teacher in the public school system here and is a social, justice activist. And then, I'm well known as an actor, and I'm constantly struggling to come to terms with, how valuable is what I do compared to the people around me.
Having an actor in charge of the project made it easy for the cast to connect.
I was curious as to how that was going to translate to him as a director, but he was so open to working with people in different ways and really playful and wanted to collaborate and wanted us to sort of change lines.
When you have an actor directing, he can speak to you in a way that some people may not be able to, so it's just the communication gets a little clearer.
Are you ready to go right now?
I'm right here, dude.
The family dramedy arrives in theaters Friday. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Brian Walshe is now facing murder charges in the case of his missing wife, Anna Walshe. Prosecutors are not revealing a lot about what led to the charge, but a spokesperson for the DA office telling Fox News Digital that he's also being charged with improper transport of a body. Fox News correspondent Brian Yanez is in Quincy, Massachusetts with more.
Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Certainly some very big news out of the Northeast as Brian Walshe, now already behind bars, but now going to be charged with murder of Anna Walshe, his wife, who was last seen on New Year's Day, the 1st of January. We're going to be joined by Matt Timpanic, criminal defense attorney at Timpanic Law. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And first, I just got to ask, what is the new development? What do you see in these new developments and the charge with this murder?
So by formally charging Brian Walshe with murder, the police have determined that they have enough evidence to formally charge him, basically saying they have probable cause that Anna Walshe was murdered by Brian Walshe. And I think what actually took so long, because I think it came out last week about the Google searches, $450 worth of cleaning supplies, him saying he was somewhere else, but he was really at Home Depot buying all this stuff. I think what it eventually was is the bloody knife that was found inside the residence matched Anna Walshe, because by formally charging him with murder, you are saying, the police are saying, that he is the individual responsible, and they can't do it without direct evidence linking him to it. So I think the DNA came back as a match for Anna Walshe.
And you were talking about it, how the DNA is so important in this case, because there are a lot of things potentially tying Brian Walshe, including that search, including the trip to Home Depot. But the DNA is so very, very important, right?
Oh, absolutely. There are two types of cases and ways to prove it in a criminal case. One is a direct evidence case, meaning that all of the evidence points in one direction and one direction only. However, there is no body right now as it stands in this case. As such, the police are charging him, and the police plan to prosecute him under a circumstantial evidence standard, which means that you eliminate everybody else being an individual who could have committed this crime, leaving only one person left. And that's Brian Walshe.
Definitely. And you also brought up the fact that there is no body yet, and the search continues for Anna Walshe. And obviously, there is a dim hope that she might still be out there. But how big is that in terms of this case, the fact that Anna Walshe has not been discovered yet?
It has, the problem with that is, and it creates a reasonable doubt. However, if they are charging him, they have to think that the blood they found, the individual whose blood it was, which I believe would be Anna Walshe's, could not have survived with the amount of blood loss. That's how you can argue murder, because otherwise we could be in some kind of situation where it's like, well, she's nowhere to be found. We don't know that she's dead. It's like, no, based on the blood that we found that we matched to her, that individual had to be deceased. No individual could survive that type of blood loss.
And I also have to ask, because between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe, there is also a police report dating back some time about the fact that Brian potentially threatened to kill Anna Walshe. Will that be brought up in a potential trial here? Is that a part of this investigation, do you think?
The prosecution is definitely going to try to introduce it. His defense attorney is going to try like crazy to keep that out, because it essentially tells them that they were on notice. However, if he were to argue some kind of that she left on her own, she's not actually dead, the prosecution could then argue that statement, that in fact that he intended to do this to kind of counteract his theory of the case.
And we do know a lot of these details, and we know Brian Walshe is still behind bars, and it was an art deal that kind of led him with that parole that he wasn't allowed to leave the house, and he went to the Home Depot. How does he find out the news that he's officially charged with murder? Maybe how does his kind of perspective change? Because he's already in prison, but he's going to get arraigned potentially tomorrow. How does that change for Brian?
Well, remember, there are two different things. There's jail and prison. Right now, he is actually in jail in Norfolk County on the misleading police on a $500,000 bond. When he is formally charged and brought in front of a judge will grant no bond, meaning the defendant cannot get out of jail no matter what, because in murder cases, there is no expectation of bond. His federal case could potentially be used against him as he has pled guilty to them, and they are crimes of dishonesty. If he were to take the stand, those charges and convictions would come into evidence as impeachment against him.
How much do those kind of overlap a little bit? Because there are two crimes, obviously, the charge of murder more significant. How much do those overlap in the court system?
I think that's primarily the main case where they would overlap. In a case where Brian Walshe takes the stand, those could be introduced, and sentencing, as all right, he's already been convicted of these charges in federal court. That goes to what kind of sentence he is. But if this is charged as a murder one, and I believe it will be, and if he's convicted in the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, it is automatic life without parole.
Okay. I was just going to ask you about that because obviously innocent until proven guilty, but once he goes to trial, and there's certainly a lot of evidence against Brian Walshe, what does that entail? And like you said, life without parole, is that the only kind of option?
That is, except in a case where the feds step in and try to charge Mr. Walshe as some kind of violation, or there's a federal aspect. Massachusetts does not have the death penalty. And if he's convicted for murder in the first degree, it's automatic life without parole, nothing more. But that's only if the feds do not step in. That is certainly simple. Matt Tympanik, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else you would like to add about this investigation, about the case, or potentially a trial? All right. Thank you so much, Matt Tympanik, criminal defense attorney at Tympanik Law. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's revisit a press conference that we brought you all live, raw, and unfiltered about 1 hour or so ago. We're watching a special address by United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres. He's speaking at the World Economic Forum, speaking on a wide range of international affairs. So again, let's revisit this just in case you missed it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Foundations of international law and the United Nations Charter. We are doing our best, making progress where we can, particularly in facilitating exports of food and fertilizers from Ukraine and also from Russia. But we are a far cry from peace in line with international law and the United Nations Charter. So, dear friends, all these challenges are interlinked, and they are piling up like cars in a chain reaction crash. Now, let's be clear. It would be difficult to find solutions to these global interlinked problems in the best of times and in a world that would be united. But these are far from being the best of times, and the world is far from being united. Instead, we face the gravest levels of geopolitical division and mistrust in generations, and it is undermining everything. First, the East-West divide. We risk what I've called a great fracture, the decoupling of the world's two largest economies. A tectonic rift that would create two different sets of trade rules, two dominant currencies, two internets, and two conflicting strategies on artificial intelligence. This is the last thing we need. The IMF reported that dividing the global economy into two blocks could cut global GDP by a whopping $1.4 trillion. Now, there are many aspects in which the US and China relations will inevitably diverge, particularly on questions of human rights and on some areas of regional security. But despite that, it is possible, and I would say it is essential, for the two countries to have meaningful engagement on climate, trade and technology to avoid the decoupling of economies, of even the possibility of future confrontations. For the historians that might be listening, we must avoid a 21st century sequel of the so-called Thucydides trap. At the same time, and secondly, the North-South divide is deepening. I am not convinced, in my contacts, that the wealthier world and their leaders truly grasps the degree of frustration and even anger in the global South. Frustration and anger about the gross inequity of vaccine distribution in the recent past. Frustration and anger about the pandemic recovery, with support overwhelmingly concentrated in wealthier countries that could print money. And trillions were printed in the global north, and of course, developing countries could not print money because their currencies would go out the drain. Frustration and anger about a climate crisis that is crippling countries that contributed least to global heating, and the lack of the financial resources to respond to the challenge. And frustration and anger over a morally bankrupt financial system in which systemic inequalities are amplifying societal inequalities. A system that is still routinely denying debt relief and concessional funding to vulnerable middle-income countries that are in desperate need, because the rules are not made to allow it. A system in which most of the world's poorest countries saw their debt service payments skyrocketed by 35% in the last year alone. Now, we need to bridge all these divides, and we need to restore trust. How can we do it? First, by reforming and building fairness into the global financial system. Developing countries need access to finance to reduce poverty and hunger and advance the Sustainable Development Goals. I have urged the G20 to agree on a global SDG stimulus plan that would provide support to countries of the Global South, including the vulnerable middle-income ones. They need the necessary liquidity, debt relief and restructuring, as well as long-term lending to invest in sustainable development. In short, we need a new debt architecture. And multilateral development banks must change their business model. Beyond their own operations, that of course are very important, they must concentrating on multiplying their impact, leveraging massively private finance in a systematic way, providing guarantees, accepting to be first risk takers in coalitions of financial institutions to support developing countries, without creating the conditions for massive inflow of private finance at reasonable cost to the developing world, there is simply no solution. International financial institutions are too small, and the capacity to increase ODA is not to be seen in the short term. Then second, bridging divides and restoring trust means meaningful climate action, and climate action now. The battle to keep the 1.5-degree limit alive will be won or lost in these decades, on our watch. And right now, we have to confess that the battle is being lost. So we need to act together to close the emissions gap. And that means to phase out progressively coal and supercharge the renewable revolution, to end the addiction to fossil fuels, and to stop our self-defeating war on nature. On the other hand, the developed world must finally deliver on its 100 billion climate finance commitment to support developing countries. Adaptation finance must be doubled, as it was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh. And the biggest emitters, namely the G20 countries, must unite around the Climate Solidarity Pact, in which they make extra efforts in the 2020s to keep the 1.5-degree limit alive. And it doesn't work if developed countries attribute responsibility to emerging economies and emerging economies attribute responsibility to developed countries. They need to come together, to bring together all their capacities, financial and technological, with the developed ones providing financial and technical assistance to help the major emerging economies to accelerate their renewable energy transition. Because if they don't, we will not be able to reduce emissions at the level that is necessary to keep the 1.5-degree goal, I would say to keep the 2-degree goal alive. And our climate goals need the full engagement of the private sector. Now, the truth is that more and more businesses are making net zero commitments, but benchmarks and criteria are often dubious or murky. And this can mislead consumers, investors, and regulators with false narratives. And it feeds a culture of climate misinformation and confusion, and leaves the door open to greenwashing. That's why we created an expert group on net zero emissions commitments. Recently, the group has issued a how-to guide for credible, accountable net zero pledges. And here at Davos, I call on all corporate leaders to act based on these guidelines, to put forward credible and transparent transition plans on how to achieve net zero, and to submit those plans before the end of the year. Now, the transition to net zero must be grounded in real emissions cuts and not relying essentially on carbon credits or shadow markets. And finally, what is true about private sector engagement on climate applies across a range of challenges. And government action is critical, even if obviously it is not enough. We must find avenues to boost the private sector's ability to play its full role for good. And it must be recognized that in many ways, the private sector today is leading, but it is to a certain extent undermined by government action or the lack of government action. Governments need to create the adequate regulatory and stimulus environments to support the private sector instead of maintaining rules, subsidies and other forms of action that undermine the efforts of the private sector to move forward in climate action. And business models and practices must be reworked to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. Without creating the conditions for the massive engagement of the private sector, it will be impossible to move from the billions to trillions that is needed to achieve the SDGs. To lead the way, to expand economic opportunity for women, to ensure greater engagement and cooperation for vaccine equity, to achieve global food security, and for that, we need the cooperation of the private sector to keep Ukrainian and Russian food and fertilizer exports flowing and affordable. Even in the midst of the war, the insurance sector has helped support the movement of vessels from Ukraine and Russia. And we urgently need other private sector actors to engage, such as the banking sector, the traders, and the shippers. Across the spectrum of global challenges, we need private sector resourcefulness and cooperation to be able to advance in our common objectives of peace, of sustainable development, and of human rights. So, Excellencies and dear friends, there are no perfect solutions in a perfect storm, but we can work to control the damage and to seize the opportunities available. And now more than ever, it's time to forge the best ways to cooperation in our fragmented world, to adopt multilateral solutions, to bring trust to where trust is badly needed because the world cannot wait. And I thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I think you also heard a warm applause that your call to action was well received. And I think we also have seen in the last years that businesses are taking on more responsibilities, both on climate and nature. But as you said, we are flirting with a climate disaster, a battle that we are almost losing. But what I think we all don't really understand is that we all know that the cost of inaction far exceeds the cost of action. And why is not the financing happening? Why is not the money to adaptation coming there? Is there, how do you explain this? Because if there was common sense, we would do it. Maybe it's not that common.
Well, there is a difference. The cost of action is today's cost. The cost of inaction is already today's cost, but it is essentially tomorrow's cost. And we have a dramatic bias in the political life, but also in many areas of the business life, which is the preference for the present. No, I was in politics for a large part of my life. And I know how important it is for politicians to look at the polls, to see how things are going, to look at the next elections. And today in the world, most of the political choices that are made are still made with a short-term perspective and looking more at polls, future elections, political power struggles, and less on effectively solving problems. Let's be frank. And in the business community, there was a clear trend, which is now being mitigated, to look essentially into short-term objectives, to increase the value of shareholders. And to increase the value of shareholders is to bet on short-term measures to get short-term results and forget about the future, because the future we will see afterwards. So we badly need to change the mentality of decision makers in the public sector and in the private sector. And I would say it will be easier to do it in the private sector than in the public sector. But politicians need to understand, and sometimes we are faced with this kind of challenges. It is better to take today decisions that will eventually be not popular, but it will be essential to be able to shape the public opinion itself. My experience when I was in government is that when I was following the polls, I would have problems in the short term. And then when I was able to show leadership and go even to what was the prevailing trend of the opinion and take the decisions that were necessary to ensure the future of my country at the time, that in the end would pay. So my appeal to decision makers in the public and the private sector is, don't look about what's going to happen to you tomorrow, look into what's going to happen to all of us in the future. And to be honest, it is also already happening now.
Oh, thank you. And I think what we would hope for is that people that aspire to be leaders, both in business and in governments, also think about what kind of legacy they want to leave.
And we need to create systems of stimulus that benefit long-term thinking, instead of the present systems that theoretically are conceived to benefit short-term results.
And I guess
this is very important.
Social media is maybe not helping when it comes to incentivizing long-term thinking.
No, I mean, we have in social media all kinds of things. We have fantastic contributions to social media for the most noble causes of humankind. And we have also the problems, in my opinion, of the business model of social media, in which, of course, the interest is to have as much interactions as possible and to reach as much people as possible. And as we know from traditional media, that what is news is not when a dog bites a man. What is news is when a man bites a dog. The algorithms and the business model of social media are constructed in such a way that they tend to expand the, I would say, the informations, the positions, the ideas that are more extreme, that are more controversial, that create more trouble. And so I think it's not a question of censorship that will solve the problem. The question is the business model needs to be redesigned, the algorithms need to be redesigned in order not to be based on evil to make profit.
No, it's such a good point. You know, when we grew up and read the papers, the editor took the pride in everything being correct in the paper. And now there's no editing. It's up to the individual to then assess if this is true or not.
Yes, but there is a responsibility of the platforms. I mean, one can argue if we have something, as you mentioned, in the media, and if someone is attacked in a way that is wrong, there is a possibility to go to the court. In social media, there is no responsibility. And I can understand the argument of social media platforms saying, well, this is put by people, so it's not our responsibility. But the truth is that the algorithms are made in such a way that they amplify in a preferential way a certain number of things. And when the algorithm amplifies, then there is, in my opinion, a responsibility, and there should be accountability, including through the legal system in relation to those situations. At least when false information, defamation, all other kinds of things are benefited, are not only just what someone puts, but are benefited by the way the algorithm amplifies that. That creates, in my opinion, a responsibility of the platform.
No, thank you very much for that. Reflecting on the state of the world and listening to your very powerful speech, I was reflecting, have you ever in your career seen such...
The time is now 7:06. You're streaming live now from Fox as we take a look back at this live press conference that took place earlier this morning. We're listening in as the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, delivers a special address to the World Economic Forum and also answers questions when it comes to international affairs. At this time, we will take a 2-minute commercial break, but don't go anywhere because we'll catch you all up to speed on top stories, including the latest when it comes to Russia's war on Ukraine, severe weather, as well as other international headlines. Those top stories and more coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. President Biden now refusing to answer questions about those classified documents found in at least 4 locations. As the Justice Department investigation continues, the White House says there may be some information they just cannot reveal right now. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
Come on, guys.
Reporters didn't hear from the president's lawyers today, but the White House brought the Golden State Warriors to the Brady briefing room.
Good afternoon, everybody.
And the press secretary.
I have been forthcoming from this podium.
And yet, most questions directed at Karine Jean-Pierre went unanswered. Reporters repeatedly referred to the White House counsel's office, which had made an advisor, not a lawyer, available just an hour earlier, referring reporters to the Department of Justice and the president's personal attorneys.
We've been trying to answer questions thoroughly and completely, but the very nature of being cooperative with an ongoing investigation means that we need to let that investigation play out.
Among the unanswered questions, how many documents were found, whether there will be additional searches, and the reason President Biden's personal attorneys, who don't have security clearances, were involved in the search for records from a previous administration.
Many of the answers from here may need to wait until the conclusion of the special counsel's review.
President Biden also ignored questions.
Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? I looked him straight in the eye and said it. He looked me back and didn't say a word. Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? He looked at me, didn't say a word.
Members of Congress want to know who had access to the Biden home, especially after the Secret Service announced it does not keep visitor logs, and neither does the White House.
And if they didn't write it down anywhere, Neil, we're going to have to seek those answers some other way. We may have to subpoena members of the Biden family and others who may have worked at the residence to find out who was there. Why? Because we had critical, very highly sensitive, classified information there.
So far, nobody has answered whether there's any sort of assessment underway to determine if national security was jeopardized. We planned to ask about it today, but Fox was skipped in the briefing just as we were on Friday, so now we're trying to get those answers over email. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Taking a Live Now look from the United States Capitol building, where a high-stakes test of the new leadership in Congress is set for this week, when Treasury Secretary says the U.S. will hit its debt ceiling and will need congressional action to avoid a default. Republicans want to use negotiations to cut down on spending, but Democrats and the White House say no. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has to start putting in place extraordinary measures to keep paying the nation's bills, warning in a letter to House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that by Thursday the U.S. would hit the debt ceiling, and Congress needs to reach an agreement to raise the limit to avoid a default. Speaker McCarthy has said he wants spending cuts.
We're 6 months away. Why wouldn't we sit down now and change this behavior? That we would put ourselves on a more fiscally strong position. It would make the future generation, make our nation stronger.
Currently, the borrowing limit stands at about $31.4 trillion.
It's true. The budget outlook is unsustainable, and the growth is on the spending side. So that needs to be dealt with. Have a good fight on the spending. Just don't do it with the debt limit.
The White House has given a firm no to negotiations, saying the debt limit should not be a political football.
Congress must deal with the debt limit and must do so without conditions. We are not going to be negotiating over the debt ceiling.
If the U.S. defaults or even comes close, it would mean financial disaster at home and abroad.
We can and should have a robust debate about spending going forward, if that's what the new House majority would like. But to threaten to not pay America's debts would put all of us at risk.
Secretary Yellen said the U.S. is not likely to default before June, but said even the threat can cause real harm. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
You're streaming live now from Fox's time here, 7:13 a.m. Let's take a quick break, but when we return, we'll have a live conversation because happening today, Derek Chauvin's attorney will be back in court. We'll bring you all the details in just 2 minutes. Welcome back. The time here, 7:15 a.m. Let's continue to bring you all the latest news when it comes to the debt ceiling. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen says the United States will hit its debt ceiling this week. And while she can buy some time, the countdown is on for Congress to raise the country's credit limit. Here's more.
An expert on this, an economist. Thank you so much, Michael Santo, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, this is a big deal. Just give us a breakdown. What is the debt ceiling and what kind of crisis looms potentially with this Thursday deadline?
It's kind of like a crisis that Congress has inflicted upon itself by maintaining a century-old law that they constantly have to lift the limit on the debt to pay for things that they already voted to pay. There is no alternative here. It's just a simple matter that the Treasury Department is not allowed to borrow over set limits, which they constantly only basically raise a minimal amount, and then they end up back here again. And the Democratic and Republican refuse to cooperate on most things, then make it into a big fight. It's really ugly, and they just need to eliminate the.
All right, guys, we will revisit that update on the United States debt ceiling in just a bit, but we do have a live guest joining our show, so let's switch gears for a moment. Happening today, Derek Chauvin's attorney will be back in court, his legal team trying to get him a new trial or at least a new sentence. Joining us now live is Bill Keller in St. Paul with the very latest. Good morning, Bill. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Yeah, it's actually been more than 21 months since a Hennepin County jury found Derek Chauvin guilty of the murder of George Floyd. Of course, that video with his knee on George Floyd's neck seen around the world. Well, later this morning, Chauvin's defense, they're going to be back in court. They want to argue that that trial never should have taken place in Minneapolis, where the crime happened. Chauvin's appeal, actually, he's appealing his murder conviction, claiming that he couldn't get a fair trial because it was not moved out of Hennepin County. Now, this morning, there will be a 3-judge panel. They'll hear oral arguments here in the state's capital. In their court filing, though, we read that Chauvin's defense argues that he was convicted by a jury, possibly swayed by, obviously, the mountain of pre-trial publicity. In their response, though, prosecutors say that Chauvin received a fair trial. He received a fair sentence. He got 22 and a half years in prison. Keep in mind, the 46-year-old is also serving time on federal charges. So even if he wins this appeal, Chauvin will likely remain in prison for the next 2 decades. And that is because he pleaded guilty to violating George Floyd's civil rights. The 21-year sentence he got for that would not be impacted.
Right, a huge thank you to our news partner, Bill Keller, for bringing us that update. At this time, let's go ahead and revisit the story we attempted to bring you all just moments ago. The United States debt ceiling could possibly reach its limit this week. Here's more from Live Now from Fox's Andy Mack.
From Fox. Obviously, this is a big deal. Just give us a breakdown. What is the debt ceiling and what kind of crisis looms potentially with this Thursday deadline?
It's kind of like a crisis that Congress has inflicted upon itself by maintaining a century-old law that they constantly have to lift the limit on the debt to pay for things that they already voted to pay. There is no alternative here. It's just a simple matter that the Treasury Department is not allowed to borrow over set limits, which they constantly only basically raise a minimal amount, and then they end up back here again. And the Democratic and Republican refuse to cooperate on most things, then make it into a big fight. It's really ugly, and they just need to eliminate the law, to be in all honesty.
And obviously, we're talking about this, the debt limit, and what it could do to the economy, what it could do to the markets. And certainly, like you said, there's a potential that they could just raise it before Thursday. What can it do to the economy as we approach Thursday? Kind of what does it do to the economy as a whole?
Well, we have to see how long Treasury Department can maneuver around it. And I don't know exactly what the date is. I haven't seen today's figure. So the Treasury Department does do maneuvers so that the government is able to go ahead. But it is actually, in theory, a catastrophic threat to the United States economy and the global economy. And I think that people need to always understand that the dollar is the global currency. It is the foundation of the global economy. And our treasuries are preferred by the Japanese, Chinese, every major economy, as basically they use as a piggy bank. I remember one person once criticized the situation and saying that we shouldn't be the bankers to the rest of the world. Of course we should be, because we profit from it. We gain enormously in terms of financing our own economy by being the banker to the whole world. And it undermines the trust in our currency and our government debt and the global economy. We provide a public service that we profit off of by having international currency. And anything that undermines the trust in the US dollar, US treasuries, and our government weakens that and could undermine the foundation of the economy for the last 70 years. The global economy, speak of, not just the US economy.
Correct. Yeah, like you said, the trust is a big factor as we approach that Thursday deadline. But like they said from earlier, the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen said it wouldn't default until June. So this really isn't a hard deadline, correct?
Yes, because they do have all of these maneuvers, which give Congress more time to play games. But that's the problem. It is games between Democrats and Republicans that undermine trust in our economic and political institutions. And there is an alternative. And I'm going to say this from a nonpartisan standpoint. The House has a Republican majority. And a couple weeks ago, we saw a spectacle where the Republicans could not pick a Speaker of the House. And honestly, if the Republicans and the Democrats start to cooperate, the Democrats could have just facilitated it. Because what you saw there, for example, is the Republicans do have a small but solid and clear majority. And the Republican Party found itself at the mercy of a fringe minority in the Republican Party. And we're going to see the same scenario play out potentially with Democrats and very narrow fringe minority. And if the Democrats and Republicans cooperate, they can recognize the inevitable, which is the vast majority of Republicans and Democrats do not want the United States to default and undermine the whole global economy. And the vast majority of people understand that the Republicans have a majority. And it's two parties that have been doing this decades, that this hateful game. And now they're playing games with the debt ceiling. And they've been doing it for a decade, both parties. They honestly, in my view, need to work together because there's no question among any respectable economist, this needs to be lifted. And it's a pointless fight. It is a completely pointless fight politically, morally, economically, across the board. This is money that they've already spent. They need to pay their bills. And they are able to do that because the U.S. economy is the largest and our debt is the piggy bank to the world. We are, because we're powerful, the bankers to the world. And in our country, Americans profit from that special status of the United States. Why would any Democrat or Republican want to threaten that special status that we've had in the last 70 years or so?
Correct. And like you said, it was a spectacle when it took 15 votes for Kevin McCarthy to earn that speakership. Does that bother economists? Does that scare economists that potentially we could be on for another wild ride just of spectacle in that regard?
Yeah, I mean, with these various things, I mean, that goes a little bit beyond pure economics, but I think it's unnecessary. You know, of course, in that case, Democrats kind of enjoyed it. They thought they were scoring points against the Republican Party. And in this case, the Republicans feel like they can make the Biden administration sweat. But both parties, which largely agree on the vast majority of issues, and a lot of times in crises, they do come together, they know what needs to be done. And I think that they need to stop treating each other as enemies. And that's why we get a ridiculous fight every year, seemingly, on this debt ceiling, which everyone understands is pointless. So I see this as partisanship. I don't see fundamental American institutions being actually under challenge in the world. I think that no serious person believes there's an economic rival, that there's an alternative to the dollar or to our treasuries, the size of them, the reliability, the robust power of our economy. But they are kind of playing with fire. One credit agency, I believe about 10 years ago, even downgraded a little bit our treasuries about 10 years ago about this exact debate. And this is a self-inflicted wound by Congress. And I do, honestly. I can't hold back. I feel that this is ugly partisanship, that Republicans and Democrats, for fundraising and for energizing their respective bases, like to fight each other. But they have to raise it, and both sides have to work together. There's a lot of issues we disagree on, but the vast majority of issues we agree on. And I think that both parties could work together better on this economic issue. You're not going to find virtually any respectable economist who's saying, oh, maybe we shouldn't lift the debt limit. It's playing with fire. If one day they screw up, the global economy and investors and foreign governments may recognize that it's technical default. Warren Buffett has had some choice words about this, saying that the U.S. is still the strongest. I know he's correct, and the world probably would too. But why play with fire on this? That is incomprehensible. Just scoring points against each other, Democrats and Republicans, raising money and energizing the base at the potential risk to our country's key institutions.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live and Now from Fox. Certainly, we'll keep our eyes on this, the debt ceiling, the deadline on Thursday, like you said, potentially playing with fire with both the U.S. economy and also the world economy. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack and Michael Sant.
All right, the time is now 7:26 a.m. You're streaming live now from Fox. Let's take a listen back as Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaks on foreign affairs. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to listen into a few of his comments, and then we'll bring you all a recap of the top stories that we are following out of Washington, D.C.
Mr. Sunak have committed to standing with Ukraine for as long as it takes, and our teams are in lockstep as we coordinate our efforts, both with one another and also with our many allies and partners. We remain committed to sustaining our security assistance to Ukraine as it defends its people against Russia's brutal attacks, like the one we saw just this weekend on an apartment building in Dnipro on Saturday, far from the front lines. The senseless attack was launched from a missile designed to sink ships and killed dozens of people, wounded scores more. The youngest was just 3 years old. We applaud the Prime Minister's commitment over the weekend to send Challenger 2 tanks and additional artillery systems to Ukraine, elements that will continue to reinforce and add to what the United States has provided, including in our most recent drawdown. We remain united in strengthening our humanitarian assistance to the Ukrainian people, especially as President Putin continues to weaponize winter by attacking Ukraine's electricity grid. Through the G7, we're working with the United Kingdom and other partners to help Ukraine repair, restore, and defend that grid. And we joined in applying economic pressure through coordinated sanctions and export controls on Moscow, holding President Putin and his enablers accountable, imposing costs designed to deprive Russia of the resources it needs to keep fueling its war machine. We're undertaking these efforts and more to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position when a negotiating table emerges so that there can be a just and durable peace. That is our common objective. At the same time, the Russian military attacks Ukraine's energy supplies. Putin is using energy to try to punish countries that support Ukraine. We're working together in several ways to ensure that these efforts fail as well. We're increasing the supply of liquefied natural gas from the United States to the United Kingdom. We've improved information sharing on ways to strengthen the market for energy-smart appliances. We're investing in developing and deploying new clean energy technologies all across Europe. In the face of these challenges, it's striking that many citizens of the United Kingdom and across the continent are rationing their energy use, taking quicker showers, lowering their heat. They understand the stakes of this war, and they too stand in solidarity with Ukraine. The Foreign Secretary and I also had an opportunity to discuss Iran. We stand with the British government in condemning Iran's execution of Iranian-British dual national Ali Reza Akbari, which was politically motivated and unjust. It fits a pattern of abuse by the regime: detentions, torture, forced confessions, unjust executions. We'll continue to work with the United Kingdom and our other allies and partners to hold Iran's leadership accountable for these and other abuses. We'll keep standing with the brave Iranians who are standing up for their own basic rights, led by young women, all of this in the face of extraordinary repression. We discussed matters as well related to the People's Republic of China. We welcome the United Kingdom's commitment to deepening its engagement in the Indo-Pacific. We look forward to continuing our close consultation on a host of issues in the region, including maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. We also support the United Kingdom's increased focus on national security risks to the sensitive technology sectors. In recent days, the United Kingdom has denied export licenses to research laboratories funded by foreign defense companies and blocked the transfer of sensitive intellectual property. Our conversation also touched on Northern Ireland. I affirmed President Biden's unequivocal support for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which over the past 25 years has been integral to preserving peace, stability, and prosperity for the people of Northern Ireland. The United States believes that there must be a negotiated settlement to the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol that's acceptable to all sides, and we're heartened that in recent days the United Kingdom and the European Union have made substantive progress toward a negotiated solution. Last month, we appointed Joe Kennedy as our new Special Envoy to Northern Ireland for Economic Affairs. A career public servant, Joe will draw on his extensive experience to support economic growth in Northern Ireland and to deepen our nation's people-to-people ties with all communities. This September will mark an important occasion in our own special relationship, the 75th anniversary of the UK-US Fulbright program. It's supported over those years more than 27,000 students, scholars, professionals, spanning disciplines from art and science to history to mathematics, as they travel between our countries and learn from and grow with one another. That bond between our people is the beating heart of this relationship. It's carried us through challenging times. It's created opportunities and innovation for the benefit of both of our people, and I might add, for the world. I know that it will keep us connected closer than ever this year and in the years to come. And with that, James, over to you.
Tony, thank you very much. I'm delighted to pay my first official visit to Washington as Foreign Secretary. As you said, we've had plenty of opportunities to meet and work together over the last few months since my appointment in multilateral fora, where we reinforce so often our respective positions. And I am incredibly grateful to Secretary Blinken for this opportunity to discuss a wide range of foreign policy issues and to reaffirm the unbreakable friendship and enduring alliance between the United Kingdom and the United States of America. Now, as it happens, we are meeting on the 80th anniversary of the Casablanca Conference in January 1943, where Winston Churchill and President Roosevelt and their respective military chiefs, General Allenbrook and General Marshall, planned the liberation of Europe and planned the victory over aggression. And as Secretary Blinken said, the main subject of our talks today was Ukraine's current struggle against aggression in our time. From the onset of this crisis, Britain and America have worked hand in glove to help our Ukrainian friends defend their homeland against Putin's aggression. Ukraine's heroic armed forces have liberated thousands of square miles, and I have no doubt they can win in their battle for freedom. As you will have seen, Britain has decided to accelerate our support, including the supply to Ukraine of main battle tanks, heavy artillery, and other military systems. Secretary Blinken and I are hugely encouraged not just by the unity between our two countries, but the transatlantic unity between the United States and Europe, and the support from nations on every continent. Almost a year after Russia's attack against Ukraine, which broke the fundamental principles of international law, and we see them committing acts of barbarism wherever they advance. What we see is dozens of countries supplying Ukraine with weapons and enforcing sanctions against Russia. And I pay particular tribute to the United States of America, the largest military and economic donor to our friends in Ukraine, reinforcing this country's long-standing commitment to protecting freedom and opposing tyranny wherever it rears its ugly head. And whilst 3/4 of the entire membership of the United Nations voted to condemn this invasion, we should remember that never in living memory has Russia been more isolated and the Atlantic Alliance more united. If Putin believed that the world would succumb to Ukraine fatigue and lose the will to resist his ambitions, then that was once again another colossal misjudgment on his part. As Tony said, we also discussed the situation in Iran, where the regime has committed a cowardly and shameful act by executing a British-Iranian dual national, Alireza Akbari. I'm very grateful to the United States of America for publicly condemning the execution and for Secretary Blinken expressing his condolences in our meeting a few moments ago. And also, our two countries stand with the brave and dignified people of Iran as they demand their rights to live free of terror and oppression. And the UK has sanctioned those involved with the execution of Mr. Akbari and those involved in the oppression of their own people, including the Iranian Prosecutor General. For years, Iran's leadership have inflicted bloodshed on their regional neighbors by arming and supporting military extremists and militias. Now Iran has gone further and supplied Russia with the drones that were used to kill civilians in Ukraine. And the UK will join with the US and other allies to hold the Iranian regime to account for the violations of the rights of their own people, and by making themselves accomplices to Putin's assault on Ukraine. Another threat to the international peace and security comes from Iran's nuclear program, which has never been more advanced. And the US and the UK are determined that Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. We also discussed China's growing assertiveness on the world stage, which poses a systematic challenge to many of our values and interests. And we recognise the need to manage competition with China, including through diplomacy and engagement. And we spoke of the need to enhance with our allies and friends our respective economic security. And we also need to take a long view, strengthen our resilience and reduce strategic dependencies. But nor can we ignore China or the need to engage with it, given China's significance on every issue in world affairs, ranging from economic stability to climate change. Britain and America share a steadfast commitment to peace and security in the Indo-Pacific. And the AUKUS partnership, a decade-long project to provide a nuclear-powered, conventionally armed submarine capability to Australia, is only possible because of the unique bond of trust between us. We also spoke about Northern Ireland and our negotiations with the EU and our efforts to resolve the issues of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And we recognise the interest that the President of the United States has on this issue, and his desire, which is shared, of course, by us, to see the institutions of the Northern Ireland back up and running. In all these areas, and indeed many others, Britain and America are working in concert in the greatest tradition of our alliance. And I thank you, Secretary Blinken, once again for the opportunity to discuss these issues here in Washington. Thank you.
We'll now turn to questions. We'll start with Andrea Mitchell of NBC News.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Mr. Secretary, first, I do want to ask you both about Ukraine, but first, let me just ask you, because while you were at the State Department, not at the White House and the Vice President's office, you were for 2 years the managing director of the Penn Biden Center, and just ask if you were aware of any reason why classified documents would have been packed and brought there while you were there, and whether you would be available for an interview if the special counsel requests.
The short answer is no. Just as you heard from President Biden about a week ago, I was surprised to learn that there were any government records taken to the Penn Biden Center. I had no knowledge of it at the time. The White House, of course, has indicated that the administration is cooperating fully with the review that the Justice Department has undertaken, and I, of course, would cooperate fully with that review myself.
Thank you. On Ukraine, the world has been horrified by what happened in Dnipro over the weekend, and this brutal attack only reinforces President Zelensky's requests for more weapons, including long-range missiles from the United States, tanks, fighter jets, ATACMS, obviously Apaches, whatever else they need. The Foreign Secretary has said that we need to go further and faster and give them what it takes to win. Why has the United States not provided more of these long-range weapons, more of these systems? And Mr. Foreign Secretary, the U.S. has said that they are concerned about Russia's response, about provoking a further escalation. Is that not a concern for Great Britain, or do you think that that is overstated and that there is a greater need, as you have certainly expressed by your own actions? Thank you.
I'm happy to kick it off. Andrew, thank you. First, I think it's important to say that as this aggression has evolved, so too has our assistance to Ukraine, making sure that it has what it needs to meet the aggression head on. And as I said before, that started long before the Russian aggression, when we saw the storm clouds gathering in the months before the aggression. We initiated what we call drawdowns of our own military equipment to Ukraine to make sure that it had on hand what it would need if Russia went through with the aggression. So Stingers, Javelins, all of those were provided initially around Labor Day a year ago, and then again before Christmas. So this is months before the Russian aggression. The result of that was that when Russia went in, when they attacked, the Ukrainians had on hand what they needed to repel the effort to take Kyiv, to take the whole country. And then, of course, the war has evolved. The aggression has evolved. It moved to the south and the east, and that's where it's been. But if you look at the trajectory from Stingers to Javelins to HIMARS to Bradley fighting vehicles to Patriot missile batteries, we have continuously provided what Ukraine needs. And we're doing it in a way make sure that it's responsive to what's actually happening on the battlefield, as well as projecting where it might go, making sure as well that the Ukrainians are trained on the systems that were provided, that they have the ability to maintain the systems, because if they're not trained and the systems can't be maintained, it's not going to do you very much good for very long. So all of these things taken together have been critical to the success that Ukraine has had to date. It starts with their own courage and resilience, but it's certainly been strongly supported by our two countries and many other countries, and we continue to adapt along the way. Now, all of that totals, on the part of the United States, some $25 billion in security assistance to Ukraine over less than a year. And I would anticipate that you'll hear more announcements in the days to come. There'll be a meeting again at the end of the week of the so-called Ramstein group that Secretary Austin put together to make sure that we're coordinating security assistance among many countries. So stay tuned for more on that. But the bottom line is we are determined to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to succeed on the battlefield. As we've said, the fastest way to bring this war to a just and durable end, to get to diplomacy, to get to a negotiation, is to give Ukraine a strong hand on the battlefield. That's exactly what we're doing. Last thing I'll say, just because I have the opportunity to address this, there had been a narrative that the Russians were trying to push for many weeks and many months, that they're interested in diplomacy, Ukraine and we are not. That, of course, is entirely false, but I think you only have to look at Putin's own words in a recent conversation with President Erdogan of Turkey, in which he says, unless and until Ukraine accepts the new territorial realities, as he put it, there's nothing to negotiate. In other words, unless and until Ukraine acknowledges and accepts the fact that territory that Russia has seized by force, it's not getting back, there's nothing to negotiate. That, of course, is in and of itself a non-starter.
Andrea, look, I said in my opening remarks, and I'm going to reinforce it here, we should never lose sight of the fact that the United States of America is the single largest donor of military and economic aid to support Ukraine's self-defense of any country in the world. The UK is very proud to be number 2 in that pecking order. And it's very easy to get focused on individual equipment types. And of course, tanks are the headline of today. But in our package of military support, there were heavy artillery, the AS-90 system and the M109 system, the 155 caliber guns, as well as 105 caliber guns, as well as 100,000 rounds of artillery ammunition, millions of rounds of small arms ammunition. That was part of the package that we put forward. But we should also recognize the importance of the Patriot missile system. This is an incredibly sophisticated and important piece of air defense equipment. We've seen the horrors that Ukraine is having to endure because of air attacks, and so those air defense missile systems, the 50-plus Bradley armored fighting vehicles that were recently announced, these are really significant, meaningful donations to the military effort. From the UK's point of view, we certainly value the long-standing commitment that the United States of America has made, the contributions that we're making in the UK, both in terms of equipment and training. We do so standing shoulder to shoulder with the United States of America, as we have done throughout this. I was at the United Nations Security Council meeting, literally sitting next door to Secretary Blinken, when we together warned the world of what Putin was about to do. We knew what his intention was. We provided that warning to the world, and we have both physically and metaphorically been shoulder to shoulder in our condemnation of Putin's actions and our support to Ukraine ever since. And I think it's really important the American people recognize what their own government is doing in support of freedom and in opposition to this aggression and oppression.
Nick Allen of The Telegraph.
Thanks very much. Question for each of you, please. For Secretary Blinken, another question on tanks. Germany suggested today that it won't allow tanks to be sent to Ukraine unless the US sends them first. What's your response to that? And for the Foreign Secretary, did you pledge today that the Northern Ireland Protocol issue will be resolved by the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement? And did you discuss whether President Biden will visit the UK in April? Thank you.
So on the question of tanks, and for that matter, any weapon system, these are sovereign decisions for each country to make. I would note that what Germany has done to date has been quite extraordinary. And we've just had the recent announcement that they'll send infantry fighting vehicles to Ukraine and a Patriot missile battery. And that follows a long line of other steps that they've taken that I suspect most of us would not have thought, if not possible, certainly probable, just a year ago. But these are fundamentally decisions for each country to make as something that we respect. We've seen incredible solidarity among countries around the world to support Ukraine. And as I mentioned, Secretary Austin's going to be hosting another meeting of all of the countries that are involved in providing support to Ukraine at the end of this week. And I would expect further announcements to come out of that meeting.
All right, that was the latest update from United States Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He was joined by the United Kingdom's Foreign Secretary James Cleverly. They held a brief joint news conference speaking on international affairs, including Russia's ongoing relentless war on Ukraine. We just witnessed Secretary of State Antony Blinken say that the United States will continue to support the country of Ukraine. The time is now 7:50 a.m. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break. Live Now from Fox returns right after this.
a couple minutes ago. Liquid oxygen is still ongoing for both the first and second.
All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for choosing us as your source for top stories and breaking news. Just moments ago, we did witness a SpaceX launching the Falcon 9's GPS-3 space vehicle into lower orbit. Let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. Again, this took place just moments ago from Cape Canaveral, Florida.
Minutes it takes to land the first stage.
Tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
And there we just heard the call out that the tanks are now pressurizing as we get ready to retract the strong back. Now, as you can see from that gorgeous view on your screen, the weather in Florida is amazing. It looks great for launch. The range is green and also ready to support. Now, for some reason, we're unable to launch today. Our backup window is tomorrow at Thursday, January 19th.
Strong back retract has started.
At 7:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Once again, everything remains green for an on-time launch, 7:24 a.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex 40. We're now at T-minus 4 minutes and 9 seconds until liftoff. Everything continues to be go for launch. The large structure there on your screen is the strong back. As we heard the call out that we are preparing to retract that strong back. Once open, once those clamp arms that have opened, as they are now, that is able to retract fully. As Falcon 9 lifts off, the hydraulic arms will actually pull that strong back even further away in order to clear the way for ascent. That strong back is part of the transporter erector, or TE, as you often hear it referred to. That TE is what we use to roll Falcon 9 out to the launch pad and raise it to the vertical launch position. It also routes the power, the fluids, and the communication to both the rocket and the satellite. So at this point in time, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. I'm expecting that first stage to wrap LOX load in 10 seconds at T-minus 3 minutes. And that
Stage
second
1 LOX load is complete.
Oh, they got finished early. So there we heard that call out. At this point, second stage is still loading the liquid oxygen onto it. It looks about 90% full at this point in time, and that will conclude at T-minus 2 minutes. At that point, we will then begin to see more white clouds building around the vehicle. That's the chilled gas that rests above that liquid oxygen tank liquid surface. We vent it overboard in order to maintain pressure in the tanks as needed. So as we're basically venting that overboard, we'll see more of that white cloud forming as that gas reaches the humid Florida air and condenses into those clouds that we see. At T-minus 60 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup. And then just inside of T-minus 2 seconds, we'll light the Merlin M1D engines for liftoff. GPS 3.6 continues to be healthy. Falcon 9 team tracking no issues on the rocket. Weather still looking great. Expecting second stage LOX load to complete here just momentarily.
Stage 2 LOX load is complete.
And there we heard that call out. So at this point in time, Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with just over 1 million pounds of liquid oxygen and RP1. Start to see those white clouds forming as we vent the gaseous liquid oxygen there overboard. Beautiful day at
Ground
space.
gas close up.
Beautiful day at the Space Coast for a rocket launch. So in 15 seconds, we'll hear the call out that F9 is in startup, indicating that the onboard flight computers have taken over the launch countdown.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
All right, there's that call out. At this point in time, both first and second stages will begin to pressurize for launch.
This is the mission director. Go for launch. T-minus 30 seconds. 15 seconds. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff of Falcon 9. Go GPS, go Falcon. Vehicles pushing downrange. Stage 1 chamber pressure is nominal.
As you can see, Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Pad 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, carrying the GPS-3 Space Vehicle 6 payload. M1D engines are about to throttle down in preparation for the maximum loads that the vehicle will experience. That'll occur just after T-minus 1 minute, known as max Q. During ascent, those M1D engines will actually swivel and help steer Falcon 9, a maneuver known as gimbaling.
Vehicle is supersonic.
Approaching max Q now.
Max Q.
So at this point in time, we've now passed through that moment of maximum aerodynamic pressure. As I was saying, the M1D engines will gimbal, or basically maneuver a little bit by a couple of degrees, so that the rocket autonomously tilts those engines just a little bit, a few degrees, and that gimbaling allows the vehicle to perform a gravity turn, which is when we go vertical as well as horizontal. So we heard the call out, MVAC chill has begun. That is the second stage preparing that MVAC engine for ignition. So in about 30 seconds, we'll have 3 events coming up in quick succession. The first event will be main engine cutoff, or MECO, followed immediately by stage separation, and the third event being second engine start 1, or SES1 as it's written on your timeline at the bottom of the stage. About 15 seconds away from main engine cutoff, everything looks nominal with the vehicle.
MECO. Stage separation.
MVAC ignition.
All right, there we heard all the call outs, and you can see there on your screen, we have confirmation of successful main engine cutoff, stage separation.
Both vehicles are following nominal trajectories.
Second engine start 1, and there we just heard that everything is looking nominal for both the first and second stages. The view on the left is really interesting because you can see both the first stage, which is at the bottom, or excuse me, on the top, and then the second stage, which has ignited its engine there at the bottom. So the first stage is still coasting upward. It has not yet reached its apogee. It will, once it does, it will then come back down to Earth and begin its journey to our drone ship, a short fall of gravitas. Up next is fairing separation, which we see there, our first view of the GPS-3 payload. The view on the left-hand side of your screen is the first stage, and the second stage on the right-hand side of your screen. Now those fairings that we saw separate, another cool view there on the left-hand side of your screen.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
We will attempt to recover those fairing halves. They are flying for the first time today, and we'll attempt to retrieve them using our recovery vessel, Doug. We're now at T plus 4 minutes and 17 seconds into today's mission, currently in the first of 2 planned MVAC burns for satellite deployment. In less than 2 minutes, you should be able to see the first stage entry burn on the left-hand side of your screen. We expect that to last about 30 seconds. For that entry burn, we relight the center engine, E9, as well as two of the radial engines, E1 and E5, so that we have a total of 3 M1D engines helping to slow the vehicle down as it passes back through the Earth's atmosphere. You can also, if you watch carefully on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see those grid fins actuating or activating.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories
to help steer the vehicle back down to its precise landing on the drone ship. Now, the Falcon 9 supporting today's mission is performing this entry burn for the second time in its lifetime. As I mentioned before, it previously supported the Crew 5 mission, whereas those fairing halves will be re-entering for the first time of their lifetime. Now, while Falcon 9 makes its way back to Earth, we will be able to see that re-entry burn on our screen, as I mentioned before. As whenever it was sitting on the pad prior to launch, we were able to see some of that soot left over from its previous mission. If you've ever wondered how that soot is actually formed, it's generated when the carbon-based rocket-grade kerosene, that RP1, burns, and then since the re-entry occurs with the engines re-entering first, the booster basically flies right through its own plume, which then deposits the soot onto the exterior of the rocket. So we're expecting that entry burn to begin in just under 10 seconds.
Stage 1 FTSC.
Everything looking nominal with the second stage.
Stage 1, entry burn startup.
All right, we heard the call out, and now we can see it on the screen that that entry burn has begun. This will last for about 30 seconds. Beautiful view of planet Earth in the backdrop there of the second stage views on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1, entry burn shut down.
All right, that entry burn has concluded. The vehicle will continue to autonomously steer itself back to the drone ship.
Both vehicles continue to follow nominal trajectories.
The first stage will continue to steer itself back down to Earth. As I mentioned before, we'll be attempting to land on our drone ship a short fall of gravitas. Now, today's mission, for those of you that may have just joined us, is GPS-3 Space Vehicle 6 for the U.S. Space Force. Today's mission marks SpaceX's 5th overall GPS-3 mission, previously having launched one in 2018, 2 GPS payloads in 2020, and another in 2021. To date, these next-generation satellites provide increased signal accuracy and reliability to operate even if confronted by cyber adversaries.
Stage 1, transonic.
In addition to helping with national
Stage
security,
2 is entered terminal guidance.
GPS-3.6 also helps in many different aspects of our daily lives. In about 10 seconds, we will be coming up on SECO 1, our second engine cutoff, and we will attempt to land on our drone ship a short fall of gravitas. That drone ship is parked
Stage 1, landing burn.
couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida in the Atlantic Ocean.
SECO.
There we just heard the call out for a second engine cutoff. Let's see if we stick the landing with the first stage.
Landing leg deploy. Stage 1, landing confirmed.
All right, there we heard the call out that we have that stage 1 landing confirmed.
Expected loss of signal, Cape.
Weather is looking great all around off the coast of Florida there. Beautiful view of that first stage landing. Now, the mission isn't over just yet. The second stage is embarking on its first coast phase, which will last about 54 minutes. After the coast,
Nominal parking orbit.
And there we just heard the call out that we have a good orbit there for its second stage. So after this coast, we will light that MVAC engine for a second time, shortly around the T+1 hour and 3 minute
And
mark.
acquisition signal, Newfoundland.
We'll have live views of that second MVAC burn. So until then, sit back and enjoy some space jams.
All right, everyone, what you were just watching was the launch earlier on this morning. SpaceX there. It happened, I would say, within the last hour or so. Always cool to watch those, so we do like to play them for you live, raw, and unfiltered right here. That is what we do on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for our first commercial break of the hour, and we'll be right back with a look at all of your headlines from across the country and across the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:09 over on the East Coast and 5:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A big one today. In a matter of an hour or so, we do expect Brian Walshe to appear in court. We do know he is the husband of Anna Walshe, missing since January 1st. Now he has been charged with murder. Our very own Andy Mack did have a conversation with an expert to break down everything we know about that case so far. Again, coming up here in just about an hour. We do expect him to appear in court. We'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. But for now, here is that conversation that Andy had with an expert.
Welcome back into Live and Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. Certainly some very big news out of the Northeast as Brian Walshe, now already behind bars, but now going to be charged with murder of Anna Walshe, his wife, who was last seen on New Year's Day, the 1st of January. We're going to be joined by Matt Timpanic, criminal defense attorney at Timpanic Law. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And first, I just got to ask, what is the new development? What do you see in these new developments and the charge with this murder?
So by formally charging Brian Walshe with murder, the police have determined that they have enough evidence to formally charge him, basically saying they have probable cause that Anna Walshe was murdered by Brian Walshe. And I think what actually took so long, because I think it came out last week about the Google searches, $450 worth of cleaning supplies, him saying he was somewhere else, but he was really at Home Depot buying all this stuff. I think what it eventually was the bloody knife that was found inside the residence matched Anna Walshe, because by formally charging him with murder, the police are saying that he is the individual responsible, and they can't do it without direct evidence linking him to it. So I think the DNA came back as a match for Anna Walshe.
And you were talking about it, how the DNA is so important in this case, because there are a lot of things potentially tying Brian Walshe, including that search, including the trip to Home Depot. But the DNA is so very, very important, right?
Oh, absolutely. There are two types of cases and ways to prove it in a criminal case. One is a direct evidence case, meaning that all of the evidence points in one direction and one direction only. However, there is no body right now as it stands in this case. As such, the police are charging him, and the police plan to prosecute him under a circumstantial evidence standard, which means that you eliminate everybody else being an individual who could have committed this crime, leaving only one person left, and that's Brian Walshe.
Definitely. And you also brought up the fact that there is no body yet, and the search continues for Anna Walshe. And obviously, there is a dim hope that she might still be out there. But how big is that in terms of this case, the fact that Anna Walshe has not been discovered yet?
The problem with that is, and it creates a reasonable doubt. However, if they are charging him, they have to think that the blood they found, the individual whose blood it was, which I believe would be Anna Walshe's, could not have survived with the amount of blood loss. That's how you can argue murder, because otherwise we could be in some kind of situation where it's like, well, she's nowhere to be found. We don't know that she's dead. It's like, no, based on the blood that we found that we matched to her, that individual had to be deceased. No individual could survive that type of blood loss.
And I also have to ask, because between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe, there is also a police report dating back some time about the fact that Brian potentially threatened to kill Anna Walshe. Will that be brought up in a potential trial here? Is that a part of this investigation, do you think?
The prosecution is definitely going to try to introduce it. His defense attorney is going to try like crazy to keep that out, because it essentially tells them that they were on notice. However, if he were to argue some kind of that she left on her own, she's not actually dead, the prosecution could then argue that statement, that in fact that he intended to do this to kind of counteract his theory of the case.
And we do know a lot of these details, and we know Brian Walshe is still behind bars, and it was an art deal that kind of led him with that parole that he wasn't allowed to leave the house, and he went to the Home Depot. How does he find out the news that he's officially charged with murder? Maybe how does his kind of perspective change? Because he's already in prison, but he's going to get arraigned potentially tomorrow. How does that change for Brian?
Well, remember, there are two different things. There's jail and prison. Right now, he is actually in jail in Norfolk County on the misleading police on a $500,000 bond. When he is formally charged and brought in front of a judge will grant no bond, meaning the defendant cannot get out of jail no matter what, because in murder cases, there is no expectation of bond. His federal case could potentially be used against him as he has pled guilty to them, and they are crimes of dishonesty. If he were to take the stand, those charges and convictions would come into evidence as impeachment against him.
How much do those kind of overlap a little bit? Because there are two crimes, obviously, the charge of murder more significant. How much do those overlap in the court system?
I think that's primarily the main case where they would overlap. In a case where Brian Walshe takes the stand, those could be introduced, and sentencing, he's already been convicted of these charges in federal court. That goes to what kind of sentence he is. But if this is charged as a murder one, and I believe it will be, and if he's convicted in the state of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, it is automatic life without parole.
Okay. I was just going to ask you about that, because obviously innocent until proven guilty, but once he goes to trial, and there's certainly a lot of evidence against Brian Walshe, what does that entail? And like you said, life without parole, is that the only kind of option?
That is, except in a case where the feds step in and try to charge Mr. Walshe as some kind of violation, or there's a federal aspect. Massachusetts does not have the death penalty. And if he's convicted for murder in the first degree, it's automatic life without parole, nothing more. But that's only if the feds do not step in.
That is certainly simple. Matt Timpanek, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything else you would like to add about this investigation, about the case, or potentially a trial? All right. Thank you so much, Matt Timpanek, criminal defense attorney at Timpanek Law. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and giving us some details into these newest developments. We appreciate it.
And as I mentioned, we do expect that Brian Walshe could appear in court here around 9 a.m. Eastern time. So in about 45 minutes, we do know, according to the Norfolk district attorney there, that it does appear that he will be in court at some point today on that murder charge. So when we find out the exact time, we'll let you know, but it does appear as of now that it should be in about 45 minutes. Brian Yennis with Fox News does have more on the arrest of Brian Walshe and now the charge of murder.
A major development in the investigation into missing Cohasset, Massachusetts mom Anna Walshe.
The continued investigation has now allowed police to obtain an arrest warrant charging Brian Walshe with the murder of his wife.
The announcement coming a little more than 2 weeks after Anna was last seen. Her husband, Brian, has been in police custody for about a week. The 47-year-old held on $500,000 bail after he pleaded not guilty to charges he misled police investigators.
And while it's horrifying and I'm full of rage, and at the same time relief because one step closer to figuring out what happened to her.
We learned at Brian's previous hearing, investigators found a bloody knife in the couple's basement, and officials telling Fox Brian's search history included how to dispose of a woman's body. The district attorney being tight-lipped about the evidence that led to the murder charge. The 39-year-old mother of 3 was last seen at her home on New Year's Day. Days later, she was first reported missing by the Washington, D.C. real estate firm where she worked, not by her husband. Meanwhile, the Walshes' 3 young boys, ages 2, 4, and 6, are in state custody. Anna's friends working to ensure the kids stay together.
I do know that they're still in state custody, which is great. That means they're together. Just praying for these boys.
Details of what exactly led authorities to charge Brian Walshe with Anna's murder are expected to be revealed when he is arraigned on Wednesday. In Quincy, Massachusetts, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
Brian, thank you. And once he is arraigned, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. You heard Brian say it, but it does appear that we could get some more information. If you were watching us just last week, we did have Brian Walshe appear in court, and that is where we learned from prosecutors that they do say he purchased $450 worth of cleaning supplies the day after his wife disappeared. They said that they also found blood along with a bloody knife inside the home. They revealed a lot of information during that hearing. So the hearing that does take place today could reveal a lot of details, including why they were able to charge him with murder. At this point, we know Anna Walshe has not been located. 8:19 on the East Coast and 5:19 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and the world. Taking a look at just some of the cameras that we do have across the country. This is a beautiful shot of the Capitol building there in Washington, D.C. as the sun is coming up. A beautiful start to the day. We'll actually go live out to D.C. coming up in about 20 minutes and talk all about the warm temperatures they've seen and why the cherry blossoms out there are just a little bit confused. Again, that's coming up in about 20 minutes. Let's go to a quick commercial break and we will get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Breaking overnight, Ukraine's interior minister and at least 14 others were killed in a helicopter crash near the capital of Kyiv. Among the dead are other officials and 3 children. The interior minister oversaw Ukraine's police and emergency services and is the most senior official to die since Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 1 year ago. You can see the video of the aftermath there. It's not clear whether the crash was an accident or somehow related to this ongoing war, but no fighting has been reported recently in the area of Kyiv. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said the crash was, quote, a terrible tragedy on a black morning. The pain, he says, is unspeakable. We'll continue to follow this and bring you any updates we get here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to talk more about the fighting in Ukraine as it does intensify. Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan has more from Ukraine.
After months of major setbacks on the battlefield, Russia is making a big adjustment to its military structure. The announcement on Tuesday was light on details, but signaled a significant expansion of the Russian military starting this year. Officials are promising, quote, major changes, including a big new recruitment push in areas of Ukraine currently under Moscow's control.
Particular attention should be paid to increase the number of training grounds on the new Russian territories in line with the increased needs of the military.
The announcement follows a weekend of heavy Russian airstrikes on mostly critical infrastructure, but also hitting civilian targets, including killing dozens of Ukrainians. We took an exclusive tour of the hard-hit frontline city of Kharkiv, just 25 miles from the Russian border. The devastation here is widespread. There are destroyed homes and businesses on practically every single one of these streets, many reduced to little more than rubble and debris. And officials say that they're still getting hit by Russian military almost every day.
Russian missiles, the flight time is 59 seconds. To defend ourselves from this missile is almost impossible, so they are destroying our electricity system on purpose.
But Ukraine's Western allies say more help is on the way, including a second Patriot missile defense battery donated by the Netherlands.
Europe continues to step up, respond to Russian actions. There's more to do, and we have to stay together.
Ukrainian troops are now being trained on how to use the Patriot missile system at a U.S. military base in Oklahoma. In Kharkiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, Alex, thank you so much for that report. We will stay on top of that. But again, we have learned that the interior minister there in Ukraine, along with 17 others, have died in that helicopter crash. In other news, you are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol there in D.C. President Biden now refusing to answer questions about those classified documents found in at least 4 locations. And as the Justice Department investigation continues, the White House says there may be some information they just can't reveal just yet. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader has more this morning for us from Washington.
The administration is trying to avoid questions about this, and that includes the president himself.
Sir, will you commit to speak to the special counsel? I looked him straight in the eye and said it. He looked me back and he didn't say a word. Will you commit to speak to the special counsel? He looked at me, didn't say a word.
The president not saying a word. The White House press secretary is speaking, but not providing many answers.
So did you not know on Friday that those documents had been found when you were at the podium, or are you being directed by someone to not be forthcoming on this issue?
I have been forthcoming from this podium.
And if the administration isn't being all that forthcoming about more marked classified documents being found, the White House counsel's office says that may be by design.
Many of the answers from here may need to wait until the conclusion of the special counsel's review.
Some Republican lawmakers are promising now to find out who had access to Biden's Wilmington home where some of the documents were found. The president's supporters call this hypocrisy, pointing to former President Trump's handling of classified documents. But there is also the question of timing.
We'll have questions for the National Archives as well, because apparently they've had their fingerprints on all this too. And did they know prior to the election? What did they do with that?
Now, the president has said he would cooperate with the investigation, but the White House would not say whether he would be willing to be interviewed as part of that process. In Washington, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. 8:26 on the East Coast and 5:26 on the West Coast. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but on the other side, we're going to talk all about weather We're going to join Fox Weather's Max Gordon live out in Denver, Colorado with a look at the snow there. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at our XRAD radar system. A winter storm is going to bring heavy snow to parts of the central and northern plains and upper Midwest today. The strength of the storm could actually allow for intense snowfall rates. That's going to mean dangerous travel conditions. So I do want to head out live to the area of Denver, Colorado. That is where we find Fox Weather's Max Gordon with a look at conditions over there. Max, thanks for being here.
Hey, good morning. Well, it is a cold and snowy day here in Denver, Colorado. The snow started late yesterday afternoon, early evening hours, and it's been coming down on and off ever since then. You know, here in downtown Denver, we're expecting between 5 to 8 inches of snowfall. Not necessarily crippling snowfall for this area of the country, but definitely significant. Just want to give you a look at how things are appearing here in downtown Denver. You can see that streets are relatively clear. We've got some folks walking around. We've seen snow plows out and about, plowing the streets, trying to keep things as clear as possible. Buses, though, still are running, so this definitely hasn't put the city on a standstill. But if you are going to be doing any traveling today, if you're going to be flying through Denver, it is a major hub, or if you're going to be flying in or out of the airport, well, you better check with your airline. We've already seen lots of cancellations, delays due to the snow here. The snow is actually going to be heavier over at Denver International Airport. There we're expecting between 8 to 12 inches of snow to fall by the end of the day. Folks here are being told to stay off the roads if at all possible. Conditions are slippery, and if people have to be driving, you know, just to take it slow. Really, the worst conditions are going to be out toward the plains and the eastern parts of Colorado. That's where we're going to be seeing higher winds, blowing snow, reduced visibility, but just a day to really stay home and maybe enjoy a nice cup of hot cocoa. Denver public schools are canceled today, so it's going to be a fun snow day for a lot of kids here. Josh?
All right, Max, so we know normally when we see a situation like this, as you mentioned, they say stay off the roads, be safe. Are you seeing a lot of traffic out there right now and people driving around? I know there it's pretty early in the day anyway.
Yeah, it is the early morning commute. I mean, you can just look right there. We're seeing cars driving down the street here in downtown Denver. We also have this Bobcat clearing the sidewalks. People are out and about. We've seen a lot of folks walking here in downtown Denver, getting off to work. Some folks driving. We've seen a few people slipping a little bit here at this intersection. So, you know, people here in the Denver metro area, they are used to the snow, of course, but today is just a day to take it nice and slow or stay at home if remote work is a possibility.
All right, Fox Weather's Max Gordon. As always, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And don't forget to download the Fox Weather app. Just go to the Google Play Store, the App Store, type in Fox Weather, hit that download button. It has everything you need. That includes a pretty cool radar that allows you to track storms all over the country, but also it'll send you notifications and alerts if there is a storm in your area. All right, time for another commercial break, but we will be right back with more of your headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 8:35 over on the East Coast and 5:35 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. We are hearing from several speakers here. We actually heard from the U.S. Surgeon General, who just stepped off the stage. This is at the Conference of Mayors. We know that the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, also expected to speak, but right now there is another speaker, so I do want to pull that up for you live, raw, and unfiltered.
Whether our daily decisions are about isolation and critical mental health services, or pandemic impact, recovery, and mass shootings, or policies and equitable budgets and issues of state, fundamental to the necessary shift in all of our work is the moral imperative and the skill development of compassion. It is the antidote to hate, to extremism, and to violence. It is the ethic of reciprocity. To treat others as we wish to be treated, to not treat others in ways we do not want to be treated, to give as we wish to receive. So please watch this preview of Compassionate USA.
As we reflect on the well-being of our cities, our nation, we must acknowledge the impact of all we have endured in recent years. The people we have lost, the injustices we encounter, the search for peace, unity, and solidarity. While it seems impossible to overcome today's challenges, there is power in our collective ability to transform our communities. Let us not rest until we know we have done everything we can to work toward compassion, to bring our neighbors together, to learn how to heal. Compassionate USA is a 6-part learning journey designed to teach self-compassion and community well-being that honors our common humanity and affirms the beauty of our differences. Join a people-centered campaign committed to creating compassionate cities. The journey starts with you. The journey continues with us. Compassionate USA.
Imagine if the first language of all children is compassion. You don't have to imagine it because it is. Locally, nationally, globally. Language reflects culture. Culture expresses community. Community informs actions. And actions speak louder than words. We can do this together. Instead of violence, let's have community gatherings of healing. Instead of extremism, let's discover our common humanity. Instead of polarization, let's set our tables with equity. Join together in an effort to help our communities learn, teach, and cultivate compassion. For updates, you can get it at compassionateusa.org, and the full program will officially launch at our next conference in June. We can do this because we are already compassionate. Research tells us that it's in our DNA. We can become even more so through education and through collaboration. And our collective goal is a country that is more compassionate because our cities are becoming more compassionate. We can do this. Together we can become a compassionate USA. Thank you for your time.
If you are just joining us, you are watching part of the U.S. Conference of Mayors now underway, live, raw, and unfiltered there in Washington, D.C. Speakers do include Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Obviously, as you can see, the Surgeon General speaking as well. So I do want to pop the audio back up because it is likely that Blinken will be speaking shortly.
Wait a moment or two, maybe a minute or two, because we have a very special next speaker. We've never had the Secretary of State address the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and this is happening today for the very first time, and it will be happening in just a few moments. So if you can just hang in there, we will get started on time, even though we are early. Thank you.
All right, so as you can see, they did say it's going to be another 2 minutes until we do hear from Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State. They popped up the Jason Derulo music as they are waiting for him to get ready to speak. So this is the perfect time for us to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. And on the other side, we will hear from Secretary Blinken. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 8:42 on the East Coast and 5:42 on the West Coast. I do want to get back into some of the stories that we are following right now. And our nation's capital dealing with some weather whiplash right now after weeks of unusually warm temperatures. Fox 5 DC's Bob Barner joins us live with some very confused cherry blossoms there in Washington, D.C. Bob, thank you so much for being here.
You bet, Josh. Our pleasure. Good morning. I'll be honest, the cherry blossoms and the cherry trees seem to be fine. I don't know that they're confused. If you see them up close, their buds are kind of tight like this. But the plum trees here, there are plum trees along the National Mall that are opening about 2 weeks ahead of time. And one of them is right here. And you can see one of the blossoms here. It's confusing to people who think, oh my goodness, we've had this warm weather here in DC. The cherry blossoms are starting to burst. That's not the case. I had a chance a short time ago this morning to speak with Mike Litterist. He is the main spokesperson for the National Park Service in this area. And I asked him if this is unusual.
Not at all. The Japanese flowering plum tree is the first of the flowering fruit trees on the National Mall. It runs 6 weeks or so ahead of the Yoshino cherry blossom trees. But the petals are similar enough. They're pale pink to white. They're small. The trees look very much like the cherry tree. So when they come out in late January, early February usually, there's a lot of excitement and people thinking that peak bloom is right around the corner. Not yet. This is perfectly normal. Don't be alarmed.
Also already blooming right now are some forsythia, these bushes near the MLK Memorial. Their yellow flowers already shining brightly a little ahead of schedule. And this is what it looks like now along the tidal basin. These are the iconic cherry trees, not anywhere near ready to burst open.
This whiplash winter weather we've had, mostly mild, is it troublesome for the Yoshino cherry trees?
Not in the least. You know, those Yoshino buds, they're still tight. We're not going to see movement on them for probably another month or so. So deep freezing temperatures, a warming trend, fluctuating back and forth, that's not going to have any impact at all on peak bloom. The only time we get concerned is when the petals start to emerge. If we get a really cold snap there, 25 or below, that can damage the petals. That famously happened in 2017. We lost about 50% of the blossoms because we had 3 days of sub-25 temperatures while the blossoms were emerging.
So enjoy the ones we're seeing now. They're not cherry blossoms, they're plum blossoms, and they're the first to come?
First to come. They're just as pretty as the Yoshinos, not nearly as plentiful, but it's a hint of what's coming.
And the peak season for the classic cherry blossoms here in Washington is usually late March to early April. The earliest on record is March 15th, and sometimes it'll go till April 10th. So that's the window we're looking at, Josh. And Mike was saying that that's not going to change necessarily. In fact, it won't be until about like mid-February that we get the forecast of when the peak season is. So we're still like a month away from finding out when it's going to be great. And so far, the cherry trees are fine. And without a deep freeze right now, the plum trees are looking pretty cool, catching people off guard here along the National Mall, but it's all part of nature, and it's all good so far.
Yeah, beautiful sight there. Fox 5 DC's Bob Barner, thank you so much for joining us as always. We appreciate it.
You bet, John.
8:46 on the East Coast and 5:46 on the West Coast. I do want to head out live to Washington, D.C. once again, where we are waiting for Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He is expected to speak any moment now at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. They said it would be about 2, maybe 3 minutes. So let's go to a quick commercial break. And on the other side, we should have Antony Blinken there at the podium. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a live look inside the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Speakers are expected to include Secretary of State Antony Blinken. We were told just a couple minutes ago that he would be taking the podium any minute now. So once he does start speaking, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. But I do want to get to just some of the other stories that we are covering right now, and there are a lot of them. We told you about this over the weekend, but a UGA player and a staff member there were killed in a crash, and we are learning more about that crash. Let's check in with our Fox 5 Atlanta team for the latest on that.
There's a growing memorial outside of Sanford Stadium where people are honoring 2 young lives lost hours after celebrating one of their happiest days. Chandler LaCroix, a 24-year-old recruiting staffer for the Georgia Bulldogs, and 20-year-old Devin Willock, an offensive lineman, both died in a car crash up Barnett Shoals Road early Sunday morning.
I have friends that were really close to Chandler, and just to see how they've been impacted and coming off, this high of winning back-to-back national championships to be met with this horror.
According to the accident report, LaCroix was driving on Barnett Shoals near Stroud Road. She reportedly hit a curb and went off the road, hitting 2 power poles, then 2 trees. Willock was sitting in the back seat behind LaCroix. He was thrown from the car and died on the scene. LaCroix was trapped behind the wheel. She later died at the hospital. 2 others in the car, offensive lineman Warren McClendon, who was in the front seat, and recruiting staffer Tori Bowles, were both injured and treated at a local hospital. The loss has left friends, family, and the UGA community devastated.
I just know how much these 2 meant, not only to Georgia football, but to the people that love them.
That was our Fox 5 Atlanta team with the latest on that tragic story that we brought you as breaking news over the weekend. A UGA player and a staff member there killed in a crash. We've been checking in over in Washington, D.C. at the U.S. Conference of Mayors. Take a live look right here where we are expecting Secretary of State Antony Blinken to take the stage any moment now. I do want to bring that live, raw, and unfiltered to you as we speak.
71st U.S. Secretary of State, Antony J. Blinken.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please take a seat. Good morning, everyone. Wonderful to be with you. Mr. Mayor, thank you so much for that introduction. It's good to see you in person. I've seen you on TV a few times. And to all of you, it's just wonderful to be with you. I want to thank the mayor again for his leadership of the U.S. Conference. And thank you to Tom Cochran. I was just backstage with him and the entire team for having me here with you this morning. So in Washington, we have an old bad joke about the worst words that someone can say that you all know very well. I'm from the federal government. I'm here to help. Well, this group, on the other hand, gets to say, I'm the mayor. I really do help. And I know the difference. For more than 9 decades, the U.S. Conference of Mayors has harnessed the incredible power of American cities to advance a stronger and more secure America. In the earliest days of the Depression, when millions were unemployed, bread lines stretched for blocks, banks had run dry, America's mayors forged this coalition to secure the first ever direct assistance package to cities. If you go back and look at their campaign, the mayors were united, they were committed, and they were relentless. So relentless, in fact, that when President Hoover later threatened to veto the bill, they marched to the Oval Office and didn't leave until he pledged his support. Please don't remind President Biden that I shared that story with you. In the decades since, this group has come together again and again to meet America's needs, advocating for civil rights, supporting the vulnerable, taking in refugees fleeing conflict, tackling the HIV/AIDS epidemic, and fighting violent crime in our neighborhoods. Today, on the defining priorities of our time, America's mayors continue to lead the way and to deliver results for our people. We know that cities are the engines of opportunity and ingenuity in the United States. They're where challenges tend to emerge first, and solutions are often forged quickest. I've been able to see some of that firsthand in my own travels over the last couple of years. The great vitality of cities is why President Biden asked 4 mayors to join his cabinet. It's why whenever I visit our cities and meet their leaders, I tend to leave more optimistic and more confident about America's future. Our best days are genuinely ahead of us. Now, I realize it may be a little unusual for the Secretary of State to address the Conference of Mayors. And as you heard from Mayor Suarez, and I'm told this is accurate, I will be the first Secretary of State to do so. But I wanted to be here to spend time with the leaders who are probably closest to our communities. And the reason for that is it's a key part of fulfilling a pledge that President Biden made at the beginning of this administration. As he put it, every action that we take in our conduct abroad, we have to take with Americans' working families in our minds. That's the instruction that I got on my first day on the job. When he took office, the President asked me to prioritize the issues that most directly affect our fellow Americans. And he asked the same of our entire national security team. We've tried to take that charge seriously. It's guided our work on acute challenges, like the COVID-19 pandemic. We know, we've experienced this firsthand, viruses have no respect for borders. So, to combat COVID-19 at home, we need to slow the spread everywhere. That's why we've supported the donation of over 680 million doses of safe, effective vaccines to over 116 countries. It's why we partnered with dozens of countries, with the World Health Organization, with regional organizations, to deliver on what we call a global action plan to increase vaccinations, to strengthen health supply chains, to combat misinformation and disinformation that's aiding the virus's spread, accelerating the work that mayors are doing here at home. And it's why we're doing everything we can to ensure that the world is better prepared to prevent, to detect, to respond to future epidemics, because we know they're coming, including by working to establish a State Department Bureau on Global Health Security and Diplomacy to make sure that my agency is as organized as it can be to deal with this in the future. Another immediate challenge is, of course, the climate crisis, which America's mayors know and see firsthand. There is a clear, present, and growing danger. Now, maybe you live in Florida, which last fall was hit by Hurricane Ian, one of the worst disasters in a century. Or the Midwest, where farmlands keep flooding, pushing up food prices for everyone. Or out west, where wildfires get worse every single year, and historic storms just slam the coast. Now, I know mayors aren't just witnessing climate change, you are helping to lead the fight against it. When Washington pulled back from the Paris Agreement, it was America's mayors and governors who stepped up. As the effects of climate change came to your doorsteps, you found the solutions to keep people safe, to transition to clean energy, to cut emissions, to conserve ecosystems. And you've worked with counterparts from around the world to share lessons and to raise one another's ambitions. Your leadership is vital, and it's going to be even more so in the years ahead. And so will the role of American diplomacy, because just as with pandemics, we simply can't solve this problem on our own. Our country accounts for about 15% of global emissions. So even if we did everything right here at home, we've got to bring the other 85% along. Now, we've rallied 3/4 of all countries to support something called the Global Methane Pledge to cut emissions by 30% by 2030, emissions coming from the flaring of gas. If that succeeds, it would be the equivalent of taking every ship out of the seas and every plane out of the skies in terms of emissions. We're working with 139 other nations to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, a greenhouse gas used in refrigerators and heat pumps and air conditioning. That step alone could avoid as much as 0.5 degree Celsius of warming by the end of this century. And we're leading the Subnational Climate Action Leaders Exchange. This is a new initiative to help cities, states, and regions develop and implement net zero, climate resilient targets and roadmaps. These actions advance our climate goals around the world, but they also spur job creation here at home. And as you've often heard the President say, when I think about climate change, I think about jobs. This connection is real. We can make it even more powerful. We're also currently negotiating a global agreement to end plastic pollution by 2040. In the U.S., cities are going to be crucial to that effort. We know that cities like Seattle and Phoenix are on the cutting edge of the quest to reduce, to reuse, to recycle plastic. And we're hoping to work with the Conference of Mayors to help create an agreement that mayors here and around the globe can successfully implement. Our focus on delivering for the American people is also shaping our work on longer-term strategic challenges, like the global technology revolution that's quite literally changing how we live and how we work. We need to make sure that critical and emerging technologies and all of their applications, from artificial intelligence to biotechnology, actually protect our privacy, our security, our democracy, even as they usher in incredible opportunities in your communities here at home. So we're forging new partnerships to bring our closest economic partners and fellow democracies together to try to shape, uphold, and promote common rules of the road to do just that. A lot of these rules get shaped in windowless conference rooms around the world, sometimes in the United Nations system. That's where it's actually happening. That's where decisions are made that actually affect the way that everyone gets to use this technology. So it's important, more than important, it's vital that the United States be at the table, in fact, be at the head of the table when all of those rules are being laid out. We've got a new bureau at the State Department for cyberspace and digital policy. We have a new office at the Special Envoy for critical and emerging technologies to make sure that we will be well positioned to lead on these issues, that we will be at the table, that we will be at the head of the table. We're also leading a concerted diplomatic push to make our supply chains more secure and more resilient. Now, just a few years ago, if you said supply chain, I think people's eyes would glaze over. It still maybe creates that effect. It's kind of a wonky phrase. It's used mostly by economists and trade experts. But I think now most of our fellow citizens have experienced firsthand what it means when a supply chain is disrupted. If you look at the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, for example, it is manufactured between 11 sites across 5 countries with inputs coming from many, many places. If that gets disrupted, we know what happens. So we're mobilizing our partnerships to strengthen the supply chains that affect the availability and affordability of everything from cars to basic medical supplies. We're forging new partnerships to diversify supply chains for critical minerals so that we can both lower the costs and reduce dangerous dependencies, especially on autocratic countries. Because economic security is national security. We know that and we live that every day at the State Department. We're also using our diplomatic toolkit to protect American workers and try to level the playing field on which they compete, because if they're given a level playing field, they will outcompete anyone. In the administration's first year, together with partners across the U.S. government, we rallied 130 countries to sign on to a global minimum tax for the world's biggest corporations. That agreement will help end the race to the bottom on corporate taxes. It's a major step toward making sure that multinational corporations invest here in America, eliminating the incentive to shift job creation and profits abroad, chasing the lowest taxes. It'll make America more competitive and ensure that our government and all of you have the resources to invest in our roads, in our bridges, in the educational systems that give opportunity to the next generation. We've also set up new partnerships like the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework and the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity to try to shape the economic rules of the road for the future and create more opportunities for your citizens. Finally, we're focused on a crisis that I think everyone in this room knows all too well: fentanyl. The fentanyl overdose epidemic is the #1 killer of Americans aged 18 to 49. That is a mind-boggling fact, and it's worth repeating. The #1 killer in this country of Americans 18 to 49, synthetic opioids, fentanyl. At the State Department, I've made clear that we have to bring to bear the full power of American diplomacy to this challenge. So we're working with international partners and with the private sector to try to disrupt the synthetic drug supply chain and prevent the diversion of chemicals from legitimate purposes to the production of synthetic drugs like fentanyl and methamphetamines. And we're committed to working with you to create and execute solutions that can actually make a difference in your communities. So, public health, climate, supply chains, the future of technology, economic security. These are the issues that our diplomats, your diplomats, are working on day in and day out. It's what we mean when we talk about a foreign policy for the middle class. It's what we mean when we say that the line between foreign and domestic policy is more blurred than it's ever been. And just as what we're doing abroad has a major impact at home, what we're doing at home matters profoundly to our success around the world. That is more true than ever at a time when we see geopolitical competition has reached its most intense point since the end of the Cold War. Historic investments like the CHIPS and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, these are actually critical to our standing and to our influence around the world. I feel this every single day. When those laws were passed, it literally added lift to our diplomacy around the world. They created American jobs, revitalizing our industries, recharging our innovation base, better positioning us to compete with rivals, demonstrating the power of democracy when it gets it right to deliver for its people. It's precisely because foreign and domestic policy are so inextricably linked and mutually reinforcing that, in our judgment, we need to try to deepen the partnership between institutions like mine and yours. And that's why the State Department launched a new subnational diplomacy unit. I'm thrilled to have Ambassador Nina Hachigian here. She's serving as our envoy to all of our cities and states. Nina comes to us from Los Angeles, where she served as the first deputy mayor for international affairs. Before that, she was our ambassador to the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and she worked with me on the National Security Council way back in the Clinton administration. I know that she is extremely excited to be working with all of you. Last November, Nina traveled to Richmond, Virginia, where she met with Mayor Stoney and representatives from the business community. And she heard something that we've been hearing in many parts of our country. More needs to be done to create good-paying jobs. Cities are eager for help attracting more foreign direct investment and creating more markets for exports. But that's not all. Nina and her team also heard that cities are looking to the federal government for help tackling other issues that affect their ability to expand inclusive economic opportunity and to grow businesses, like how to fix supply chain issues, how to navigate complex global tax regimes, or how to support women and minority-owned businesses as they compete around the world. We can help. These are issues that we work on every day. And with the subnational diplomacy unit, mayors now have an address at the State Department when they need help. The subnational team will also strengthen partnerships between America's mayors and the world. U.S. mayors are already leading in the global arena. Last fall at COP27, where the Mayors Conference hosted sessions on climate migration, social justice, and financing. So we're here to accelerate that engagement, to support it, including by connecting you with our partners beyond our borders, like fellow mayors, as well as national governments, businesses, multilateral organizations. We know that they have a lot to learn from you. So I'm here really to tell you that this subnational diplomacy unit, this new office at our department, is your tool, and I very much hope that you'll use it. Now, it's also far from the only part of the State Department that's focused on our cities. I've made clear to every part of my team that it's on all of us to connect our states, to connect our cities with our foreign policy. And I want to encourage you to work with us in this mission. Join us, for example, at the City Summit of the Americas in late April, which will bring mayors, governors, and community leaders together to help shape our hemisphere's priorities, to make sure that our work on democracy, on public health, on climate, on migration, on digital technologies, and more actually benefits citizens at the local level. That is fundamentally what this is all about. Join us in initiatives like the Open Government Partnership. Sign on to the Global Mayors Declaration for Democracy to defend the rule of law, to empower our citizens, to help fight corruption. Keep welcoming people from around the world to travel, to study, to work, to live in your cities, which is foundational to our own economic growth, to our competitiveness, and to middle-class prosperity. and help us learn. Help us learn from your successes and ensure that others do as well. The answers to so many of the challenges that our world faces can be found right here in American cities. Cities like Boston, which figured out that tracking COVID-19 in wastewater is one of the best ways to anticipate its spread, and then set up a system to test the water, neighborhood by neighborhood, to calibrate the city's pandemic response and stop the spread. In cities like Carmel, Indiana, home to over 140 roundabouts, which significantly reduce traffic fatalities and also mean that cars emit fewer tons of carbon emissions every single year. Solutions are found in cities like San Diego, which is using geospatial data to determine which communities are most in need of digital connectivity and to set up open public Wi-Fi hotspots, free tech support, free computer and internet skills classes where they're needed most. 3 cities, 3 examples of innovation that are making a difference for their residents. 3 opportunities the federal government and the rest of the world need to learn from. 3 reasons why our foreign policy needs cities as partners. Together, as partners, my hope is that we can get to work and get to work for the American people. That's our common responsibility. We're determined to do it with you. Thank you so much for having me this morning. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that was Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking there at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, a fairly brief speech, and we'll try to play it back for you a little bit later on this morning if you did miss it. It is now 9:10 on the East Coast and 6:10 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone. 9:13 on the East Coast and 6:13 on the West Coast. Let's get back into the headlines here. Plans are in the works in Texas for a new theme park from Universal, but not everyone is happy about it. Hannah Battaw with our Fox 4 Dallas team joins us now to talk a little bit more about that. Thanks for being here.
Hey, thanks for having me, and good morning to you, by the way. So I'm coming to you live from Frisco. That's the city for this planned proposal, about 30 miles north of Dallas. It's a suburb in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex that has exploded in growth recently. Now the population is about 6 times what it was just 20 years ago. And in the last decade, Frisco became the headquarters for major companies like the Dallas Cowboys or the PGA. All of these things have made it a little complicated for people who have lived here their entire lives. Some say they love the growth and the booming economy, and others say the infrastructure really hasn't kept up with that growth. So that brings us to this plan, the plan for this new proposed universal park for the city of Frisco. The news, while exciting for many, came with its own set of concerns for the people who live here. Frisco's City Council really heard an earful about those concerns at last night's City Council meeting. The planned 97-acre park is going to be built near the Dallas North Tollway and Panther Creek Parkway in the area. It's aimed towards younger children and families. Now, it would be much smaller than the one in Orlando, about the quarter of the size there, but plans for this still pretty big. They include about 4 to 5 different themed lands and a 300-room hotel. But still, people are worried it'll change the culture of the city.
We all chose to live here because Frisco provides a superb quality of life. And not only a superb quality of life in Texas, but also in the United States. And yet we feel that it's precisely that quality of life that's endangered if we start bringing in theme parks to encroach on what's essentially a bedroom community.
Are you here? Would you like to speak?
The other major concern neighbors expressed is worsening traffic during yesterday's meeting. The mayor tried to quell those concerns, citing some reports. No estimate on when this theme park could open. It still needs city approval. Back to you.
And as you mentioned, it's not quite going to be the same size as the one over in Orlando, but not surprising when you do see something like this happen. There's a plan for a huge theme park. People start to worry about traffic and things of that nature, construction, so not too surprising to have this happen here. Hannah Battah with Fox 4 Dallas, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, it is now 9:15 on the East Coast and 6:16 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Brian Walsh in court. Let's listen in live.
318, you are charged on the first day of January 2023 with assault and to beat Arnold Walsh with intent to murder that person. You're also charged with returning of a body, dead without lawful authority, did willfully dig up or remove human remains. Not guilty, pleas will be entered.
Do you understand those charges, Mr. Walsh? I do. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. We're not contesting bail or probable cause, so we would ask that he be released.
Thank you, Ms. Fine, but I have to satisfy myself with probable cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lynn Beeland for the Commonwealth. The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walsh, as well as disinterring of a body. Anna was 39 years old and the mother of 3 children, 2, 4, and 6. Anna worked in Washington, D.C., splitting her time weekdays between D.C. during the week and staying in her house in Cohasset, where she lived with the defendant and their 3 kids. On January 4th of 2023, Cohasset police received a call from her Washington, D.C. employer indicating that she was missing. She was due to report to work on January 4th, but did not appear. She had a flight on January 3rd from Logan to D.C., which she did not board. Cohasset police went to their house at Chief Justice Cushing Highway for a well-being check. It was only at this time, when they met with the defendant, that he first reported his wife missing. Defendant stated his wife left the house at approximately 6 a.m. on January 1st, New Year's Day. He stated she took an Uber or a Lyft to go to the airport, that she was returning to D.C. for work. Records were checked and there were no Uber or Lyfts to that house on January 1st. Defendant said he had not spoken to his wife since the early morning hours on New Year's Day. Cohasset police were granted permission to ping on his phone to locate her or her phone. Anna's phone indicated that it was stationary in the area of the Cohasset house on New Year's Eve until 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. There were no outgoing calls made at that time, and at 3:14 a.m. on the 2nd, it was turned off. Defendant stated Anna should have been wearing a dress, a black jacket, hunter boots, watch, ring, as well as carrying a Prada purse. Defendant gave a timeline of 6 or 6:10 a.m. on the 1st when he last saw her. What I'd like to do now is just describe his actions on the days from January 1st. Defendant indicated on January 1st at 3 p.m. he did some errands, then he went to his mother's house in Swampscott, but got lost because he didn't have his phone. He said he knew it was lost when he saw the pirate ship on Route 1. Defendant stayed 15 minutes, then went to Whole Foods and CVS. Surveillance was checked and he did not enter either of those stores. On January 1st, defendant Googled using his son's iPad. Some of his searches are as follows. Keep in mind that the defendant said he left at 6 a.m. At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m. on the 1st, how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44, how to clean blood from wooden floor. At 11:56 on the 1st, luminol to detect blood. At 1:08, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia? At 1:21 p.m., is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? Those were on the January 1st. There was also information gained from the defendant's phone which showed on January 2nd he was at Home Goods in Norwell where he purchased 3 rugs. There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth? On January 2nd, following those, the defendant was seen on surveillance at the Home Depot in Rockland. In checking the surveillance, the defendant is observed on a security camera pushing a cart. Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes, tape, tarp, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hatchet. He had a face mask and rubber gloves on at the time he was pushing the cart in Home Depot. At 5:32, he was seen at the Derby Street in Hingham, now removing the gloves and the mask. Data from his phone also tracked his whereabouts on January 3rd. Locations were traveled at 4:27 on January 3rd to an apartment complex in Abington. Surveillance shows the defendant's Volvo, as well as a male fitting the defendant's appearance, exit a car near the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster with the garbage bag and leaves it. On 4:48, he hit another complex in Abington, and at 5:10 p.m., cell phone shows records at another apartment in Brockton. Video shows a party consistent with his appearance and his Volvo. Again, he discarded items in the dumpster. On January 3rd, that same day, at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? At 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good? On January 4th, the following day, the defendant went to Home Goods and TJ Maxx. He purchased towels as well as bath mats and men's clothing. At 4:15 that day, on the 4th, he went to Lowe's where he purchased squeegees and a trash can. On January 4th, when Cohasset Police went to the house on the well-being check, officers observed his Volvo with seats down and a plastic liner in the back of the car. The next day, a view of the Volvo showed his seats folded down, floor mats with some dirt, and the carpet appeared to show fresh vacuum streaks. When asked about the liner, the defendant said he threw it in the trash. Chemists later analyzed the car, and there was present blood in the car. On January 5th, review of the data from defendant's phone showed his phone traveled at 8 a.m., first to his daycare and then to Swampscott, where his mother resides. The phone traveled to the complex where his mother lives at 9:30 a.m., went for about 5 minutes around the building to the southeast corner. In the southeast corner of that complex is where there was a dumpster. The dumpster was later secured and searched. On January 8th, police and crime scene services searched the house in Cohasset. They found blood in the basement, a knife with the presence of blood. The knife was damaged. A second knife was also found in that basement. In addition, there was heavy-duty large top plastic liners purchased from that Home Depot trip. As part of the investigation, police checked for activity on honest credit cards, banks, flights, trains. There was no activity since she was last seen on January 1st. Police also tried to track down what happened to the bags that the defendant was seen throwing in the dumpster earlier. This was over in Abington. These bags and what was in them were already picked up and taken to a location for shredding and to be incinerated. By the time police located that, they were already destroyed. However, investigators did secure and search the dumpsters from defendant's mother's complex in Swampscott. It was searched at a transfer station in Peabody. Investigators recovered 10 trash bags. Inside the trash bags, many of these items contained stains consistent with blood, in fact a lot. Among the items secured were towels, rags, slippers, tape, Tyvek suit, gloves, cleaning agents, carpets, rugs, hunter boots, Prada purse, a COVID-19 vaccine card in the name of Anna Walshe, a hacksaw, a hatchet, and some cutting shears. The purse and boots were described as what Anna was last seen in. A portion of the rug was heavily stained with red-brown stains. The substance was consistent with also having baking soda on it. There was a portion of a necklace consistent with one that Anna had been seen wearing in photos. The State Crime Lab performed testing on certain selected items that were recovered from those trash bags. There was human blood found on them, and then they were sent for DNA testing. The findings are as follows. On the slippers in the interior, Anna and Brian Walsh were contributors to the DNA on those slippers which had blood on them. On the exterior, Anna and Brian Walsh contributed to the DNA found on those slippers. The Tyvek suit. On the interior cuffs, Anna and Brian Walsh contributed to the DNA that was left on them. On the exterior left pant leg, Anna Walsh was a contributor to the DNA. On the interior right sleeve, Anna Walsh was a contributor to the DNA that was found on the Tyvek suit. There was tissues which found that Anna Walsh contributed to the DNA. There was one other earlier Google search which would be of note. On December 27th, defendant Googled, what's the best state to divorce for a man? Rather than divorce, it is believed that Brian Walsh dismembered Anna Walsh and discarded her body. The bags were later discarded in Swampscott and contained Anna's property and the items used to clean up, as well as the DNA that was left behind. The Commonwealth is asking that the defendant be held without bail for the murder of his wife.
Thank you, Mr. You heard it all.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Right. Defendant will be held without bail pending indictment. Do we have a date for probable cause, or Ms. Dillon, have you reserved time for the grand jury?
Not at this time, but I will. Your Honor, we have a date of February 7th already for the misleading police.
February 9th.
What's it?
February 9th.
Oh, February 9th, I apologize. If we want to put it on for status on that day?
And that's by Zoom, Your Honor, correct?
By Zoom.
Yes, thank you.
Status date or probable cause date?
Status date is fine, Your Honor.
February 9th for status, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, sir, you're held without bail until February 9th, 2023, for a status date.
Well, so thank you.
All right, that was Brian Walsh being arraigned on that murder charge, accused of killing his wife, Anna Walsh, who has been missing since January 1st. We did learn that the DNA of Anna Walsh was found in the trash can. We know that they did search a dumpster just last week. They now say that inside they did find a hacksaw. They also released some of the information about the searches that Brian Walsh is believed to have made after his wife's disappearance on the internet. Some of those searches here: 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, how to throw away body parts, how long does DNA last, dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body, how to clean blood from wooden floor, how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia, and can you be charged with murder without a body? It appears the answer to that question is yes. It is 9:32 on the East Coast and 6:32 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 9:34 on the East Coast, and it is 6:34 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. I do want to get back into the headlines, as you see right there on your screen. The family of an Orange County, California public defender who died in Mexico over the weekend while celebrating his first wedding anniversary said they've been, quote, devastated by the lack of communication from local authorities and will be conducting their own independent investigation because of the, quote, insufficiency of that official investigation. Elliot Blair was a deputy public defender with the Orange County Public Defender's Office since back in 2017. A GoFundMe campaign shows that Blair was in Rosarito Beach, Mexico, with his wife Kim, celebrating their first anniversary when he was found dead on January 14th. Our Fox 11 Los Angeles team brings us the latest.
He's such a good person, such an outstanding attorney.
Family and friends of Elliot Blair are demanding answers from Mexican authorities after the Orange County public defender died in Rosarito.
The Mexican officials came out and said, you know, he died of a tragic accident. As an investigator, I'm thinking, okay, what are the facts? What's the factual underpinning of your opinion?
Private investigator John Jenks worked with a 33-year-old attorney on several drug-related cases. He remembers the young public defender as honest and fair.
He was always looking for the truth. Some attorneys that call me, hey, my client says this, can you co-sign that? And Elliot was, hey, John, just give it to me straight. What do you think the facts show? Which I respect the heck out of.
Blair and his wife were in Mexico celebrating their one-year anniversary. Mexican police reported Blair died in an accidental fall from a fourth-floor balcony at Las Rocas Resort and Spa on Saturday, January 14th. But his family doesn't believe it. On their GoFundMe page, they state Blair was a victim of a brutal crime.
It just breaks my heart for his parents, for his wife, for his colleagues, his friends, and I hope they get to the bottom of it and find out what the cause of death was.
That was our Fox 11 Los Angeles team with the latest. We'll bring you any updates on that ongoing investigation. Taking a look here in New York at another story we've been tracking very closely, and calls do continue here for George Santos to resign from his position. The Republican Party there in Nassau County, which he represents, says that he will not be welcome inside their building, despite the fact that he is a Republican. There was also the Santos Act that has been proposed by a Democratic lawmaker there to prevent anything like this from happening again. Our Fox 5 New York team brings us the latest.
George Santos deceived us. He won by breaking the law.
Many Republicans want him out. Democrats want him out. Even his own constituents want him out. But despite repeated calls for George Santos to resign, he won't step down. Instead, the freshman congressman was appointed to two congressional committees, the House Committee on Small Business and the House Committee on Space, Science, and Technology.
George Santos has essentially lied about every aspect of his life. He has essentially pretended to be a biracial Ukrainian, Belgian, Brazilian volleyball champion and brain cancer survivor.
Democrat Congressman Richie Torres also wrote on Twitter, outrageous. George Santos is going to be appointed to the Small Business Committee, which oversees one of the largest government programs in history, the Paycheck Protection Program. Can a fraud like George Santos be trusted to root out rampant fraud in the PPP program? Torres also sent a letter to the Federal Election Commission requesting an investigation into potential illegal activity surrounding Santos's campaign finances. Calls and even visits to Santos's staff went unanswered. The embattled congressman's personal attorney, in the meantime, says law enforcement has yet to contact him and would not go into further detail about the ongoing investigation against his client.
The people who voted for him didn't actually vote for him. They voted for an illusion he created.
Santos is under federal investigation over his finances after disclosing that he earned $55,000 in 2021, but loaned his campaign $705,000 in 2022. Recent reports have also revealed he has ties to the cousin of a sanctioned Russian oligarch. Voters and colleagues are hoping if Santos is convicted on a campaign finance violation or is connected to something illegal, he'll be forced out of Congress.
My message to Mr. Santos is simple. This will not end well for you.
That was Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team. A 39-year-old felon who overwhelmingly lost a bid for the New Mexico State House as a Republican paid for 4 men to shoot at Democratic lawmakers' homes in recent months, including one house where a 10-year-old girl was inside. That is according to investigators. The case against Solomon Pena, who had posted photos of himself online with Donald Trump campaign material, is one of dozens across the U.S. where people have threatened and, in some cases, attempted to carry out violence against members of Congress, school board members, and other election officials. I do want to send it over to David Lee Miller here with our Fox News team to bring us the latest.
A losing Republican state legislature candidate now facing charges stemming from a series of 4 drive-by shootings targeting Democratic lawmakers.
Shootings were orchestrated. They were dangerous attacks, not only to these individuals, which is personally the most terrifying for them, but fundamentally also to democracy.
GOP candidate Solomon Pena is behind bars following his arrest on Monday. Police say the 39-year-old was the mastermind behind an apparently politically motivated plot in which he's accused of conspiring with and hiring 4 other men to shoot the homes of 2 county commissioners and 2 state legislators.
After the election in November, Solomon Pena reached out and contracted someone for an amount of cash money to commit at least 2 of these shootings.
3 of the 4 shootings occurred in December. Police believe Pena pulled the trigger in the last attack on January 3rd. 4 homes were damaged. 2 of them hit more than a dozen times. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but a bullet passed through the bedroom of a state senator's 10-year-old daughter.
And he's an election denier. He weaponized those dangerous thoughts to threaten me and others, causing serious trauma.
Back in November, Pena lost his bid for state legislature. He repeatedly made baseless claims that the election was rigged. And days later, he posted a photo on Twitter surrounded by Trump merchandise, writing, quote, "I never conceded my HD 14 race, now researching my options." Pena is being held on multiple charges. He's expected to make his initial court appearance on Wednesday. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
David, thank you so much. Want to head back out to Cohasset, Massachusetts. That is where we just showed you that hearing, the arraignment for Brian Walshe, the husband of Anna Walshe, missing since January 1st. We're about to see him walk out of the courthouse there, and he will be transported back to the jail. We do know he was charged with misleading police originally, but just yesterday, the DA there did announce that they would charge him with murder for the death of his wife, Anna Walshe, who has not been located. However, they did say that they found a hacksaw and other materials inside of a dumpster during the search for Anna, and also found her DNA inside that same dumpster. It appeared that they were waiting for some of the forensics evidence to be tested and that to come back positive for Anna Walsh's DNA before they did charge him with murder. So again, Brian Walshe appearing in court a bit earlier on this morning, I would say about 30 minutes ago, and we did learn about some of the internet searches that he apparently made while his wife was missing. This is according to prosecutors. They said he searched how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia, can you be charged with murder without a body, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, how to throw away body parts, how long does DNA last, dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body, how to clean blood from wooden floor. So again, prosecutors say those are just some of the searches that Brian Walshe did make after his wife, Anna, did disappear. And right now it appears that is the vehicle on your screen that is going to escort Brian Walshe from the courthouse there in Cohasset, Massachusetts, back over to the jail where he is held on a charge of murder as well as misleading police. We did learn really just about those internet searches during that hearing this morning. However, the prosecution reiterating that he did purchase $450 in cleaning supplies the day after he says he last saw his wife. So January 1st is when he says he had last seen her, and then January 2nd is when he apparently purchased those cleaning materials. Now, we did also learn from prosecutors, they say that blood, along with a bloody knife, were found inside of the Walshe residence there in Cohasset, Massachusetts. I do want to hang on this image for just a little bit longer as we do wait for Brian Walshe to be transported over from the courthouse there back to the jail. You can see there's a camera there with one of our Fox affiliates gathered outside the courthouse just waiting to see as he is transferred over. And again, I am going to hang on this image right here as we wait for him to be loaded up into that vehicle right there. All right, so it does appear they're going to be inside for a little bit longer, so I do actually want to step away for a quick commercial break, and we will come right back here on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, 9:48 on the East Coast and 6:48 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. You are looking at a live image from Cohasset, Massachusetts. That is where we are expecting Brian Walshe to be put in that vehicle. There you go right there, a live image of him being taken from the courthouse over to the jail. He is now charged with murder in the death of his wife, Anna Walshe, who has not been located, but she has been missing now for about 2 weeks. Last seen January 1st. We did learn this morning that Brian Walshe, prosecutors say, made some interesting Google searches after his wife went missing, including 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, how to throw away body parts, how long does DNA last, dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body, how to clean blood from a wooden floor. You're looking at a live image there from Cohasset, Massachusetts. He has now left the courthouse, heading back to the jail where he will be held until his next hearing that will be in early February. We'll keep you posted here on Live Now from Fox. All right, I do want to get back into some of the other stories we've been tracking here on Live Now. We've been watching this series of storms that has been hammering California. There's flooding and there's also mudslides that have happened there. Unfortunately, several lives lost. Jeff Paul with Fox News brings us more.
The kids are, they're traumatized. I don't know how other words to say it.
Sarah Ward Harvey lost all her belongings when floodwaters swept through her Southern California neighborhood. She's one of many facing a long rebuild after weeks of powerful storms. The steady rain leaving behind extensive damage.
The average of the homes that are affected on this street, around 20,000. We're thinking it's a total loss.
President Biden approved California's request for a disaster declaration to help with recovery efforts. Throughout the state, crews have been out clearing streets and scrambling to repair sinkholes. California's Department of Transportation says multiple highways remain closed on Tuesday. While the worst of the storms is gone, forecasters expect parts of Northern California to see light rain later this week. In San Mateo County, officials say the soil is too saturated to absorb additional water.
This creek was flowing here and in the pasture across the road, I'd say about 3 feet high.
Though all of this rain has eased some of California's drought conditions, with several key reservoirs nearing their historic average.
We've seen a lot of areas kind of pivot from a drought response to trying to recover storage into changing to doing some flood releases.
On Thursday, President Biden travels to California to meet with state officials and first responders. In Los Angeles, Jeff Paul, Fox News.
All right, and as he said there, we do expect President Biden to head over to California to survey that damage there from that series of storms that it appears is now starting to lighten up. They're not seeing the same kind of rainfall that they did over the past several weeks. So those storms, no surprise here, causing potholes across the area. Our Fox 11 LA team brings us more.
By the time we caught up with this street repair crew, they had already been to about 8 to 10 locations, filling pothole after pothole, tacking them with a sticky substance, shoveling in asphalt, raking it smooth, and then pounding it with what they call a whacker. But getting whacked are people's cars. Sebastian, what happened? Sebastian DeMott is a colleague of mine at Fox 11. He's a director, but when he tried directing his car out of the way of a pothole, he got whacked.
I hit this pothole with my right front passenger side tire, and it completely blows out.
Not only that, his car suffered about $2,000 in damages to the struts and links. What a headache.
2 days in the mechanic, they were trying to find the right size tire, all this because the city can't fill the potholes the right way.
Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. Sorry, definitely.
Well, what do you say to people like Sebastian?
Again, all I can do is offer them, an apology.
Michael Cox is the general superintendent for LA Street Services. His crews have been working overtime to try and attack the problem, but Cox says it's not easy. It takes time. On this day, he says there are about 10 trucks out there with 2 repair people each.
Correct.
20 people trying to deal with hundreds of potholes.
Correct.
That sounds like a big undertaking.
It is, but, we're doing the best we can with what we have right now.
Same goes for Caltrans that's dealing with freeway potholes.
Obviously the rain has taken a toll on our roads. The asphalt is eroding, and we're trying to fill those potholes and fix those roadways as fast as we possibly can.
On this particular street in Eagle Rock, you take a look down here, it's not only potholes, you've got cracks all along this street. Those who repair potholes say when future storms come, water can get under these cracks and create new potholes.
Essentially, you could say that. It may happen, it may not happen.
If your car was damaged by a pothole out here on a freeway or on a city street, you can try to file for reimbursement. There are web pages for the state and for the city where you can get forms to fill out, and we'll put those on our webpage, foxla.com. In Eagle Rock, I'm Hal Eisner, Fox 11 News.
Thank you so much to our Fox 11 LA team for that story. Now take a look at the live image showing our XRAD radar system as there are winter storm warnings in effect across much of the western part of the country. We did check in with Max Gordon with Fox Weather a bit earlier on today. He's over in Denver and it is starting to snow there. He said, fortunately, the roads are remaining clear as you do have snow plows that continue to travel through that area. Well, the recent storms offering some small hope in Utah's battle against drought. The storms helping the state's snowpack, but officials say despite the improvements, there's a long road ahead to get out of that drought. John Franchi with our Fox 13 Salt Lake City team has that.
Utahns will remember 2011, 2005, and 1997 as big winters. And as we stand in this winter wonderland, 2023 is looking a lot like those, but that does not mean we're out of the drought just yet.
This is the winter we've been waiting for. Yeah, this is a really big one.
This winter has brought nothing but good news for Jordan Clayton, the supervisor of Utah's snow survey.
If we only received like 2 more inches, statewide average on the ground, we would already get to what our typical peak would be.
Clayton and his team dissect the data they receive hourly that shows the amount of moisture in Utah's snow. 2023 is on track to be a great year.
We actually haven't seen the conditions on the ground like this in almost 20 years. 2011 was outstanding. We're actually starting to surpass 2011 right now as a state.
I want to show you where this year compares to other big snowpack years using the snow survey data. This green line indicates the median, basically what would be considered a good average snowpack for a year. When we add in 2023, you can see we are well above the median for this time in January and almost at a typical peak snowpack well ahead of schedule. Let's add in that good year of 2011. The mid-January totals are nearly identical, and that year the storms kept on coming. The same is true when we look at 2005. So, if history repeats itself, we could be in for a stellar year.
We typically have the wettest months of March and April.
So what does this mean for the drought?
I don't want people to think that we're out of the drought. We still have a ways to go.
I spoke with Laura Haskell, the drought coordinator for the Utah Division of Water Resources. She agrees this is only a start.
If we got 150% of our typical snowpack, we would be closer to making up for the last year or two.
As for the Great Salt Lake, Haskell says about a third of that water comes from precipitation, but most of the runoff from the snowpack will first go to the reservoirs upstream.
The upstream reservoirs are trying to, refill. We're trying to get more water in those for our summer use and things. And so, some of it will get to the Great Salt Lake, but unfortunately, not everything that we're seeing in the snowpack will make it to the Great Salt Lake.
No matter how good one winter can't make up for years of drought, this winter is progress. We can only hope this becomes our new normal.
All snow is good snow. We'll take anything we can get.
There are about 80 more days left in this snow season. That means there is plenty of time to accumulate even more of this precious powder. In Salt Lake County, John Franchi, Fox 13 News, Utah.
Thank you so much to our Fox Utah team for that report. Well, as public health officials monitor the COVID surge in China, we're seeing a big uptick in Strep A cases among kids here in the U.S. Fox News correspondent Charles Watson has more from Atlanta.
As the triple-demic of COVID, flu, and RSV grinds on here in the U.S., the focus is increasingly turning to China. Officials there announcing almost 60,000 COVID deaths since the end of restrictions back in December. That number is significantly higher than expected, and a rare admission by the Chinese government that the outbreak is not fully contained. Beijing now pushing back on critics who claim the virus will undergo more mutations if it's allowed to spread unchecked.
It is hoped that all parties will uphold an objective and impartial position and respect and support China's prevention and control work.
China also announcing the country's population fell in 2022 for the first time in 6 decades, and economic growth was only 3%, the second slowest in 50 years. Both are being blamed on the outbreak, but that's not stopping millions from traveling for the Lunar New Year.
There were many old people that died, but I don't think this is only due to COVID. I don't think it is as serious as everyone everyone says, this is my feeling.
Meanwhile, here in the U.S., we're seeing a big uptick in strep A cases among children as kids return to school following the holiday break. Doctors say it follows a familiar pattern.
This is expected. Unfortunately, people having holiday events and having limited ventilation because it's cold out would contribute to an increase in respiratory illnesses.
The good news, the CDC says while there are still some hot spots, flu and RSV cases are both declining in most areas. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
Well, high inflation causing a record number of Americans to delay medical care. That is according to a Gallup poll out yesterday, and the effect on patients can be devastating. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively has those details from Washington.
High inflation has another victim, your health. A new Gallup poll found that 38% of Americans say they or a family member put off medical care last year because of rising costs. That's a 12-point jump from 2021.
Premiums, co-pays, deductibles, everything is skyrocketing. So just like inflation, price of food and gas and rent, everything is going up.
Labor Department statistics indicate the price of medical care services rose by 4.1% in December year over year, helping push 27% of Americans to delay treatment for a serious medical condition.
I have a patient who came in with chest pain and they kept putting it off. They were worried about the cost. Because they put it off, their symptoms got worse. They ended up hospitalized.
The study covers last year, and administration officials point out that inflation cooled slightly in December, also noting that the Inflation Reduction Act, which aims to cut out-of-pocket drug costs, wasn't signed until August.
You think about the Inflation Reduction Act, that's going to lower prescription drug costs, lower medical costs. We know that's what the American people truly care about.
Americans certainly care about rising costs, with 74% telling Fox in December that inflation had caused them financial hardship over the last 6 months.
Their wages might be going up. The rate of inflation, regardless of what the Biden administration says, is eclipsing any gains they've made.
The Gallup poll also showed that women were more likely than men to put off medical treatment by a 12-point gap. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, Caroline, thank you so much for that report. So we were following a bit earlier on this morning as we saw Brian Walshe appear in court. He was in a courtroom there in Cohasset, Massachusetts. We did learn just yesterday that he is now charged with murder in connection with the death of his wife, who has still not been located. We've been following this since January 1st, the last day that she was seen. I do want to bring an expert to talk a little bit more about this here. Dr. Robbie Ludwig is a psychotherapist. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So we did learn a lot during the hearing this morning, and we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up. But for now, I just want to get your opinion on Brian Walshe in general and why he allegedly would have done something like this.
Well, when we look into Brian's past, he clearly is a career criminal. He stole from his family. His father wanted nothing to do with him. He was already under house arrest for falsely selling artwork, claiming it was, I think, Andy Warhol, and it wasn't. So this is a con man. And clearly, whatever his situation, he was financially under a lot of duress. And one could see where he was a man who was just flailing and failing at life. And here he had this beautiful wife who was succeeding professionally, who probably was financially taking care of the family. And there was a growing sense of resentment towards her. All of his anger and disdain got projected onto her to the point where he felt he needed to eliminate her. Not so uncommon when we look at intimate partner homicide. We see often that physical and verbal abuse can spiral out of control. And when we listen to his wife's claims, she feared that he was going to kill her at one point, and he even threatened to do so.
So, as I mentioned this morning, there was that hearing where they revealed a little bit more. The prosecutor saying that he had some interesting internet searches, and these happened the day after she was last seen. So this would be January 2nd. Those include how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia, could you be charged with murder without a body, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you need to, how to throw away body parts, how long does DNA last, dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body, how to clean blood from wooden floor. What do you make of those internet searches?
Certainly sounds like a guilty man, but what's interesting about the searches to me is that these searches were done after his wife was missing. So that would say that it could have been for him an out of control murder, that he was in the moment and perhaps didn't plan this in advance. So these searches in some ways will serve him well in the sense that it wasn't a premeditated crime. It sounds like he became out of control and killed her as a result of whatever tension was going on between them in the moment.
And we know initially he was charged with misleading police. The murder charge was just added yesterday. When you hear that someone purchases, prosecutors say, $450 in cleaning supplies after his wife goes missing, also the bloody knife, and we saw them searching through the dumpster. Did you feel, just based on your experiences of analyzing people, that he was guilty of this crime before he had even been charged with murder?
I did, because if you look at the patterns of marital homicide, somebody who's abusive, somebody who already has a con man background, there's financial duress, he's threatened to kill his wife in the past. These are all patterns that don't look good for somebody who's innocent. And then you add on that he misled the police. Why would a husband mislead police? Because he wouldn't want his wife found, because he murdered her. So that's not a good look for a husband who's trying to be innocent. It's all very, very sad. And of course, the innocent victims in all this, in addition to Brian's wife, are the 3 little boys that, you know, had no say in what's going on in their lives right now. And it's just all very, very tragic.
And I always say innocent until proven guilty, but to hear those Google searches, again, I'll go over some of them: how long before a body starts to smell, how to stop a body from decomposing, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia, can you be charged with murder without a body? Does it sound like somebody who wants to be caught?
It's so interesting. You know, it sounds to me like this is a person who was panicking and really trying to protect himself from being caught, unless he was some kind of health reporter or some kind of expert commentator. Those kinds of searches under his particular circumstance is not a good look. And this is somebody who probably killed his wife in the heat of the moment. They were probably having a confrontation. She might have wanted to leave him. It sounds like he was out of control and afterwards is trying to save himself, given that he already is under house arrest. So he's already somebody who looks guilty and doesn't have a good look when it comes to morality and committing crimes and making excuses for himself.
All right, Dr. Robbie Ludwig, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Listen, it's a very tragic thing. And I think what we see here is that verbal and domestic violence can lead to murder. And when a violent spouse threatens to kill their partner, they are very dangerous and in a very different category. It's always best to believe somebody who says they plan to kill you.
All right, thank you so much for that insight. We appreciate it, and have a good rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, it is 10:08 on the East Coast and 7:08 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get right back into the headlines here in just a few. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
The average American household is saddled with more than $165,000 in debt. That's collectively more than $16.5 trillion for all American families, according to NerdWallet. And that amount has climbed over the past year by more than 7.5%. As we see, inflation remains high and interest rates climb. Credit card debt is surging amid the rising cost of living. Revolving credit card debt reached nearly $460 billion. That's up by more than 28% over the year. And rising interest rates mean a household with the average amount of credit card debt will pay nearly $1,400 in interest alone this year.
People are turning to credit cards for all sorts of things. Some of it is that discretionary spending. Some of it is travel. But a lot of it is just to cover their day-to-day bills. They're trying to cover the groceries and they're eating out.
Mortgages and auto loan debt also increased over the past 12 months. The average U.S. household owed about $222,000 in mortgages and $29,000 in auto loans, both up about 8% and 5% respectively. Now, higher prices coupled with rising interest rates are expected to trigger a slowdown to the global economy this year. And the International Labor Organization predicts wages will fall. For American families, that means less money being earned and more pressure to keep up with bills by possibly going further into debt. Reporting from New York City, Lydia Hu, Fox Business.
All right, Lydia, thank you so much. We do appreciate our partners there over at Fox Business. Back into the headlines now, a story we have been tracking. 6 people, including a 17-year-old mother and her 6-month-old baby, were killed in a shooting early Monday at a home in Central California. We are continuing to learn more about this situation, so I do want to bring in Fox News' Matt Finn to talk a little bit more about this case. Matt, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So the latest information at this point, once again, we know that mother, teenage mother, and child were killed, but we're also learning a little bit more about who police might be looking for.
Yeah, right now authorities say they are on the hunt for 2 known suspects. They say executed this family outside of Fresno, California. That includes a 72-year-old grandmother, her 16-year-old granddaughter, and that 16-year-old's 10-month-old child. The Tulare County Sheriff says this was a deliberate massacre that shows signs of a gang or cartel-related assassination, including 2 victims being killed in the street and some of the victims being shot in the head. It happened around 3:30 a.m. on Monday. 6 family members were killed, 3 survived, including one person who intentionally hid and then called 911. The gunfire was so intense the call was initially treated as an active shooter. The sheriff says the home was known for gang activity and a search warrant was just conducted at the house earlier this month. It's not clear who the intended target was, but the mother and the 10-month-old were not the targets. The autopsies have begun on the 6 victims, and the sheriff says it's not confirmed this was cartel related, but he partially blames the deadly cartels in his Central California county on what he calls an unsecure southern border. Back to you.
And Matt, I understand that this area where this happened, we're not talking about Los Angeles, we're not talking about San Francisco, a big city like that. We're talking about a semi-rural area of Goshen, right?
Yeah, just a couple thousand people live there, according to the sheriff. And he says that statewide, California has taken a soft on crime approach. He thinks it's time for California to start holding criminals accountable who use guns in violent crimes. Josh.
All right, Matt Finn with Fox News. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, 10:14 on the East Coast and 7:14 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. A camera we've been keeping our eye on here is out in Cohasset, Massachusetts. That is where you can see the camera a little shaky right now, but Brian Walshe did appear in the courtroom about an hour ago where he did answer to a judge. A not guilty plea entered on his behalf for a murder charge in connection with the death of his wife, Anna Walshe, who has not been located. It appears that crews are set up outside the courthouse for a possible news conference of some kind. As we do get any more information on this, or we see somebody walk up to the camera, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We're also going to go live out to Cohasset, Massachusetts for the latest with our Fox News affiliates there, coming up a little bit later on in the show. For now, let's step away for a 2-minute commercial break, and we will get right back into the headlines here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 10:18 on the East Coast and 7:18 on the West Coast. Wherever you're watching from, thank you so much for starting your Wednesday with us here on Live Now from Fox. We do prioritize live events here at Live Now, so I actually want to take you out to NASA right now as they do make an announcement about eco-friendly aviation. Let's take a live listen in right now to hear what they have to say.
Good morning and welcome. I am thrilled, excited, and proud to be here to let you know that the first A in NASA aeronautics is thriving and continues to push us forward on the cutting edge of aviation. Innovation is at the core of all of NASA's missions, and for decades we've delivered new technologies to the public and to industry. You may not know it, but every time you fly, you're surrounded by technologies that NASA has helped develop over decades that improve your experience and also make your flight safer and more sustainable. Today, we are very excited to be discussing a major new NASA commitment to reducing carbon emissions in the air transportation system. Aviation is one of the most difficult industries to decarbonize, and we're very excited to be working on the hardest problems. And we're also hoping that the technology we're working on is something that you will be seeing across industry and at airports in the 2030s. I don't know about you, but I fly a lot, and in addition to the many improvements in aircraft and air traffic control efficiency and safety that NASA's work has provided to make your trips easier and safer and better every time you fly, I'm still very concerned about the carbon footprint of global air travel. The aviation sector is a giant in the global economy, and we have to take that seriously. We rely on it for very many things, not only as an engine of commerce, but also as an engine of connection of human beings around the world. But we know we can lower the emissions that all those flights produce, especially on the workhorse planes, which most of us usually fly. This is a key part of what we do at NASA, partnering with industry to innovate and take concepts to reality that can spread throughout a sector for the benefit of all. At NASA, we're committed to learning about our planet's climate, and by mitigating climate change, using our resources across a broad spectrum, from satellites to instruments aboard the International Space Station to new technologies in aviation and other areas. NASA provides vital climate data freely to all, data that helps our leaders pursue climate-resilient strategies and decision-making, and helps citizen scientists and others stay informed. We work to develop technologies that will move us towards a sustainable future here on Earth and as we explore space. Today, we make a big leap in green aviation. I'll let Administrator Nelson and others break the news and talk specifics, but I have to tell you, as a pilot and a test pilot, I am very excited by today's announcement. NASA's research directly contributes to the long-term sustainability of aviation, and by advancing the development of green technologies, we're revolutionizing air transportation once again. With that, I'd like to introduce NASA Administrator Bill Nelson.
Thanks, Pam. Most of you all think of NASA as a space agency, as an aviation agency. It's also a climate agency. Not only all the assets that we have up there in space that are measuring what is going on with our planet, and will increasingly do so over the next decade, but also because we are constantly trying to figure out how to reduce our carbon footprint here as terrestrial beings on the surface of planet Earth. So today is an announcement about aviation and climate and technology, and Pam has introduced that the fact that when you fly in any kind of aircraft, you are surrounded by NASA technology. We have made aviation more sustainable and dependable. It's in our DNA. Now, during the 70s and the 80s, NASA research resulted in a new type of wing, the upturned tips of wings called winglets. And those are on most commercial airliners today, increasing the distance that you can fly and saving billions of dollars of fuel. And today we're improving takeoff and landing, taxi technology to save fuel, cut delays, and to get you to your destination sooner and cheaper. And we did a a multi-year project at the Charlotte airport. It's now in 20 airports around the country, so that when you pull back from the gate, you go continuously without that stop-start that burns so much fuel, and by the way, burns you up in impatience to finally get on your flight. And so smoothly down to the end of the taxiway and on and take off. We're working to develop new next-generation aircraft and engines that would make commercial airliners as much as 30% more efficient. And we're investing in supersonic flight over land without a sonic boom. We're going to test fly that X-59 this year. And if we can accomplish that, people across the world are going to be able to fly overpopulated areas supersonic to get to their destinations faster. And we're leading the development of electric propulsion-powered aircraft. We're going to fly the X-57 this year. Quieter, more efficient, and environmentally friendly than today's commuter planes. And so NASA is at the cutting edge of technology when it comes to flight. That's part of our charter. That leads us now why we are gathered here today, to announce the next big development in NASA aeronautics and the commercial aviation industry. NASA has selected Boeing as our partner in designing, building, and flying a brand new, large-scale experimental airplane called the Sustainable Flight Demonstrator. And Boeing's concept is a transonic, truss-braced wing, single-aisle aircraft, which is scheduled to fly in 2028. This aircraft, which will serve approximately 50% of the commercial market, which is short to medium haul, single-aisle aircraft. But we're going to reduce as much as 30% the fuel consumption with better engines. And look at this wing, longer and thinner. And it's so long and thin, it has to have a brace. But you can actually get lift on this brace as well as the wing, the old concept of the old biplanes. That is a revolutionary design. And this is going to be flying in 2028. It's our plan to demonstrate this extra long, thin wing stabilized by the braces that will make commercial airliners much more fuel efficient by creating less drag. And in addition to the design, the Sustainable Flight Demonstrator will integrate multiple other related green technologies. This configuration will save fuel, and as we know, saving fuel is not only good for the planet, it means less expensive tickets for passengers.
All right, you are listening in to this NASA news conference that happened a short time ago. We will get back to that coming up in a little bit, but I do want to get back into some of the headlines that we have been tracking here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. We were watching a bit earlier as we did see Brian Walshe appear in court. It was about an hour ago on that charge of murder in connection with the disappearance of his wife, Anna Walshe. We did learn what prosecutors say he searched for on the internet the days leading up to and after the disappearance of his wife. I do want to bring in Mary Ellen O'Toole, a retired FBI special agent and former senior profiler. She's also the director of forensic science program at George Mason University, to talk a little bit more about what we've learned and the situation in general. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
And we did learn a lot during that hearing. That includes some of the searches that he made on the internet, as well as the idea that prosecutors say he used his child's iPad for some of those searches. Your thoughts?
Well, how the prosecutors laid out the searches and the extent of what he searched is really stunning when you think about it. He's planning or thinking about, allegedly, he's innocent until proven guilty, but he's thinking about killing the most significant person in his world, his wife and the mother of his children. So I think all the effort and thinking that he put into it is really stunning. And then secondly, he used the iPad of his child to do some of these searches. So inadvertently, he's pulled his son, his child, into the murder scheme with him, which also is very telling.
And the other thing they mentioned, one of the many searches did involve how to clean up a crime scene, how to get blood out of wood. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on that. I work with graduate students at my university, and they frequently will start a master's research paper on, how to clean up a crime scene. And that's really part of their getting their master's degree in forensic science. Months and months of work go into that. These searches occurred just days before it's likely the murder occurred. So how much can you learn from an internet search? That's number one. But when you commit a murder, and supposedly it's his first murder, you don't know what the blood is going to do. If there's dismemberment, you don't know what that's going to do either, where the bone's going to go, where the splinter's going to go. I apologize for being graphic, but if you don't know that because you have no experience, in my opinion, it's going to be close to impossible to clean up that crime scene, to the extent that CSI people come in from the Massachusetts State Police with every scientific theory that they have to identify blood and bone at a crime scene. They're going to find something. It's just very difficult to clean up a crime scene 100%.
And I do want to go over some of those internet searches that prosecutors say Brian Walshe made after his wife's disappearance. Some of them, as we mentioned, would have been before the murder would have taken place. How long before a body starts to smell? How to stop a body from decomposing? What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? Can you be charged with murder without a body? 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. How to throw away body parts. How long does DNA last? Dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. So as we mentioned here, a lot of searches, some of which did take place on his child's iPad, prosecutors say. What do you make of somebody who would make searches like this, just based on your time as a senior profiler there for the FBI? What kind of person are we talking about?
Well, it really depends. So if you're a student and getting your master's in forensic science, if we checked your computer, those searches would make sense. That's not what we have here. So those searches certainly seem on the surface and by themselves, certainly seem to suggest an interest, a repeated and ongoing interest in disposing of human remains. When you combine those searches, when you combine that interest with actual physical evidence that law enforcement was able to find, that becomes really compelling, even without their ability to find a body. So it's a combination of things that suggests this is someone that was planning it, and even if it was just for a few days before the murder actually occurred, somebody who was planning to get away with it. And I think that's very important. And somebody who was planning to destroy forensic evidence so there would be no charges, or there'd be no discovery of evidence that could be used against them.
And so we know when he was in court last week, he walked out of the jail being brought over to the courthouse and appeared to be smiling at the cameras. Today it appears it was a little bit different. You're watching on your screen there as he is learning what the prosecutors say, everything they have to say, that hearing lasting for about, I would say, 12, 13 minutes. What do you make of his demeanor?
His demeanor in court, to me, seemed to be without emotion, without any kind of manifestation of feelings. We're talking about his wife. And if you zeroed in a little bit closer and looked at the individual's eyes, the eyes almost looked like there was just nothing behind them. Thought one thing was interesting at the point where the prosecutor said there was a search done to see what states would be friendlier to a husband filing divorce papers. At that point, the eyes sort of shifted over to the side, almost to say, did I search that too? But other than that, just very deadpan, without emotion, as the charges against him were listed in a very chilling way, but still no emotion.
As this case was developing, there were so many questions about whether he would be charged with murder, what we were waiting on. What exactly were investigators waiting on, in your opinion, in your experience, to charge him with murder?
Well, they wanted to collect as much evidence as they could. They wanted to exhaust every opportunity to find the victim's remains, because that does become the central part of any homicide investigation. So they had to exhaust every opportunity to do that. But while they were attempting to find her remains, they were discovering other items of evidence. And one of them was obviously the DNA, and they found that the victim's DNA was a contributor to the blood that was found, to the DNA that was found at the basement and on several items. And I think that's very important. It takes a while to do the analysis to obtain the DNA, so they were waiting for that as well. But it's a long, arduous process when you have to piece together a case, especially when you don't have a body. So they wanted to make sure that their case was as airtight as it could be under the circumstances.
All right, Mary Ellen O'Toole, former senior profiler for the FBI and FBI special agent. Anything else that you want to add before I let you go?
Well, I think it's just going to be very interesting for people to follow this case and to be able to understand how this can happen with someone, again, if this individual is guilty, to follow this case, to see how this can happen with someone that looks just like you and me, because the CSI effect does have an impact on cases. We want to look at people and just be able to tell there's something wrong with them. That's why they might consider committing a murder. And that's just not the case at all.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today. A lot of great insight.
You're welcome.
It is 10:36 on the East Coast and 7:36 on the West Coast. A lot of news to get to here on Live Now from Fox. So let's go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with a look at the headlines from across the country and the world. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live to this news conference underway with NASA as they talk about air-friendly travel. They're working on aircraft that will be a little bit cleaner for the environment. Big announcement there this morning, so let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Space Center. Primarily the head of flight operations, Norm Knight, in consultation with clearly the head of the astronaut office, as well as the center director, Vanessa Walshe. And they will make the decision. I do not know if they have decided who the crew is, nor should we. Pam and I and Bob stay out of those decisions.
Thank you.
I want to thank you all for your time today to discuss this exciting announcement for NASA and Boeing. And to learn more about the Sustainable Flight Demonstrator project, you can visit nasa.gov/aeronautics. Thanks and have a great day.
All right, everyone, you were listening to that major announcement from NASA as they announced a cleaner aviation project. I did want to bring it to you from a bit earlier, but it looks like we caught the tail end of that. Let's actually head back out live. We were bringing you the U.S. meeting of mayors, the conference of mayors, a bit earlier on. I do want to dip back in to see what they're discussing right now.
If any other countries wish to co-sponsor A/77/L47, please signify by pressing the microphone button now. I see none. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Secretariat. A recorded vote has been requested. We shall now begin the voting process. Those in favor of draft decision A/77/L47, please signify. Those against or abstentions.
The General Assembly is now voting on draft decision A/77/L47 entitled Election of the Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed, and please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 13. Against, 77. Abstentions, 63. Draft resolution A/77/L47 is not adopted. Before giving the floor to explanation of vote after vote, may I remind delegations that explanation of vote are limited to 10 minutes and should be made by delegations from their seats. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Equatorial Guinea.
Gracias, señor presidente. Simplemente quería reflejar que el voto de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial no se ha registrado a pesar de haber estado pulsando el botón. Gracias.
All right, what you are listening to right there is some of the comments actually going on in the UN. That is no longer the mayor's conference. The camera has switched over, so it's some comments from different countries there in the UN. We'll dip back into that coming up a little bit later on. But I do want to get to some of the other stories that we are following right now on Live Now from Fox. Over to California, protesters say Keenan Anderson's death after he was tased by LA officers is reason enough to deny the chief a second term. They're also making other demands to reform the police department. Gigi Graciette with our Fox 11 LA team is live in downtown Los Angeles to bring us more on this story. Gigi, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Josh. Good morning, everyone from Los Angeles, California. We're in downtown, not far from City Hall, where yesterday protesters made up of community activists together with some family members of Keenan Anderson came together to demand changes from the LAPD and also to ask that our chief of police here, Michael Moore, not be given a second term. And this is in light of Keenan Anderson's death. Now, Keenan was a school teacher from Washington, D.C., apparently here in Los Angeles visiting family when police say he caused a traffic accident, and that's why they originally came into contact with him. They responded to that accident, and they have released some edited camera footage from the officers who responded. Now, they say that Keenan was acting extremely erratic. He was talking about someone trying to kill him, someone putting things in his car, and resisted being taken into custody after running in the street. Now, originally they told him just to sit down and that they would talk to him in a minute, but then they say he started running in the street. Well, eventually, while taking him into custody during that struggle, they did tase him. He was taken to the hospital and he later died. Now, his family members claim that he died because he was tased and because of the way he was treated by the Los Angeles Police Department. Our medical examiner, the coroner, has not yet determined why he died, but police did release that he apparently was on some type of drugs, including cocaine. His family members call that victim shaming and saying that information should not have been released. They are asking, among other things, that LAPD officers not respond to minor traffic accidents and that Chief Michael Moore not be given a second term as chief of police for the Los Angeles Police Department by our new mayor, Karen Bass. Now, she has spoken out against the use of excessive force. She has not said publicly, though, whether or not she supports a second term for our chief of police. Josh?
All right, Fox 11 LA's Gigi Graciette, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
10:46 on the East Coast and 7:46 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories from across the country and across the world. If you've been watching us this morning, you know there's a lot going on, so I'll take you out live to some of the other events we do have that are in progress right now. But let's step away for a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, we will get back into those live events. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and I do want to get back to just some of the stories that we are covering. The latest here on George Santos. We do know that he has been asked by his own party there in New York to resign from his position, but he says he is not going to. That video showing him sworn in as part of the 118th Congress. I do want to send it over to Briella Tomasetti with our Fox 5 New York team. She brings us the latest.
George Santos deceived us. He won by breaking the law.
Many Republicans want him out. Democrats want him out. Even his own constituents want him out. But despite repeated calls for George Santos to resign, he won't step down. Instead, the freshman congressman was appointed to 2 congressional committees, the House Committee on Small Business and the House Committee on Space, Science, and Technology.
George Santos has essentially lied about every aspect of his life. He has essentially pretended to be a biracial Ukrainian, Belgian, Brazilian volleyball champion and brain cancer survivor.
Democrat Congressman Richie Torres also wrote on Twitter, "Outrageous. George Santos is going to be appointed to the Small Business Committee, which oversees one of the largest government programs in history, the Paycheck Protection Program. Can a fraud like George Santos be trusted to root out rampant fraud in the PPP program?" Torres also sent a letter to the Federal Election Commission requesting an investigation into potential illegal activity surrounding Santos's campaign finances. Calls and even visits to Santos's staff went unanswered. The embattled congressman's personal attorney, in the meantime, says law enforcement has yet to contact him and would not go into further detail about the ongoing investigation against his client.
The people who voted for him didn't actually vote for him. They voted for an illusion he created.
Santos is under federal investigation over his finances after disclosing that he earned $55,000 in 2021, but loaned his campaign $705,000 in 2022. Recent reports have also revealed he has ties to the cousin of a sanctioned Russian oligarch. Voters and colleagues are hoping if Santos is convicted on a campaign finance violation or is connected to something illegal, he'll be forced out of Congress.
My message to Mr. Santos is simple. This will not end well for you.
All right, that was the latest on the situation involving George Santos there in New York. So I do want to get to a live event because we do prioritize those live events here at Live Now from Fox. I want to go to Minnesota. Former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is now asking for an appeal, saying that the jury in his trial was tainted. You'll remember that he was sentenced for killing George Floyd. He was sentenced to 21 years for violating his civil rights, as well as another 22 years that would serve together with that. So let's listen in as that appeal is now underway.
I think about 5 to 6 minutes in, and still no medical assistance was rendered. What followed, Your Honor, was one of the most transparent and thorough trials in our nation's history. The court and parties painstakingly selected a jury over 2 weeks. 44 witnesses testified. Jurors watched video footage and heard from bystanders. They learned Chauvin was trained against prone restraints because of positional asphyxia, which is the very thing that killed Floyd. And the jury found Floyd guilty on all counts. Now, Chauvin's many arguments before this court do not come close to justifying reversal. There was no abuse of discretion nor actual prejudice, and to the contrary, Judge Cahill managed this trial with enormous care. And even if Chauvin could identify some minor fault, any error is harmless. The evidence of Chauvin's guilt was captured on video for the world to see. I'd like to start with where the court did the Schwartz hearing. Now, I acknowledge my opponent said that that wasn't the primary issue before the court, but since it's where the court started, I'd like to make 5 points about it. First, Chauvin forfeited this argument before this court and before the district court, and he has to run the table on forfeiture because we're going to be in the land of abuse of discretion, as Your Honor was saying, and indeed plain error review. In the context of Schwartz hearings, he has a special obligation to raise this at the earliest opportunity. And as Judge Reyes, you pointed out, Chauvin had an opportunity to question Juror 52 during voir dire. Indeed, an extensive opportunity. The transcript reveals 35 pages of questions to Juror 52 during the voir dire, a very extensive process. And as Judge Reyes, you were saying, it's not as if Juror 52 was some sort of closeted Trojan horse that was, designed to, trying to hide his views. He was as forthright as possible, time and again, about his views, that he had seen police brutality. He believed that the police department discriminated, and that he thought this was a historic case and wanted to be on it. At the same time, he also said he could render an impartial verdict, that some of his friends were police officers and law enforcement officers, and the defense made the strategic choice not to strike him. Indeed, they were left with 3 strikes at the end, 3 unused peremptories. Judge Cahill gave 18 peremptories to the defense. Normally, he'd be entitled to 5. 3 of them were left unused. The Warren case says that's a very good indicia that they were satisfied with the claims made with Juror 52. Now, my opponent says that he made many of these claims before the district court, but Judge Reyes, you're absolutely right. The claim that was made before the district court as to why Juror 52 lied was a claim about whether he had attended any protests in Minneapolis. And obviously, there's no evidence that he did, and that's why I think Judge Cahill denied the Schwartz hearing. So that's the first point. The second is, I think my opponent ignores the procedural posture here. The question is not, would a Schwartz hearing have been a good idea or something like that? You're not independently asking that. You're rather asking the question on appeal, which is, was it an abuse of discretion not to have the Schwartz hearing? And there is deference, very strong deference, given to the trial court. That is what the Benedict case says, and as well, Your Honor, Judge Reyes, what you were pointing out, the Stofel case says that as well. The third thing is that I think my opponent's brief misstates the law about Larson, because they quote one sentence from Larson which says that they can make a prima facie case, but then it goes on to say that the state can rebut that prima facie case, and only if a juror has quote necessarily lied do you get a Schwartz hearing. And with respect to the question that they are isolating, was there a protest in Minneapolis that you attended? There's no claim that he necessarily lied. And most, I think, the evidence shows an honest mistake. I mean, Juror 52 wasn't trying to hide the ball or anything like that. He was very clear about his views of police brutality and racism, as I said. And the standard for a Schwartz hearing is that he had to have necessarily lied, which I don't think they come close to doing. And it's also important to remember that Juror 52's own explanations in the media stories that they point to explain he didn't lie. The Juror 52 said, quote, it was 100% not a march for Floyd, that it was the 57th anniversary of the MLK anniversary. He said he, quote, did not attend the protest on behalf of George Floyd. When asked whether this could be interpreted as a protest related to Floyd, he said, not even close, not even close.
And, Counsel, you would acknowledge, though, that there were people who were discussing, advocating, and speaking on the death of George Floyd and this particular case here, correct?
Sure, Your Honor, absolutely, but I don't think that makes it a necessary lie. And I think the reason why that question is on the questionnaire, which is formulated with input from both sides, is because you're trying to ferret out someone's attitudes as a juror. Are you trying to see, do they have some sort of bias or predisposition to rule a certain way? And here, Juror 52 was as forthright as one could imagine. If you look at our brief at page 27, it recounts the statements made during the voir dire as well as in the questionnaire, all about how he thinks the police are abusive and so on. But what he also says, and he's asked 7 times about this, can you render an impartial verdict? And he says yes. And indeed, one of the questions by my adversary to Juror 52 is, well, what about all these protests? Can you still render a fair verdict? And he says, absolutely. The protests are very different things than the facts of this this specific case. So they've made a strategic choice to leave juror 52 on at a point when they still have unused peremptories. And I don't think now they can bait and switch and say, well, we got it wrong, and, juror 52, we should have a Schwartz hearing. As Judge Reyes, your first question to my adversary was, you had the opportunity at voir dire to follow up, particularly when you have these extensive answers that say he believes the police are racist, he's seen incidences of police abuse and the like.
Assuming we might disagree with you, how do you propose that we would handle a remand for a Schwartz hearing?
Yeah, I think you would remand for only the Schwartz hearing and nothing else. I'd caution the court very strongly against that, because if you do that here, then you're going to have it in every high-profile case. Remember, Your Honor, the Minnesota Supreme Court in the Larson case said that you have to be careful about accusations against jurors, and this was before.
All right, everyone, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening in as the attorneys for Derek Chauvin appeal his murder charge there for killing George Floyd back in 2020. We do know that he was sentenced to about 21 years in prison. So essentially his attorney is saying that the jury itself was tainted. So we are waiting to see exactly what happens there, and we'll dip back in coming up in just a bit. I do want to get to some of the other headlines, though, that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Take a look at your screen. So questions continue after more classified documents were found at President Biden's home in Delaware. So we already knew about ones found at his former think tank. I do want to talk more about all of this, so let's bring in David Weinstein, a former federal prosecutor, to discuss. Thank you so much for being here.
Oh, you're welcome. Good to talk with you, Josh.
So first off, the big question here is we've heard about the files that were found at his former think tank. We have heard about the files that were found at his home. Your thoughts on all of it?
Well, Josh, it's unfortunate that the documents ended up there, but that's what the facts are, and that's where those documents ended up. I think the question underneath all of this, whether it's those documents that have recently been found, documents that we're all comparing this to that were found at Mar-a-Lago at the former president's residence, is how is it that our national security and law enforcement security allows these documents to leave safe areas without keeping track of them? Somebody's not doing their job keeping track of these documents. And so that's really the crux of what's underlying this issue. What we're looking at here, though, are documents that were found in the president's office when he left the White House as the vice president, and then documents that are now found in his residence in Delaware. Small number of documents, doesn't really matter whether it's 1, 20, or 220, there still were some documents found, but there are differences between the two situations that are being investigated by independent counsel.
And that's what I was going to ask. Can you talk about just some of those differences? Because a lot of people are comparing it, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, folks are all kind of comparing it. But as you mentioned, they are fairly different.
Well, and I think it is fair to make a comparison, but you have to look at the facts of these two different investigations here. In the case of the current president, the documents were found by his staff when they were packing up his former office in Pennsylvania. They immediately, when they discovered they were there, turned them over to law enforcement, let them take it from there, let them decide what they want to do with them. I understand that the American public wasn't told about any of this, but they turned them over. With the former president, he didn't initially turn them over. In fact, the National Archives found out that there were missing documents. They inquired, they asked for them back. They didn't give them back. Initially, they got into a back and forth. Letters were exchanged, and eventually subpoenas were issued. People were interviewed, and it was based on all of that that we ended up at the point where we were, where there was a law enforcement team executing a search warrant at the home of a former president. Now, you're also dealing with two different potential charges against the current president, which will not be filed because under Department of Justice policy, you do not file criminal charges against a sitting president, but those are the unlawful removal and unlawful retention, and those exist as well for the former president. But you have to also remember that there are 2 additional charges, and those were additional charges that were included in the search warrant. And that was obstruction of justice and then impeding an ongoing investigation. And so, again, those are 2 other differences.
And you said, of course, he can't be charged while he's in office, talking about President Biden, but is it possible that he is actually going to face charges for all of this?
Realistically, Josh, I don't think so. And I say that not because I know anything that the rest of the country doesn't know, but what you need to prove in both of these investigations is intent, because it's the unlawful removal, it's the unlawful retention, and to prove something was done unlawfully has to be contrary to law, and there has to be intent in a criminal case. And how would you prove that? You'd interview people around the collection of these documents, you'd talk to the individual themselves, ask them questions about whether they knew or didn't know that those documents were there. We've already seen that in the investigation regarding the former president, they've talked to people who helped to pack up, and there has been made public potential testimony that the former president himself was involved in collecting and taking these documents. He's claiming that he declassified these documents, so it's not unlawful taking of classified in his mind. But again, you have to go to intent. From everything the public knows about the ongoing investigation of the current president, there's nothing to indicate that he even knew those documents were there. Again, it doesn't speak highly of how we guard our classified documents, how they end up in a location where they shouldn't have been and that they weren't returned. But the key question here becomes, what did either of these individuals know about the documents, when they were taken, where they were placed, and how did they participate, if at all, in the unlawful retention of them, a failure to return them, and potentially obstructing investigations into these documents?
So we have the current president, President Biden, with these classified documents. We have the former President Trump, with classified documents. Do you think other former presidents, other former officials in general are now going through their belongings trying to see if they have these classified documents as well? Because this is something that we haven't heard about a lot until a few months ago.
I'm not so sure that every former official is going through their documents. I think that we would have heard if a former president had uncovered these documents as they were preparing to put together either their presidential library or former vice presidents who were going through things, emptying out their offices. I think we would have heard about all of that. Other people who are in possession of classified documents, to me, it seems that the controls are a lot stronger. Again, we don't know exactly what these documents are, but from what I've read and from what's been published, many of them relate to briefings that were given. And so these documents were handed out during a briefing. Again, that doesn't make it right that they end up on your desk and they don't go back to the secure location where they are. But I think there's less of a chance that people who go into a secure facility to read a classified document, that they're going to walk out with these classified documents. These documents were handed out during presumably briefings and just didn't get back to the place where they were supposed to be.
Do you think we'll ever find out what the classified documents are specifically?
No, I don't think so at all. Not until they become declassified. If they're still classified, unless you have clearance, you can't look at them, you can't know about them, and nobody can tell you what's in those. We've seen this when people make Freedom of Information Act requests and you get a bunch of documents and they're all blacked out. Well, they're blacked out because they contain either ongoing law enforcement matters or matters of national security, or you don't have security clearance to see them. So the very long answer to your very simple question, no, I don't think we're going to find out what was in these documents until at some point they become declassified.
All right, David, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Anything else that you want to add about all this before I let you go?
Now, Josh, I think that the one thing we need to do, in every case involving an active investigation, you have to let the people who are investigating do their job. Whether we like it or not, doesn't matter what side of the aisle we're on. The people who are conducting these investigations are really interested in just finding out what the truth is at the bottom of all of this, putting aside what side of the aisle they're on. So don't jump to any judgment till we hear from these people what the result is of their investigation.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. A lot of great insight there, and I'm sure we'll be bugging you again as all of this does continue.
My pleasure, Josh. Have a good day.
You too. All right, I do want to take a look at just some of the live images that we do have coming into our newsroom right now. This is a water main break going on over in Los Angeles, coming to us from our Fox 11 LA team. You can see the water rushing up into the sky there. Not sure of any other details at this point, but that is a heavily traveled location, and Sky Fox zooming out so you can get a better view of what area we're talking about. But that again is a water main break over in the LA area. The water shooting out like a geyser at this point. We'll bring you any sort of information that we do get on that as it comes into our newsroom. We're also following this other breaking story out of Georgia. That is where a Georgia State Patrol trooper has been shot. The information we have very limited, coming in from the Georgia Department of Public Safety. The shooting happened near the site of a future Atlanta Police Department training facility that protesters have called Cop City. We do have no update on that person's condition, but again, a Georgia State Patrol trooper shot there at the site of a future Atlanta Police Department training facility. We'll keep you updated on both these stories as we do get more details. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 11:12 on the East Coast and 8:12 on the West Coast. A lot going on here. I do want to bring you back out live to a live look in LA. We are told that this was a car crash that caused this water main break, the water shooting high into the air there at King Boulevard. Again, we're talking about a fairly busy area of Los Angeles. There are still cars that are trying to get through there, but it's not quite happening. We did learn this was a crash that caused it, and there are minor injuries. But as we get more details on that, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to dip into something that is ongoing right now. This is actually a NASA Q&A. They're talking with astronauts, and people are allowed to ask questions here. So I want to dip in for just a couple minutes to hear what they have to say.
Just real quickly, the way I ended up here is something I call academic courage. A lot of these things that we do seem really daunting and really overwhelming at first. It started with me as an undergraduate in studying physics. Physics was something that I did not really get as a high schooler, and that's actually why I pursued it in college and then eventually in graduate school. You just need to understand the language, and that applies to what we're doing here on the space station. It applies to aviation. It applies to science. Once you know the language, these kind of things are certainly achievable, and you just need to have the right mentors and team members and a little bit of courage, and you can get it done.
You guys mentioned the team members there.
Yeah, and Gio, one thing that
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No problem. One thing that I would add to that is, you know, it's awesome to be a dreamer, right? We all need to have big dreams, big goals. But it's also great to be a doer, right? At some point, you got to have a plan towards achieving those goals, and you just got to take it a day and a step at a time. I think sometimes we get lost in thinking of the end goal, when the reality is you just got to attack each day and do your best to make that day a success.
Well, you know, it's funny you mentioned that in terms of achieving your end goal. We all know that in life, it's never a straight line up. It's a bunch of ups and downs. And I think what's interesting and what I think a lot of people would like to know is what were some of those downs that you guys had to push through to get to where you are right now? And how does that dynamic work when you take it with you, not literally on Earth, but now you're in space having to work together and get through some issues also from time to time?
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, you are listening into a live Q&A. This is from the International Space Station. It's always interesting to listen in and dip in as folks are able to ask questions to those astronauts that are on board. Once again, the International Space Station. Do want to get to some of the other stories that we are covering today. Take a look at your screen because we brought this to you live, raw, and unfiltered a short time ago. Brian Walshe, the man now charged with murdering his missing wife, Anna, appeared in court a bit earlier today. Prosecutors saying he made some very disturbing internet searches, including how to dispose of a body and asking, can I be charged with murder without a body? Some of the searches apparently taking place on his child's iPad. Brian Yennis with Fox News joins us live with more on that. Brian, thanks for being here.
Hey, Josh, thanks for having me.
Of course. So we did learn a lot during that hearing about those internet searches, and it appeared he was just kind of staring at the prosecution as they were reading off these different searches.
Yeah, it was really quite something this morning at the arraignment. We weren't sure how he was going to react because, remember, he smiled when he was first arrested on charges of misleading investigators over a week ago while he was in handcuffs. But he stood there stone-faced as the prosecutor listed a very detailed timeline of all of these Google searches that he allegedly made on his child's iPad, beginning in the morning hours the last time that Anna Walshe was seen alive at their home, New Year's Eve going into New Year's Day, the early morning hours of January 1st. Some of these Google searches, you outlined them: how to dispose of a human body, can you identify a body with broken teeth, and so on and so forth, including how long does it take a body to decompose. Aside from those Google searches, which will play a huge part in this case, and the reason why it will play a huge part in this case, Josh, is that it doesn't appear that they have found a body of Anna Walshe. What it does appear, though, is that they have found physical evidence in the form of blood, DNA samples from that blood, as well as human tissue that was left on a Tyvek suit that Walshe allegedly wore as he dismembered his 39-year-old wife, Anna Walshe. In terms of motive today, the prosecutor made clear that on December 27th, about 4 days before she disappeared, Brian Walshe allegedly made a Google search on what is the best state for a man to be divorced in. And so the prosecutor said rather than divorce Anna Walshe, he dismembered her and killed her. And that is why he was charged today and arraigned in an arraignment with murder as well as disinterment of a human body, that is the movement of a deceased body. But a really gruesome, compelling but gruesome arraignment this morning.
Yeah, it seems like they've been releasing a lot of information. We know that at the hearing last week, we learned about The $450 in cleaning supplies that the prosecutors say he purchased after his wife went missing. They also talked about the bloody knife as well as the blood found there. Today we learned a little bit more about what was found inside that dumpster. Prosecutors saying, I believe, a hacksaw, and we kind of already knew that from law enforcement sources, but now prosecutors coming out and confirming a lot of information to us here.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So they have cell phone data that pins Brian Walsh's locations in Abington, Massachusetts, where they say he made 3 stops at apartment complexes with dumpsters there. They have video of him holding a heavy bag, for instance, dumping it into a dumpster. They believe that those bags made their way to an incinerator and they weren't able to find out what was in those trash bags. But when it came to the bags that were dropped off a few days later outside of his mother's home in Swampscott, they were able to locate 10 trash bags. And in those 10 trash bags, they found lots of blood stains. They found a lot of what they believe to be Anna Walsh's clothing. They found her vaccine card, hunter boots, a Prada bag, jewelry that belonged to her. Those were the items that they were able to find in that trash bag, and they said that they did DNA testing on those items, and it matched not only Anna, but also Brian. And they also found in those trash bags that Tyvek suit that it is presumably, it is alleged that he wore while he dismembered Anna. So that is what we found out today in terms of physical evidence. A lot more than what we thought we were going to get today. But I think, given the fact that we don't have a body, I think it's really important to kind of put that into context when you realize just maybe that is why the prosecution was giving as much detail as they're going to give. They're going to have to convince a jury that Anna was murdered without a body. And how do you do that? Google searches, physical evidence, DNA evidence, and that was mapped out today.
Yeah, a lot of questions still remaining, but a lot of information revealed, as you mentioned, during that arraignment. Brian Yennis with Fox News, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
11:20 on the East Coast and 8:20 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break. I can tell you on the other side, we're going to play some of the comments here from Ukraine's president speaking after that helicopter crash that killed at least 18 people overnight. We'll play that for you coming up here in just a few on Live Now from Fox. All right, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky addressing the public right here. I do want to pop up the audio and listen in.
processes have slowed down a bit for a variety of reasons. And it is not just about us keeping united inside the country. We need to have the whole world united around our joint values. And because of that, we truly need to continue with that support of Ukraine, to continue with supplies of necessary ammunition that we require to gain the victory over the enemy on the battlefield. We also need the financial support in it. I'd like to thank all the nations, the European Union, for their support of our budget deficit, and they're continuing to support us this year. I also think it is really important that, given the energy challenges that we are seeing, and these are surely related to disrespect of the humankind, of the attacks against our grids, against our energy sector with Iranian drones, with Russian missiles, in order to instill chaos inside the country. Because of that, we definitely need assistance from our partners with a defense system. Lots of these. I know this is a deficit, but I'd like to thank many countries worldwide for their assistance, also with alternative energy connectivity solutions. From what it looks like now, Russia intends to get this revenge, and we think that they won't succeed because they're fighting not just Ukraine, but the whole civilized approach towards life. Thank you.
Yesterday in Davos, Henry Kissinger suggested that while Ukraine must be supported, and in fact he came out in favor of Ukraine's membership in NATO, there must also be a dialogue with Russia, because Russia must be a part of the global order. You know Russia very well. You speak Russian fluently. What are your thoughts on Russia's place in the world?
I don't know the proper place for it. I think that Russia has already earned a place among terrorists. And this no longer depends on their leadership. No, I think their leaders are no longer affecting the development of Russian Federation, its culture, and so on. Everything depends on the strength of Ukraine, its support by the partners, the political support from the world, as well as from the Russian society. They have to open their eyes if they want to see the future of the Russian Federation with their eyes. They will have to recognize their own mistakes, they will have to recognize the UN statutes, and they will have to really respect our territorial integrity. I'm really glad to hear that Mr. Kissinger changed his mind. Our priority today, our political task today, is to see that different political leaders and figures, those who are still very relevant or have been relevant until recently, for them to be able to recognize the great mistake that Putin committed, for them to recognize this is Russia's aggression. These moments, it is very important for them as well to politically pressure on Russia to stop this bloody aggression. As regards NATO, we clearly understand that security guarantees are among the top priorities for us. Speaking of our formula for peace, it is among the 10 priorities. You don't understand that at the moment we are not in NATO yet. Unfortunately, Russia does understand this as well, and they do their damnedest to not make it easier for us to join. But we are on the way towards NATO because NATO is the best security guarantee for us, for our country, for our kids, for our country. So we have suggested security guarantees for our nation, and we think that the civilized world is going to support our proposals.
Finally, Mr. President, the accident, the helicopter crash, we think was an accident. We hope it was an accident, but it did raise in my mind, and it of course must have raised in your mind, the question of your own safety. Do you feel that there are still ongoing active threats that are increasing? Do you worry about your own security every day?
No, I'm not worried about that. I don't have anything to add here.
Well, you said it. You said it once. You don't need a ride. You need ammunition, right?
No, nothing has changed.
All right, it appears they lost that feed there of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, but if he pops back up, we'll bring you the rest of his comments right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's get to some of the other stories that we are covering at this hour here on Live Now. Elon Musk has been focusing many of his efforts on Twitter since his purchase of that social media giant, but his other company, Tesla, is in the spotlight this week. Musk is standing trial in federal court over a tweet in August 2018 where he claimed he had lined up financing to pay for a $72 billion buyout of Tesla. Investors say the tweet cost them a lot of money, and now we are on trial here. Jill Fish, professor of business law at the University of Pennsylvania, joins us now to talk a little bit more about all of this. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
So my first question, the significance of this trial overall, because so many people think it's connected to Twitter, and in a sense it kind of is because it's based on what started out as a tweet. But tell me about the significance of this whole case.
So the tweet was in 2018, long before Elon Musk even, I think, thought about purchasing Twitter, the Twitter merger that's gotten so much attention recently. So this was just a tweet in his role as the then CEO of Tesla. And Elon Musk has obviously been a prominent figure on Twitter for many years. The tweet in August of 2018 said he was thinking of taking Tesla private. It named a $420 a share price for the transaction, and essentially Tesla's stock reacted dramatically, huge increase in price, huge increase in volume, and at the end of the day, it turned out that he wasn't taking Tesla private. So that's the basis of the lawsuit.
So I guess the question then is where this case is going to go. We know obviously it's at trial right now. Could he be found guilty? And if so, what's going to happen? What is the penalty here?
So just to be clear, this is a private class action. So This is shareholders suing, claiming that they were defrauded, that they traded Tesla stock during this period in which the market was distorted by these false statements. And they're claiming that they lost money as a result of those statements. They're suing for damages. So this is not a government action. It's not a criminal case. It's private litigation. What's unusual about the case is that the vast majority of private securities fraud lawsuits settle. They don't go to trial. So, what I think everybody's sort of watching here is, what's going to happen in a trial? Is Elon Musk yet again going to testify? And how's this all going to play out before a jury?
Gotcha. All right. Well, Jill Fish, a lot of information here. So many people, as I mentioned, think that it has to do with Twitter, and it's really all about Tesla. So it's pretty much going to be interesting to see what happens here. But I guess the question is, can you really, try a case like this? I hate to use the word try, but we're talking about a trial. But when you're talking about someone like Elon Musk, who is so well known by just about everyone, is that going to have any sort of impact on this case itself?
Well, the judge ruled that it would not. And what's kind of interesting is that Elon Musk's notoriety is part of the problem. So when Elon Musk posts something on Twitter, that affects stock prices, that affects what people think in a way that would be different if you or I tweeted something.
Right. Well, Jill Fish, thank you so much for being here. Anything else that you want to add about this before I let you go?
No, except to remind people that the fact that this case is going to trial doesn't necessarily mean that it will reach a jury. This case could be settled during the pendency of the trial. It could be settled at any time, much as we saw Elon Musk settle the Twitter merger litigation just this past fall.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We appreciate it.
My pleasure.
All right, everyone, I do want to head out live to another ongoing press conference here. I believe this is related to that Georgia State Patrol trooper shot this morning, so let's pop up the audio and listen in.
The Atlanta Public Safety Training Center area, we were over there doing a clearing operation, and basically just to clear people out of the area. We made contact with them, get adequate ID, ask them to leave. If they comply, so be it. As we were beginning the operation this morning, just shortly after commencement of the operation, in one of the areas there, subject fired upon law enforcement, as I stated, and shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper. The other law enforcement officers returned fire in self-defense.
When you say the condition of the state trooper right now, how's he doing?
Colonel Wright can give you an update on that.
Real quickly, when you say clearing, were people being detained? Were people being pulled out of the trees and pulled off the property?
People were being asked to leave.
And the condition of the person who was shot, what's known of that person?
You talking about the person who shot the trooper?
And the person who
suspect.
Was, yes.
Do you have his ID?
We, not right now. We're not going to go into that right now, into notification of next of kin. It is an active investigation, and really there's not a lot more I can tell you about what transpired.
Was there anyone else shot besides the shooter and besides the trooper? Was there anyone else shot?
Doesn't appear to be at this point.
Else detained or arrested on the scene?
Don't have that information at this point.
Is it clear, male, female, about an age of that person?
Not going to make a comment on that at this time. It's an active investigation.
Can you talk about the condition of the trooper, and can you give your name, please?
Yes, I'm Colonel Chris Wright with the Georgia State Patrol. Our trooper is currently in surgery. He is in stable condition. We would just like to ask for everyone's thoughts and prayers for him and his family during this difficult time. We would like to ask, or I would like to just thank the SWAT team and the medics that were on scene who were able to render aid to him very quickly, and to the Department of Natural Resources who were able to help evacuate him to obtain the medical attention that he needs. Thank you.
Can you tell us the trooper's name or how long he's been with the agency?
No, it's, as the director has said, it's an active, ongoing investigation. We're still trying to notify all of his family, so we're going to hold that information right now.
And can you tell us where he was shot?
I don't know the exact location. Like, as I said, he is in surgery right now, so we'll know more once he is out of surgery.
Is he expected to make a full recovery?
I don't know, ma'am. He's in surgery right now. He is in stable condition.
And can you give us an age range, 20s, 30s, 40s?
No.
Okay. And can you say and spell your full name for us, please?
Yes, it's Chris Wright, Chris Wright.
Thank you. And your full title?
Colonel.
And do you know, will you send us information when you're ready to release details about
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
guys
so much.
Thank you.
Best wishes, the trooper.
All right, so that was a news conference there held by several different law enforcement agencies outside of the hospital where a Georgia State trooper is being treated. We did learn that he was shot but is stable as of right now, according to investigators, and is in surgery. As we do get more details on all of this, we'll bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and we'll get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox. All right, everyone, welcome back on Live Now from Fox. It has been a busy morning, a lot going on. And right now, live, raw, and unfiltered, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, the Polish president and Canadian finance minister, along with the U.S. Director of National Intelligence, are taking part in a session on restoring security and peace. I do want to dip in here and take a listen to what they have to say.
Especially modern missiles to defend Ukraine, but first of all to stop Russian offensive. And this is crucial element. Is it enough? This is the question. I'm afraid it's not. That this assistance we've just sent to Ukraine is still not enough. Ukraine needs more our efforts, needs more our aid, and we should mobilize ourselves to help them, because the situation is really difficult. And I'm afraid now it is, and it will be in a few, maybe months, maybe weeks, a crucial moment, next crucial moments of this war. And this moment will answer for the question, will Ukraine survive or not? I am a neighbor of Ukraine. I'm a president of Poland. Poland is, as you know, member of NATO and member of European Union. We understand Ukrainians. We know that they really want to be members of the Western society, members of the Western political community, members of the Western security zone, security area. So they want to be members of European Union, they want to be members of NATO, but first of all, they have to survive. They have to maintain their country, they have to maintain their sovereignty, they have to remain free, and now this is crucial, we have to help them. They want to have democracy, and we are members of democratic countries. So for us, this voice of Ukrainian society, should be crucial. Is to be part of the real European society and part of the North Atlantic society. We should hear them. We should listen their voice. Thank you.
Krista, there are two deputy prime ministers on the podium, so I hope you don't mind, Krista, if I call you Krista. How would you respond to this question? Do you worry about the staying power of the West?
So the short answer is, of course, it would be stupid and naive not to. But I think we're going to do it. And I think, of course I worry. I am ultimately extremely confident. And I'm extremely confident first and foremost because of the magnificent, magnificent job Ukraine is doing. We saw President Zelensky just now. I think it's right for all of us to honor Olena Zelenska, who is here with us, and of course Yulia, and the people of Ukraine. And, President Duda said something very important, many important things. One was we need to listen to the Ukrainians. And Yulia said it too. We need to get out of a mindset which I think a lot of us had when the Soviet Union first collapsed, of like we were the smart guys and they weren't such smart guys. I also apologize to the Latvians for this attitude. And we need to realize there's a lot we can learn from what Ukraine is doing right now. And that is ultimately the reason that I think we should have a lot of confidence. I think Ukraine is teaching all of us, again, the true strength of democracy. Something that in good times, it's easy to not think about that much, Fareed. And I think what we see in Ukraine is people who are free, people who understand what they're fighting for, and I think very critically, people who have social solidarity. You know, it is so important that President Zelensky is there, that you have millionaires, multimillionaires, and their sons and daughters in Ukraine and on the front line. This is a fight of the whole country. So that's the first reason I'm confident. But the second reason I'm confident is, you know, President Duda quite rightly pointed out that this is a fight ultimately about values, and it is. But I think we in the West also need to understand that that victory that President Zelensky spoke about, and that time which he said we
All right, it does appear we lost that feed from Switzerland, but we'll get back to that in a second. I do actually want to get to another story that we are tracking right now. Take a look at your screen as we are gathering the latest information here. The limited information we do have comes from our Fox 11 LA team. Hundreds of passengers stuck on an Altamont Corridor Express train near Sunol in Alameda County, California, due to a landslide there. Take a look at that live image. Train 1 halted at 5:39 a.m. local time in between the Pleasanton and Fremont stations. That is according to a spokesperson for Alameda County. The train did remain stopped as of 7:30 a.m. local time. Another train was holding at Pleasanton, and buses were being activated as a replacement option. Trains will be canceled for the rest of the day, and buses will only be used to get the stranded 223 passengers and 3 crew members to their destinations. Buses will not be offered as an alternative for canceled trains, so those who continue to their destination will have to consider arranging return transportation. Again, very limited information, but this is a landslide that has left 223 passengers on that train stranded. We are working to get some more information on that, but you can see a live image, a live aerial view provided by our Fox 11 LA team. All right, let's get back to that meeting here as we are hearing from several NATO officials and other leadership about the ongoing situation in Ukraine and how they propose peace and stability are returned to the world. All right, so it does appear that they are having some issues there getting that feed to roll correctly. So if it does start back up, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. That is what we do on Live Now from Fox. For now, let's head out back over to California and take another look at this ongoing situation here. You can see a live look at the train tracks there in California. Again, hundreds of passengers stuck on this Altamont Corridor Express train. It's over in Alameda County, California, and this is all caused by a landslide. We're getting a good aerial view coming in from our Fox 11 LA team. And this is an aerial view right now, and I believe it's actually our Fox San Francisco team that does have this aerial view. Sky Fox is zooming in, trying to get a look at everything going on, as we are told that 223 passengers and 3 crew members are trapped here as a result of that landslide. Alameda County, California, ongoing as we speak. So we can tell you that trains have been canceled for the rest of the day, and buses are only going to be used to transport those 223 passengers and 3 crew members to get to their destination. But the trains will be stopped for the day as a result of this ongoing situation. Unfortunately, it also appears that we did lose that feed that was coming in from NATO officials there, as they were providing some more information about Ukraine and how they go about keeping peace in the world. So they were kind of discussing that with NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and other leaders, but that appears to have dropped there out of Switzerland, so we do not have that for you at this moment. All right, still taking a live look here over in California as we work to gather some more information from our San Francisco affiliate out there, as 223 passengers are stranded, and we do have 3 crew members also after this landslide caused the Altamont Corridor Express train to be stuck in that area. So they are working to get that fixed and get those passengers on a bus along with the crew members to bring them home. We now do have that feed with Jens Stoltenberg coming back in, the NATO Secretary General, so let's head out there live.
Troops. President Putin has demonstrated a will to just sacrifice thousands and thousands of young Russian soldiers. They are now acquiring more and more weapons, reaching out to other authoritarian regimes, including Iran, and they are planning new offensives. So it is, as President Zelensky said, there is an urgent need. Time matters. We will meet in Ramstein, NATO allies in the US-led contact group for Ukraine with all the many partners. And the main message there will be more support, more advanced support, heavier weapons, and more modern weapons. Because this is a fight for our values, this is a fight for democracy, and we just have to prove that democracy wins over tyranny and oppression.
Avril, you are President Biden's senior-most representative here at Davos. What would be your message in the context of what President Duda and the Deputy Prime Minister of Canada and the Secretary General of NATO said? What would your message be to Ukrainians about what America will do to help the Ukrainians?
About what?
What the United States can and will do to help Ukraine?
I mean, so I'm the intelligence community and I don't do policy.
All right, if you are listening in, we are live at the World Economic Forum over in Switzerland. That is where we're hearing from the NATO Secretary General and others about restoring peace, and they are also talking about the war in Ukraine. It is 11:52 on the East Coast and 8:52 on the West Coast. Let's step away for a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we will get right back into the headlines here. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. Coming up on a new hour, and you can see that the Dow is down 354 points there in the red as investors are weighing some harsh economic news. For one, today the UN chief warned of a global economic disaster at Davos. So that didn't help really investor sentiment there on trying to get positive spin on the economy. And then Microsoft and Amazon announced layoffs while Party City announced bankruptcy. Inflation has been easing there, but those type of news not helping the markets right now. So we'll take a look at it throughout the day right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Coming up here at any moment, we are going to go to the Department of Justice. They will be announcing, making some remarks on cryptocurrency and in the international trading that is of crypto. So we'll be breaking that all down here for you on Live Now from Fox. I also want to show you some weather conditions that we are monitoring here on Live Now. So what we are seeing right here is in the middle of your screen. Let me just go zooming in here. This is Texas right here, just on the border of, on the eastern side of the border there. And a tornado warning just popped up, as you can see there in the right near Carthage, Texas there, and that is set to expire in just a little bit as well. But then you can see, look at Arkansas. They have a straight line thunderstorms continuing, heavy thunderstorms popping in that area. There was 2 tornado warnings that just expired there, and we didn't receive any reports there of any confirmed touchdowns, but we'll continue to take a look at there. And then you can see going into Tennessee as well. So a big line of storms in the south right now. We'll be monitoring that for you right here on Live Now from Fox as well. So we got a busy next hour here for you as we try always to track the top stories, headlines, breaking news when it happens right here on Live Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. This is a live look right now in Davos at the World Economic Forum. You have the president of Poland speaking right now, and just a little bit ago we did have President Zelensky speaking. We showed some of that to you, and a little bit later we'll play it out for you in full coming up a little bit on Live Now from Fox. But in the meantime, I want to go out to some news that has been making in Minnesota, as this was an appellate court here, as Derek Chauvin, attorney, trying to appeal his state case. Now, no matter what happens in this appeal, his federal charges would still stick to him there. So it's not like he would be getting out of jail or prison anytime soon. The only thing that it could do is get his probation maybe closer to a couple of years knocked off there. So we'll keep an eye on that for you right here. I just want to play out some of the remarks here from that appeal. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
2 armored personnel carriers and a squad of National Guard troops, all of which are there for one purpose: in the event that the jury acquits the defendant. I want to begin my argument today, and most of my argument today, focusing on the constitutional issue of the pervasiveness of the pretrial publicity in this case, combined with a factor that's not often found in cases regarding a fair trial, and that's physical pressure on the courthouse and the courthouse participants.
Counsel, I understand that you want to address that issue, and I certainly want to discuss that one. But before we get to that issue, there's one other I wanted to talk about briefly, and that's with respect to the Schwartz hearing.
Yes.
And would you agree that with respect to jury questioning, that Chauvin had the opportunity to question all of the jurors, including juror 52?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the district court has, under case law, fairly broad discretion on whether to grant or deny a request for a Schwartz hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree that case law also recognizes that a district court does not abuse its fairly broad discretion when a defendant has an opportunity to question a juror, even if there is a basis to hold a hearing?
That I don't agree with because in this case the juror answered juror questionnaires falsely that were directly relevant to the issues in the case with ferreting out potential juror bias.
But that's a fairly accurate paraphrase from the Stofflet case, that a district court does not abuse its broad discretion when a defendant has an opportunity to question a juror, even if there is a basis to hold a hearing. In other words, we give fairly broad discretion to the district court in terms of its decisions.
That's true. I think there's an exception when you get a false question to a jury questionnaire. I mean, there were four items we pointed out in our brief. The most important one to me is the questionnaire asked whether or not the participants had attended any kind of rallies or protests related to police brutality, and juror 52 attended the rally in Washington.
I don't think rally was the word that was used in that question for the juror. I think the question was protests. Yes. And even in Chauvin's briefing below, as well as the briefing to this court, it identified and referred to that as a march, the event in Washington as a march. And there were specific questions that were asked, but in terms of protests in Minneapolis, and he answered no, which was truthful. He didn't.
That's correct.
Yeah. But the question on protests, the broad question on protests did not include the word march. And even Chauvin appeared to acknowledge that that was a march. It wasn't a protest.
I don't see in the context of this case the difference between those two items.
Well, I think it is. Your briefing seems to acknowledge that there is a difference because those two words were not used synonymously. So I don't see how that testimony is false. If
I think in terms of a juror questionnaire, the juror questionnaire would get quite lengthy and wordy if you had to tease out every word like that.
That's what voir dire is for, though, to be able to expand on the questionnaires and ask those probing questions. And case law is clear that the burden for asking those probing questions is on the defendant.
I understand that. I still think in the context of this case, the juror was not forthright in answering that question, yes, and acknowledging that he had attended a rally, protest, march, whatever in Washington that was directly connected to this case. I'm sorry, have I?
No, go ahead.
You seem to want to ask another question on this.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Before we leave the Schwartz hearing issue, assuming we agree that the trial court should have held a Schwartz hearing, what would you propose that we do with this appeal?
That the case be remanded to the court to hold a Schwartz hearing, and that the district court then make decisions based on the Schwartz hearing.
With the rest of the items of your appeal?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
How do we handle the rest of the items of your appeal then? Do we wait until there's a Schwartz hearing, or we decide those questions and then expect a Schwartz hearing?
No, you can decide. You certainly can decide the change of venue issue without deciding the Schwartz hearing. I don't see the Schwartz hearing appeal as blocking this court from ruling on the change of venue issue at all. Have I responded to your question, Your Honor?
That's not the only item you've raised on appeal.
No.
What do we do with the rest of the issues? The question is it appropriate that we again remand for a Schwartz hearing and continue this appeal, or decide the questions that we can and then order a Schwartz hearing? Clear what you're saying.
If the court rules in my favor or my client's favor on the other issues we've raised on appeal, that means there's going to have to be a new trial. At that point, I don't think we need to have a Schwartz hearing, because the main remedy my client's looking for here is a new trial.
But before you get to new trial, you have to have a Schwartz hearing first, don't you?
Not if you rule in my, I think Judge Klapiecki was asking me what happens with the other issues related to the Schwartz hearing. If the court concludes that the other issues that Appellant Chauvin has appealed from in this case, that he's correct in those, then the remand back to the district court is to hold a new trial, or on the change of venue issue to remand to the district court to determine a new venue and a new trial is held. And then you don't need a Schwartz hearing. The whole purpose of a Schwartz hearing is to ferret out if the guilty verdict in the case that's before you was tainted by juror misconduct, and then to go back in a Schwartz hearing and figure that out, and then the remedy from that will be to have a new trial.
And for the Schwartz hearing, the only issue that was raised below, was the only issue with the Schwartz hearing raised below the March on Washington?
No, there were four issues related to the juror questionnaire, including, as you cited, the whether anybody attended a rally in Minneapolis, whether anyone had negative feelings about the Minneapolis Police Department, and the kind of a res gestae question at the end. Is there anything else that the court should be aware of?
Where in the record were those issues raised to the district court? It appeared that the only one that was actually raised to the district court was the one on the March on Washington.
I believe the one was raised also with the police department, but I don't have the exact citation with me right now to that.
But he had been, Juror 52 had been questioned extensively on those issues, including what he thought of Black Lives Matters, what he thought of Blue Lives Matters. So he had been thoroughly questioned on those issues, correct?
He had been questioned by counsel on the issues, correct. And
answered very straightforward that he thought Black Lives Matters was important.
That's correct.
That black and racially and ethnically diverse people were not necessarily treated fairly by the police. He thought that Blue Lives Matters was a response to the Black Lives Matter. So he seemed pretty forthright on all those issues. So why, I'm having a hard time understanding how he was not forthright at all in terms of answering any of the questions.
Because if he would have revealed the issues about the march, rally, protest in Washington, it would have prompted other questions from counsel.
Which goes back to, isn't it counsel's duty to ferret out those questions and ask those probing questions?
And what I would say, you're kind of identifying a chicken-egg thing. And I think if jurors are not fully forthright in the juror questionnaire, then it's not possible for counsel to know to inquire into those areas in any depth.
Which goes back to the standard of review that we have.
All right, we will follow this appeal hearing here and show you more throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out to a live event here that just started at the DOJ, where the DOJ right now is announcing cryptocurrency enforcement. We will also hear from the Department of the Treasury as well to talk also about international crypto enforcement action. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
And last night, agents of the FBI arrested Bitslato's founder, Anatoly Legedimov. I am joined today by the Assistant Attorney General for the Criminal Division, Kenneth Polite, the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, Breon Peace, FBI Associate Deputy Director, Brian Turner, and the Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, Wally Adeyemo. Today's law enforcement actions put all of those who seek to exploit the cryptocurrency ecosystem on notice that the Department of Justice will use every tool, working along with our partners, every tool that we have to attack the criminal use of the dark net and cryptocurrency. And we are taking steps to address the crisis of confidence in the cryptocurrency markets.
All right, so you can see there that the sound right now has been lost here just for a moment there on their end. We are going to wait to try to get that back here for you. In the meantime, let's take our first break here of this hour on Live Now from Fox.
Crucial financial resource for the notorious Hydra darknet market, the disruption of which I announced from this podium last April, at that time with our German partners. Now, Hydra was the world's longest running and largest darknet marketplace, responsible for 80% of the world's darknet transactions. Together, Hydra and Bitslotto formed a high-tech axis of crypto crime. Hydra buyers funded illicit purchases of illegal drugs, stolen financial information, and hacking tools from crypto accounts hosted at Bitslotto. And sellers of these illegal goods and services at Hydra sent criminal proceeds to accounts at Bitslotto, all to the tune of over $700 million in direct and indirect transfers between 2018 and 2022. Now, I've said before that we would go after the entire ecosystem that allows cyber criminals and illicit actors to flourish. Today's action against Bitslotto, as with the disruption of Hydra, reflects another critical step in executing on that strategy. At the time of Legedimov's arrest, and continuing into the early hours of this morning, the department's international and domestic partners engaged in a coordinated campaign of disruption. That campaign includes law enforcement actions in multiple European countries, the seizure of Bitlotto's servers, and enforcement actions by the Treasury Department here in the United States. These actions show not only the broad scope of the defendant's alleged crimes, but also the international net dropped by law enforcement to stop him and his business partners. With these actions, today marks the end of the Hydra Bitslotto crypto crime axis. We've also busted the business model of the cyber criminals that Bitslotto supported. And coordinated operations like these against Bitslotto, using all tools and designed for maximum impact, are the linchpins of international success against cybercrime. Our actions also mark the most significant enforcement effort against a cryptocurrency exchange by the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team, launched last year following a comprehensive cyber review led by my office. To all of those exploiting the cryptocurrency ecosystem to enable crypto crime, we have a clear message. We will not only target hackers, fraudsters, and criminals that mask their profits in cryptocurrency, we are also unleashing the full force of the Department of Justice on the illicit actors and entities that support cyber criminals, like Legedimov and Bitslato. Operating offshore or moving your servers out of the continental US will not shield you. And whether you break our laws from China or Europe, or abuse our financial system from a tropical island, you can expect to answer for your crimes inside a United States courtroom. I want to thank the agents, analysts, and prosecutors who worked diligently to investigate this case. And finally, a tremendous thanks to our foreign partners and the Treasury Department for their collaboration in this and other cryptocurrency and cybercrime cases. And now let me turn the podium over to Assistant Attorney General Polite.
Thank you, Deputy Attorney General Monaco. When the department announced the creation of the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in late 2021, we set forth the blueprint on how INSET would work to disrupt criminal abuse of the cryptocurrency ecosystem. We named Eun-Young Choi, an accomplished leader on cyber and cryptocurrency issues, and a seasoned department prosecutor to be INSET's first director. We said that INSET would investigate those who enable the use of digital assets to facilitate crime, with a particular focus on virtual currency exchanges and services. And we said that INSET would enhance the department's collaboration with domestic and foreign partners in aggressively investigating and prosecuting crimes involving cryptocurrency. Today's actions against Bitslato, the first public enforcement action led by INSET, are precisely what we had in mind. As the Deputy Attorney General described, Bitslato is a cryptocurrency exchange that allegedly facilitated illicit activities by making it easier for bad actors, including ransomware groups and dark web drug pushers, to conceal their identities and profit from their misconduct. Bitslato accomplished this in part by flouting key requirements of anti-money laundering programs and helping criminals hide their transactions behind the anonymity of the blockchain. But today, Bitslato's co-founder and senior executive is in handcuffs here in the United States. And agencies around the world have taken strong action to ensure that Bitslato can no longer facilitate crime. None of this would have been possible without strong partnerships on the domestic and international levels between INSET, other parts of the criminal division, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of New York, and the stellar teams of FBI agents, between U.S. law enforcement and our counterparts in France, and between the department and our colleagues at FinCEN. The department also drew heavily today on its deep bench of international experts, including our new Cyber Operations International Liaison and our legal attaché in Paris. The work announced here today is a textbook case for what we can accomplish when INSET works with its partners here and abroad to disrupt the harm caused by criminal cryptocurrency platforms. And we are just getting started. I now turn the podium over to my colleague, U.S. Attorney Breon Peace.
Thank you, Assistant Attorney General Polite. I'm Breon Peace, United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, and I'm honored to speak today about the work of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York, NSET, FBI, and all of our other partners, what we've done with respect to investigating and prosecuting Anatoly Legadimov. Today, my office unsealed charges against Legadimov for operating Bitslato, as you've heard, a cryptocurrency exchange whose stock in trade was that it allowed users to open accounts with minimal identifying information. The result was that Bitslato became a safe haven for criminals, including drug dealers and ransomware groups. They knew that when the police traced their funds to Bitslato, Bitslato would not be able to turn over its users' true identities. The defendant, who is Bitslato's majority shareholder and sat atop of its organizational chart, knew full well about these violations. Bitslato's executives communicated on their encrypted chat system about the proliferation of drug dealers on their exchange and the way that their policy of collecting no identifying information had brought on a flood of, in their words, quote, dirty money, end quote. Bitslato conducted its business in a brazenly lawless manner that is directly at odds with the rules of honesty and integrity that must govern the financial marketplace. To anyone who still believes that they can hide from the law by using cryptocurrency, this prosecution should put that illusion to rest. Although this was a global crime, its effects reverberated in the Eastern District of New York. Bitslato did business with individuals residing in our district. It accepted connections from computers in our district, and the defendant was continuing to administer his company from the moment he stepped off a plane at John F. Kennedy Airport in Queens, New York, last October. Now, my office, the Eastern District of New York, is at the forefront of cryptocurrency prosecutions, and this case continues a string of recent prosecutions in this space. Just 2 weeks ago, we charged a developer of NFTs with defrauding his customers in a rug pull scheme, and last month we charged 4 individuals located in the United States and Canada with sending tens of thousands of dollars worth of cryptocurrency to aid ISIS. And alongside our partners in law enforcement, we are committed to carrying out the most sophisticated and technically demanding prosecutions at a pace that matches the tempo of the criminals we pursue. Our partnership with the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team enhances our work in this space, and we look forward to our continued collaboration. I want to commend, from my office, Assistant United States Attorney Alexander Mindlin, who is detailed to NSET, and Assistant United States Attorney Artie McConnell, along with NSET trial attorney Scott Meisler and Matthew Blackwood for their excellent work on this case. I'll now turn the podium over to FBI Associate Deputy Director Brian Turner.
Thank you, Breon. I am pleased to represent the FBI here today as part of this announcement of the arrest of Anatoly Legadimov. The arrest that is the culmination of more than a year of hard work by our men and women in the New York office and also across the United States and overseas. Legadimov is a Russian national living in China who was arrested in Miami for the crimes he committed in the United States by operating an unlawful cryptocurrency exchange registered in Hong Kong. He probably thought his cybercriminal enterprise and the dirty digital money that cycled through it were outside the reach of the U.S. government. But he and his Bitslato cryptocurrency exchange were not operating with impunity. Neither was the illicit Hydra darknet marketplace in which Bitslato exchanged over $700 million, as the Deputy Attorney General mentioned a moment ago. We shut down and locked the door on Hydra last April. Both of these actions were made possible because of the FBI's strong relationships with our law enforcement partners around the world. Over the course of our global investigation into Bitslato, We found that more than $15 million of the ransomware proceeds have been laundered through the exchange, making the platform a clear enabler for ransomware actors. Unfortunately for the defendant and Bislato, one thing that the FBI understands is how to take down cybercriminal organizations. And our overall strategy to combat cybercrime involves going after all key parts of that criminal ecosystem mentioned by the Deputy Attorney General, the actors, their finances, and the supporting infrastructure. When you combine this arrest with the French authorities' dismantlement of Bislato's financial infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and the actions taken by the Treasury Department that will be spoken about in just a minute, I'd say we did exactly just that. I can tell you by the folks that I'm standing up here with that we are committed to taking a whole of government approach to the fight against financial crime and cybercrime, a fight to protect our country, its citizens, and our national security. So let this be a reminder to the cyber criminals around the world. No matter where you are, no matter how much you twist and turn to cover your tracks, there is a risk and there will be consequences. I'd like now to introduce Deputy Treasury Secretary Wally Ademo for some additional remarks.
Let me start out by thanking the Deputy Attorney General for her leadership on this set of issues and for the work that is being done here at the Department of Justice, and to thank our colleagues at the Department of Justice for being such great partners, not just on this action, but on going after this ecosystem more broadly. I think that in addition to thanking our colleagues here, I want to thank the talented men and women at FinCEN for using a new set of authorities that Congress gave us to go after illicit financial action in Russia so quickly and to do it so effectively. One of the things that those people in this ecosystem count on, those who are cyber criminals that work globally, is that they will be able to escape prosecution in the United States or in any other jurisdiction because of a lack of coordination. What today's action actually proves is that is not the case. Working closely with French authorities, we've taken an action here that should demonstrate to cyber criminals around the world that we will work in a global, consolidated fashion to take action against them, to protect our citizens and to protect the global financial system. Today, as part of the U.S. government's action against the virtual currency exchange Bislato, Treasury's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network has taken steps that expose and disrupt Russian cyber criminals and their enablers. FinCEN is officially identifying Bislato as a primary money laundering concern in connection with Russia's illicit finance. Bislato has repeatedly facilitated transactions for Russian-affiliated ransomware groups, including Conti, a ransomware as a service group that has links to the Russian government and to Russian-connected darknet markets. 2/3 of Bislato's top counterparties are associated with darknet markets or scams, and Bislato received virtual currency worth almost $500 million from illicit activity between 2019 and 2021. Nearly 50% of all known Bislato transactions during this time involved Russian illicit finance or otherwise risky sources. Bislato is particularly active in facilitating illicit activity, but it is ultimately part of a larger ecosystem of cyber criminals that are allowed to operate with impunity within Russia. It is well known that Russia is a haven of cyber criminals, where the government often enlists them for its own malicious purposes. The majority of ransomware incidents reported to FinCEN in the second half of 2021, for example, were conducted by Russia-related cyber ransomware actors. At a time when Russia is waging a brutal and unjustified war in Ukraine, and as it seeks to circumvent sanctions and governance controls to fill its coffers and sustain its violence, we will not tolerate criminals' enterprises that enrich Russia's malicious interests. Because of its significant operations in and connection to Russia and Russian illicit finance, Bislato threatens U.S. national security, the integrity of the U.S. and international financial sector, and business and institutions worldwide. Identifying Bislato as a primary money laundering concern effectively renders the exchange an international pariah. It imposes special measures on covered financial institutions, prohibiting them from transmitting funds to or from Bislato or from any account or wallet administered by or on behalf of Bislato. Treasury's actions today sends a clear message that we are prepared to take action against any financial institution, including virtual asset service providers, with lax controls against money laundering, terrorist financing, or other illicit finance. And we will not hesitate to expose and hold accountable virtual asset service providers, darknet markets, or anyone else facilitating cyber criminals using this new authority or other authorities within the Treasury Department. And we look forward to doing this in coordination and collaboration with our colleagues here at the Department of Justice. Thank you.
All right, with that, I think we'll take some questions. CNBC, Eamon, why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thank you. Two questions, if I could. I mean, the first one is, Legedimov is a Russian national who lived in China, was operating there. What was he doing in Miami, which obviously puts him at risk of being picked up by the FBI? And the second question I have is, what are you learning so far about Bitslato's customer base who was using this exchange? And are you seeing any overlap between the other big exchange, which is in the news lately, which is FTX?
So I'll start off on your first question. Don't really have anything more to say about Mr. Legedimov's activities in Miami, other than the fact that in the early morning hours he was arrested by agents of the FBI, and we're going to take it from there. And can you repeat your second question?
The second question is, what are you learning about the customer base of Bitslato, who is using that service? I think Wally Adiemos talked about that a little bit a second ago, and whether you're seeing any overlap between that customer base and the customer base at FTX, which obviously is in the news right now.
Well, I'll start and see if either Kenneth or the U.S. Attorney want to make any additional comments. I'm not going to speak to the ongoing investigation and matter regarding FTX, but as alleged in the court papers unsealed today, and as referenced by the U.S. Attorney, Bitslato was being used by a host of cyber criminals to form, as I noted, this high-tech axis of crypto crime, used to launder funds, used to buy and sell and host the wallets of those buying and selling illicit goods. But let me see if either the Assistant Attorney General or the U.S. Attorney want to add.
Just to second the comments from our Deputy Attorney General, I would simply note that the defendant here has been charged in a criminal complaint. There is always a possibility that additional charges may follow, and in particular, our investigative efforts continue both here and abroad.
All right. Sadie, Wall Street Journal.
Hi there. This question's for the deputy. These questions are for the Deputy Attorney General. I'm wondering what message these coordinated actions should send to the broader crypto markets, and if there is any sort of geopolitical significance to the fact that he was living in China, but was a Russian national. And also, while we have you up here, I am hoping that you might say whether you anticipate your specials counsel investigations will be wrapped up by the end of the year when the midterm election cycle is in full swing.
Well, on your second question, I've got no predictions to make and nothing to add to what the Attorney General announced last week. And on your first question, I think what today's actions really show is, one, we will work in a coordinated and a collaborative fashion with partners here in the United States and more broadly all around the globe to root out those who seek to exploit the cryptocurrency markets, those who seek to find safe haven in countries, whether they're Russia, whether they're China, whether they're places in Europe, and that there is no place that is beyond the reach of U.S. law enforcement and our partners.
Daphne from Reuters, one of our friends from Treasury.
Thank you so much. Did you find any link between Bitslato and Russia's conflict in Ukraine? And did Russian actors use Bitslato to circumvent sanctions imposed as a result of the conflict in Ukraine?
So as my colleagues have said, our investigation continues, and what we do know is that Russia has set up an ecosystem that is permissive for cyber criminals and for the ecosystem that allows them to finance those crimes. Our goal is to ensure that Russia can't use cryptocurrency or other means to circumvent our sanctions. That is part of why we use this new authority to go after Bitslato, to make clear that now they're an international pariah. And our message to those actors who want to use crypto to try and circumvent our sanctions in Russia or in any other jurisdiction in which we put in put in place sanctions is that we will, in collaboration and coordination with our allies and partners, and with the Department of Justice, find you, go after you, and take actions against you using the tools at our disposal.
The amount of crypto sent to illicit actors reached an all-time high in 2022. To what degree do you deem these transactions, first of all, as a national security threat for the U.S., specifically when it comes to crypto, but also expanding on the potential sanctions evasion more broadly and beyond Russia as well? To what extent these transactions should be deemed as a threat to the general efficacy of U.S. sanctions?
I'll start and then turn it over to the Deputy Secretary. Look, I think what we have shown in these actions, as well as the takedown of the Hydra darknet marketplace, is that those who are seeking to exploit the cryptocurrency markets by ignoring or flouting the regulations that are put in place and the laws that are put in place to give consumers, to give investors confidence in our markets, to give them confidence in our financial system, we will root that out. We will go after and use whatever tool it takes to find those who are seeking to hide in the shadows and who seek to try and exploit the anonymity that they think the blockchain provides, the anonymity that they think this technology provides. And what our efforts have shown is that that's not the case. Those activities, whether it's laundering the proceeds of ransomware attacks, certainly do pose a security concern, and that's why we will be unrelenting in our efforts, and we will continue to take a coordinated approach, an international and global approach to this challenge.
That was the Department of Justice talking about international bad actors there were involving cryptocurrency there in announcing actions against a Russian actor there accused of wrongdoing in crypto finances. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, you're not going to want to miss this. We will have the full arraignment of Brian Walshe, accused of killing his wife. He pled not guilty today, but you will want to hear the evidence that prosecutors announced today at this arraignment against Brian Walshe. You won't believe it, right here on Live Now from Fox. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, tracking the biggest stories here of the day, top headlines, and of course, breaking news when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here. We're going to go out to Massachusetts here for the latest update in the Brian Walshe murder accusations. He has been charged with murder against his wife, Anna Walshe, who is still missing. And this was the arraignment from earlier this morning. He pled not guilty, but wait till you hear just some of the evidence that prosecutors announced here in this hearing against him. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer, but I have to satisfy myself with proper cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lynn Beeland for the Commonwealth. The defendant is now before the court charged with murder of his wife, Anna Walshe, as well as disinterring of a body. Anna was 39 years old and mother of 3 children, 2, 4, and 6. Anna worked in Washington, D.C., splitting her time weekdays between D.C. during the week and staying in her house in Cohasset, where she lived with the defendant and their 3 kids. On January 4th of 2023, Cohasset police received a call from her Washington, D.C. employee indicating that she was missing. She was due to report to work on January 4th, but did not appear. She had a flight on January 3rd from Logan to D.C., which she did not board. Cohasset police went to their house at Chief Justice Cushing Highway for a well-being check. It was only at this time, when they met with the defendant, that he first reported his wife missing. Defendant stated his wife left the house at approximately 6 a.m. on January 1st, New Year's Day. He stated she took an Uber or a Lyft to go to the airport, that she was returning to D.C. for work. Records were checked and there were no Uber or Lyfts to that house on January 1st. Defendant said he had not spoken to his wife since the early morning hours on New Year's Day. Cohasset police were granted permission to bing on his phone to locate her or her phone. Anna's phone indicated that it was stationary in the area of the Cohasset house on New Year's Eve until 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. There were no outgoing calls made at that time, and at 3:14 a.m. on the 2nd, it was turned off. Defendant stated Anna should have been wearing a dress, a black jacket, hunter boots, watch, ring, as well as carrying a Prada purse. Defendant gave a time frame of 6 or 6:10 a.m. on the 1st when he last saw her. What I'd like to do now is just describe his actions on the days from January 1st. Defendant indicated on January 1st at 3 p.m. he did some errands and went to his mother's house in Swampscott, but got lost because he didn't have his phone. He said he knew he was lost when he saw the pirate ship on Route 1. Defendant stayed 15 minutes, then went to Whole Foods and CVS. Surveillance was checked and he did not enter either of those stores. On January 1st, defendant Googled using his son's iPad. Some of his searches are as follows. Keep in mind that the defendant said he left at 6 a.m. At 4:55 a.m. on January 1st, he searched how long before a body starts to smell. At 4:58 a.m., how to stop a body from decomposing. At 5:20 a.m., he searched how to embalm a body. At 5:47 a.m., 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to. At 6:25 a.m. on the 1st, how long for someone to be missing to inherit. At 6:34 a.m. on the 1st, can you throw away body parts? At 9:29 a.m., what does formaldehyde do? At 9:34 a.m. on the 1st, how long does DNA last? At 9:59 a.m., can identification be made on partial remains? At 11:34 a.m., dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body. At 11:44, how to clean blood from wooden floor. At 11:56 on the 1st, luminol to detect blood. At 1:08, what happens when you put body parts in ammonia? At 1:21 p.m., is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? Those were on the January 1st. There was also information gained from the defendant's phone which showed on January 2nd he was at Home Goods in Norwell where he purchased 3 rugs. There were also more Google searches on January 2nd. At 12:45 p.m., hacksaw best tool to dismember. At 1:10 p.m., can you be charged with murder without a body? At 1:14 p.m., can you identify a body with broken teeth? On January 2nd, following those, the defendant was seen on surveillance at the Home Depot in Rockland. In checking the surveillance, the defendant is observed on a security camera pushing a cart. Items included cleaning products, mops, brushes, tape, tarp, a tie-dye suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hatchet. He had a face mask and rubber gloves on at the time he was pushing the cart in Home Depot. At 5:32, he was seen at the Derby Street in Hingham, now removing the gloves and the mask. Data from his phone also tracked his whereabouts on January 3rd. Locations were traveled at 4:27 on January 3rd to an apartment complex in Abington. Surveillance shows the defendant's Volvo, as well as a male fitting the defendant's appearance, exit a car near the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster with the garbage bag and leaves it. On 4:48, he hit another complex in Abington, and at 5:10 p.m., cell phone shows records at another apartment in Brockton. Video shows a party consistent with his appearance and his Volvo. Again, he discarded items in the dumpster. On January 3rd, that same day, at 1:02 p.m., he did some more Google searches. What happens to hair on a dead body? At 1:13 p.m., what is the rate of decomposition of a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? At 1:20 p.m., can baking soda mask or make a body smell good? On January 4th, the following day, the defendant went to Home Goods and TJ Maxx. He purchased towels, as well as bath mats and men's clothing. At 4:15 that day, on the 4th, he went to Lowe's, where he purchased squeegees and a trash can. On January 4th, when Cohasset police went to the house on the well-being check, officers observed his Volvo with seats down and a plastic liner in the back of the car. The next day, a view of the Volvo showed his seats folded down, floor mats with some dirt, and the carpet appeared to show fresh vacuum streaks. When asked about the liner, the defendant said he threw analyzed the car, and there was President flag in the car. On January 5th, review of the data from defendant's phone showed his phone traveled at 8 a.m. first to his daycare and then to Swampscott, where his mother resides. The phone traveled to the complex where his mother lives at 9:30 a.m., went for about 5 minutes around the building to the southeast corner. In the southeast corner of that complex is where there was a dumpster. The dumpster was later secured and searched. On January 8th, police and crime scene services searched the house in Cohasset. They found blood in the basement, a knife with the presence of blood. The knife was damaged. A second knife was also found in that basement. In addition, there was heavy-duty large top plastic liners purchased from that Home Depot trip. As part of the investigation, police checked for activity on honest credit cards, banks, flights, trains. There was no activity since she was last seen on January 1st. Police also tried to track down what happened to the bags that the defendant was seen throwing in the dumpster earlier. This was over in Abington. These bags and what was in them were already picked up and taken to a location for shredding and to be incinerated. By the time police located that, they were already destroyed. However, investigators did secure and search the dumpsters from defendant's mother's complex in Swampscott. It was searched at a transfer station in Peabody. Investigators recovered 10 trash bags. Inside the trash bags, many of these items contained stains consistent with blood, infected blood. Among the items secured were towels, rags, slippers, tape, tie-dye suit, gloves, cleaning agents, poppets, rugs, hunter boots, Prada purse, a COVID-19 vaccine card in the name of Alana Walshe, a hacksaw, a hatchet, and some cutting shears. The purse and boots were described as what Anna was last seen in. A portion of the rug was heavily stained with red-brown stains. The substance was consistent with also having baking soda on it. There was a portion of a necklace consistent with one that Anna had been seen wearing in photos. The State Crime Lab performed testing on certain selected items that were recovered from those trash bags. There was human blood found on them, and then they were sent for DNA testing. The findings were as follows. On the slippers in the interior, Anna and Brian Walshe were contributors to the DNA on those slippers which had blood on them. On the exterior, Anna and Brian Walshe contributed to the DNA found on those slippers. The Tyvek suit. On the interior cuffs, Anna and Brian Walshe contributed to the DNA that was left on them. On the exterior left pant leg, Anna Walshe was contributed to the DNA. On the interior right sleeve, Anna Walshe was a contributor to the DNA that was found on the Tyvek suit. There was tissues which found that Anna Walshe contributed to the DNA. There was one other earlier Google search which would be of note. On December 27th, defendant Googled, what's the best state to divorce from the end? Rather than divorce, it was believed that Brian Walshe dismembered Anna Walshe and discarded her body. The bags were later discarded in Swampscott and contained Anna's property and the items used to clean up, as well as the DNA that was left behind. The Commonwealth is asking that the defendant be held without bail for the murder of his wife.
Thank you, Ms. Peter. You wish to be heard at all?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. The defendant will be held without bail pending indictment. Do we have a date for probable cause, or Ms. Beelan, have you reserved time for the grand jury?
Not at this time, but I will. Your Honor, we have a date of February 7th already for the Mercedes police. Oh, February 9th, I apologize. If we want to put it on for status on that day.
And that's by Zoom, Your Honor, correct?
By Zoom.
Yes,
Do you
thank
want a
you.
status date or probable cause date?
Status date is fine.
Okay. February 9th for status, please.
So there you have it. The next court date there will be in February. We'll continue to track this story here for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Everyone, we are going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us back here. We're a little bit later this afternoon. We will have a White House briefing here for you. Once again, heavily in demand amid the special counsel for President Biden's classified documents. We'll continue to see just how the White House continues to answer the questions from the media. Yesterday, we saw a lot of questions, obviously, coming about that, and we'll see just how they prepare those answers coming up. That is about 3 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have it for you on Live Now from Fox. I also just want to show you the market right now, because the last time we showed it was about down 350 points. Now we have another 100 points down right now, so 440 points there in the red right now as investors continue to worry about economic conditions here, and we will continue to track it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also happening, and we'll be featuring for you in the next hour in New York City, is the Security Council speaking from the United Nations. We heard from a Russian delegate, and we'll hear from a Ukrainian delegate as well. Coming up in the next hour, though, we will hear from President Zelensky of Ukraine. This coming all as a top official in Ukraine died in a helicopter crash, and we'll get the statement there from President Zelensky coming up next here in the next 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. What we'll do is take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. It's almost a new hour here on Live Now from Fox, and President Zelensky of Ukraine talking to the World Economic Summit there in Davos. This all coming tragically after a helicopter crash killed Ukraine's interior minister and many others. At least 14 people, including that cabinet minister, have died in the helicopter crash. Let's listen right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Families are losing daily because of the war. And I shall ask you to honor the memory of every person Ukraine has lost with a minute of silence, please.
As they do the moment of silence there, just want to give you a couple of more updates here to this story as Ukraine's interior minister is among at least 14 people killed after a helicopter crashed in a Kyiv suburb today. Officials said President Vladimir Zelensky called the crash a, quote, tragedy, and authorities have launched an investigation. Zelensky also urged Western leaders to make faster decisions to counter Russia's war and support Kyiv with heavy weaponry, saying in virtual remarks at the World Economic Forum in Davos that the tyranny is outpacing the democracy. And that is just some of the highlights that we are going to hear in just a moment as Zelensky also reaffirmed Ukraine's priority of joining NATO.
Minutes. Only 1 minute, but it keeps the memory about so many people. Ukraine lives thousands of such minutes, including 3 minutes on January 14. 3 minutes. The time it took for a Russian missile to travel hundreds of kilometers, hit a residential block in Dnipro and kill at least 45 people. 45 adult children, 45. My address will be short about the time we are short of, about small minutes, about years made of these minutes. 3 years ago, I spoke at Davos for the first time in person. The topic was how to build a cohesive and sustainable world. I'm talking online now. And the topic is how to cooperate in a divided, fragmented world. Conclusions, they are obvious. The world cannot keep the pace with changes and challenges. The list of crises, global security, environmental, food security, energy wants, needs to be amended with another one. The time crisis. The list of calls for decisive, efficient joint actions needs to be expanded with one more. The call for speed. The speed of decisions making. Reaction of the civilized world. Tragedies are outpacing life. The tyranny is outpacing the democracy. Russia needed less than 1 second to start the war. The world needed days to react with first sanctions. The time the free world uses to think is used by the terrorist state to kill. Ukraine and its allies have been resisting it for almost a year. This period proved all our prompt actions brought positive results. The opening of European borders for Ukrainians, the Green Deal, the energy unity. Together they saved millions of lives, and not only in Ukraine. It is not only Ukraine, but the whole world needs exactly this pace of decisions and actions. The world was hesitant in 2014 when Russia, without hesitation, occupied the Crimea. The world was hesitant in 2022 when Russia, without hesitation, made the war full scale. The world must not hesitate today and ever. When the evil seeks revenge, the world needs resolve and speed. Russia is exporting terror. Russia is spreading the strain of the war around the world. Ukraine offers the world a peace formula. Please, 10 steps that the world must make faster than Russia makes its new moves. Mobilization of the world must outpace the next military mobilization of our joint enemy. Discipline of Ukraine with air defense systems must outpace Russia's next missile attacks. The supplies of Western tanks must outpace another invasion of Russian tanks. The restoration of security and peace in Ukraine must outpace Russia's attacks on security and peace in other countries. A tribunal for military crimes must prevent new ones. The expansion of NATO and the EU must outgo the spread of the Russian aggression. We routinely defend values which some of the allies take for granted as a fact of life. For us, the fact of life is the world in need of resolute and prompt steps. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago was my first time at the WEF. It was the time when the world was fighting COVID-19. It fought and won. Now the world is fighting against Putin. In 3 years, we will be discussing new challenges and threats in Davos. What will this mean? It will mean we will definitely overcome the current threat. The history repeats itself. At first, the world either fails to notice or underestimates a threat. Then it unites to resist it, and then the world wins. Every time, the same outcome. The world overcame Nazism, the apartheid, pandemics, the indifference to climate changes, financial crisis, and the Kremlin strain. The world will overcome again. This is how much can be said in a matter of minutes. This is how much can be understood in a matter of minutes. The world will overcome again. The time is high to make it happen faster. Slava Ukraini!
Mr. President, thank you so much for that moving address. Let me ask you a few questions. I know how pressed you are, so thank you in advance for this. And of course, let me extend my condolences, and I think everybody in this audience's condolences for the terrible tragedy that took place in Ukraine. In November and December, the world watched with amazement as Ukrainian forces liberated one town and city after another. It seems now as though the war has moved into something that looks more like a stalemate. Can you tell us what the war looks like to you on the front lines right now?
Дякую за запитання. If I can, I switch on Ukrainian language. Thank you so much. Yeah, please. Ви знаєте,
Thank you for the question.
знаєте, Фарід, я дякую.
Farid, thank you for your condolences, by the way. I think
У будь-який момент, з самого початку. І тут це не залежить від цього.
the war doesn't look good. It has not been good since the beginning, and really in winter time it slows down for known and understandable reasons. Everyone gets tired, the nature, the people, and thanks God the enemy too. How it looks. It looks as follows. Daily Odys fights in the east of our country. We are standing strongly, resolutely. I am thankful to all of our warriors, the living ones, the ones that we've unfortunately lost for their bravery. It's very important to know that we are strong, not just in the east of our country where it's really hard, but we are also strong inside the nation, inside our state. We are united, we are mobilized because we are motivated. It was not us who started the war, but it is us who will have to end it on our lands, having it deoccupied. due respect to our people and our sovereignty. As regards other parts of our nation, the south, the north parts, we do control the situation, and definitely the processes have slowed down a bit for a variety of reasons. And it is not just about us keeping united inside the country. We need to have the whole world united around our joint values. And because of that, we truly need to continue with that support of Ukraine, to continue with supplies of necessary ammunition that we require to gain the victory over the enemy on the battlefield. We also need the financial support of it. I'd like to thank all the nations, the European Union, for their support of our budget deficit, and they're continuing to support us this year. I also think it is really important that, given the energy challenges that we are seeing, and these are surely related to disrespect of the humankind, of the attacks against our grids, against our energy sector with Iranian drones, with Russian missiles, in order to instill chaos inside the country. Because of that, we definitely need assistance from our partners with a defense system. Lots of these. I know this is a deficit, but I'd like to thank many countries worldwide for their assistance, also with alternative energy connectivity solutions. From what it looks like now, Russia intends to get this revenge, and we think that they won't succeed because they're fighting not just Ukraine, but the whole civilized approach towards life. Thank you.
Yesterday in Davos, Henry Kissinger suggested that while Ukraine must be supported, and in fact he came out in favor of Ukraine's membership in NATO, there must also be a dialogue with Russia, because Russia must be a part of the global order. You know Russia very well. You speak Russian fluently. What are your thoughts on Russia's place in the world?
I don't know the proper place for it. I think that Russia has already earned a place among terrorists, and this no longer depends on their leadership. No, I think their leaders are no longer affecting the development of Russian Federation, its culture, and so on. Everything depends on the strength of Ukraine, its support by the partners, the political support from the world, as well as from the Russian society. They have to open their eyes if they want to see the future of the Russian Federation with their eyes. They will have to recognize their own mistakes, they will have to recognize the UN statutes, and they will have to really respect our territorial integrity. I'm really glad to hear that Mr. Kissinger changed his mind. Our priority today, our political task today, is to see the different political leaders and figures, those who are still very relevant or have been relevant until recently, for them to be able to recognize the great mistake that Putin committed, for them to recognize this is Russia's aggression. These moments, it is very important for them as well to politically pressure on Russia to stop this bloody aggression. As regards NATO, we clearly understand that security guarantees are among the top priorities for us. Speaking of our formula for peace, it is among the 10 priorities. You don't understand that at the moment we are not in NATO yet. Unfortunately, Russia does understand this as well, and they do their damnedest to not make it easier for us to join. But we are on the way towards NATO because NATO is the best security guarantee for us, for our country, for our kids, for our country. So we have suggested security guarantees for our nation, and we think that the civilized world is going to support our proposals.
Finally, Mr. President, the accident, the helicopter crash, we think was an accident. We hope it was an accident, but it did raise in my mind, and it of course must have raised in your mind, the question of your own safety. Do you feel that there are still ongoing active threats that are increasing? Do you worry about your own security every day?
No, I'm not worried about that. I don't have anything to add here.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. That was from earlier today, President Zelensky addressing the World Economic Forum. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. State Department briefing is coming up in the next hour. When we come back, we will hear from a Russian delegate on the UN Security Council. We'll hear what they have to say about the war in Ukraine. We now take our attention to the UN Security Council, where a Russian delegate is speaking. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
To ensure Israel's security and to ensure that Palestinians' national aspirations are realized. It is principally important that this policy is supported by the majority of states throughout the world. This has been confirmed during December's vote, the December vote at the General Assembly on the Middle East cluster of resolutions, including the resolution extending the mandate of UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Agency, until 2026. For our part, we attribute tremendous significance to the provision of comprehensive humanitarian assistance to people in need in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, as well as for Palestinian refugees in neighboring Arab states through international humanitarian agencies with UNRWA at the helm. We believe it is exceedingly important to continue to provide financial assistance to the agency for it to be able to pursue without impediment efforts to help millions of Palestinian refugees throughout the entire Middle East. Mr. President, we wish to once again emphasize the importance of the convening of a quartet meeting of international mediators at the ministerial level and the importance of establishment of meaningful cooperation between this mechanism and Palestinians, Israelis, and key regional stakeholders. Presently, its operations, despite the support of a number of states, has been frozen due to the unwillingness of the United States striving to completely privatize this Middle East file to continue its unwillingness to continue multilateral cooperation. But as experience and practice has shown, attempts to cut this complicated Gordian knot of conflict single-handedly to undermine and replace the fair solution with economic measures is doomed to fail. The direct result of this kind of independent action is the resumption of armed conflict, which generates untold suffering for civilians both on the Palestinian and Israeli sides. We call on the UN Secretary General, as one of the parties to the quartet, to proactively advance multilateral efforts within this body. As a whole, we are very much disappointed and dismayed at the fact that the issue of Middle East settlement, like a number of other Middle East issues, has been gradually been made secondary, if not tertiary, in terms of importance in the issues for Western states. This is strikingly clear in the list of those who signed on to speak during today's open debate. They include almost no representatives from the West, whereas those willing to speak at the Security Council on Ukraine, there are many of them on their side, and this is something which speaks volumes. At the same time, given that specifically the action of a number of Western states have resulted in the majority of conflicts breaking out in the Middle East, we believe that regional conflicts shouldn't fall hostage to geopolitical competition in order to generate momentum for Middle East settlement. There's a need now, more than ever before, to shore up the positions of external players. There's a need to work painstakingly towards that end, establishing collective cooperation with regional states whose role in the Middle East process cannot be overestimated. In this connection, we wish to once again recall the initiative of the Russian Minister for Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, to convene a quartet meeting with representatives of Arab countries. We believe that the relevance of this initiative has only grown, and this is especially true given that the overwhelming majority of Middle East players advocates resumption of the work of the quartet as the sole internationally recognized mechanism for supporting the Middle East settlement process, which has been endorsed by the United Nations Security Council. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Russian Federation for their statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Malta.
Thank you, President. I also thank Mr. Wennesland, Special Coordinator for Middle East Peace Process, for his comprehensive briefing on the latest developments in the Middle East. This open debate comes at a timely juncture following recent heightened tensions on the ground. Last year proved to be the deadliest year in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in recent memory, and, as we have seen, the beginning of this year has already been marked with further incidents, including political decisions that can easily lead to escalation and threaten regional stability. President, it is deeply regrettable that we continue to witness tragic casualties being suffered by both sides. Provocative decisions and unilateral actions, as well as inflammatory rhetoric, must be avoided and condemned, as they will undoubtedly continue to exacerbate and undermine the already fragile situation and only contribute to further instability. The developments we witnessed in and around the holy sites on 3rd January is one such example. As we had made clear in the Security Council's emergency session of 5th January, Malta reiterates the need for the integrity of the holy sites and the legal and historic status quo to be upheld and fully respected at all times. We continue to acknowledge and respect the established role of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan as the custodian of the holy sites. President, we are concerned by unilateral actions which seek to punish political actors from seeking international legal remedies. As a member state committed to multilateralism and the rules-based international order, we find this approach unconstructive. We hope that measures announced will be reconsidered as a positive sign for peace and stability in the region. More broadly, political announcements that proclaim a commitment to advance and develop settlements in all parts of the land of Israel, in Galilee, Negev, Golan Heights, and Judea and Samaria, similarly move us further and further away from a two-state solution. President, on the security front, Malta continues to strongly condemn any actions which jeopardize the lives of Palestinians and Israeli civilians. This includes terrorist attacks committed against Israel, which are unacceptable, and Israeli military operations and settler violence in the West Bank resulting in the loss of Palestinian lives. We will equally call for justice and accountability for the victims, in which in most cases are women and children, who suffer disproportionately in conflict circumstances. President, Malta remains concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza and once again underlines the importance of opening crossing points and ensuring unhindered humanitarian access.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we are going to take you out to Delaware, where police in that state talking about deaths associated with drug overdoses, leading to a lot of times accidental deaths. We will listen to it right here on Live Now from Fox.
And diversion from the criminal justice system.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we track the biggest stories of the day, top headlines and breaking news when it happens, all right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today. Just a reminder, coming up in about 90 minutes, we will have a White House briefing that we'll take for you from the beginning all the way to the end. No sound bites here. We play it for you all, just like if you were in the briefing room yourself. So you won't miss anything. Again, that is slated for 3 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have it for you as soon as it gets going. But in the meantime, I want to head out to Delaware, where the Delaware State Police are holding this news conference on accidental deaths revolving around overdoses with drugs. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Further details related to accidental drug deaths occurring in our state. In the interest of time and sticking to the agenda, I think I will now turn it over to Captain Bushwell to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Evans. We're going to make a slight change here to the graphics. We're going to take yours down. And Andrew, thank you for putting this on top. Good afternoon. As Director Evans said, my name is Josh Bushweller. I have the pleasure of serving as a director of the Delaware Information Analysis Center, and also I'm a captain with the Delaware State Police. Director Champion, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It's wonderful to be here with you, and obviously Lieutenant Governor, our Cabinet Secretaries, other distinguished guests as well. For those of you who may not be aware, the Delaware Information and Analysis Center, otherwise known as the DIAC, serves as the state's designated fusion center. A fusion center is an effective and efficient mechanism to exchange information and intelligence, maximize resources, streamline operations, and improve the ability to fight crime and terrorism by merging data and analytics from a variety of sources. The DIAC provides analytic and intelligence services to law enforcement partners, public safety and government partners, as well as our private sector partners throughout the state and the region. I'm going to share some statewide data from law enforcement specific to drug and opioid crime throughout the state of Delaware. This data set is from 2019 through 2022, covers 4 years, and it comes from the Law Enforcement Investigative Support System. As you can see, the map to my right over here, along with the bottom graphic number 2, they depict the overall drug-related crime incidents. These are criminal incidents in which a person was charged with a drug-related crime, such as possession or distribution. Over 20,000 in total, with hotspots being Wilmington, Dover, Newark, Newcastle, and Seaford. When you analyze the data, you learn that the numbers remain somewhat consistent from year to year. We've also observed those ages 20 to 34 are involved in approximately 52% of all law enforcement-related drug incidents, 77% being men, 23% being women, 51% are white, and 48% are black. Graphic 3, here to my right, breaks down the type of drug found in the drug-related crime incidents. These reflect drugs seized by the investigators in the field during the arrest that test positive. Marijuana, cocaine, and heroin are the most recovered drugs in Delaware, comprising 70% of all drug types. As we look deeper into the data and focus solely on opioid crime, graphic 4 here to my left depicts these incidents. We know that opioids are at the root of drug overdose issues in Delaware, so the DMI, the Drug Monitoring Initiative, makes a special note of crime incidents involving them. As you can see, similar to the overall drug-related criminal incidents, opioid crimes also remain somewhat consistent year to year, with a slight decline in 2022. Graphic 5 to my left simply depicts the number of incidents by county, which correlates with the state's population. Taking a deeper look into the data, you learn approximately 20% of all drug-related crime incidents since 2019 have involved suspected opioids, and that across Delaware, again, those ages 20 to 34 are involved in approximately 70% of suspected opioid incidents. 75% of them are men, 25% are women, 62% are white, 38% are black. As I conclude, I certainly want to take this opportunity to mention the Delaware Information and Analysis Center remains committed, dedicated, determined, and focused with our partners in reducing drug overdoses in Delaware. We understand substance use disorder not only affects its victims, but their families and our communities as well. The DIAC will continue to strive to serve as a meaningful partner by providing real-time data, thorough analysis, and quality feedback to the various stakeholders as we collectively work together towards a healthier Delaware. Thank you. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the Director of Opioid Crisis Center, Director Warner.
Hello again, Brent Waninger. I am the Director of Executive Programs, Grant Administration, and the Opioid Response Center for DSAM. I am joined by Chuck, who's going to actually speak first around the PDP.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Chuck Solchenko. I'm a retired lieutenant with the Delaware State Police and currently work as a program coordinator and special projects trainer for the Delaware State Police in the state of Delaware. In response to the epidemic and to combat the statistics that we have just shared, I want to discuss a program that we recently implemented. In early 2021, a multi-agency collaborative effort was established to create the Delaware Police Diversion Program, or PDP. The partnership between the State Police, DSAM, and the Department of Justice was created in order to provide immediate treatment options and diversion from the criminal justice system for those who suffer from substance abuse and mental health related conditions. The program provides immediate access to treatment, wraparound services, development of recovery plans, and direct support from behavioral health professionals. This team approach, which consists of state troopers, care managers, and peer recovery specialists, interacts with individuals in 4 different pathways. The first pathway of a referral is an individual can be engaged after every overdose by a team member. The second way is a voluntary or social contact. The third way is during an arrest. And the other way, the last way, is pre-arrest diversion. A pre-arrest diversion is for minor criminal offenses that may have been motivated by a person's addiction or mental illness. What treatment is best for them what's best for them will be their treatment rather than an arrest. The program has staff physically located at every troop, except for 2, but the whole state is covered by this team. The success we have seen from the program is directly attributable to the members of the PDP team, some of which are here today. If they could raise their hand, that would be nice. They are considered the hub of the program, and DSAM has partnered with us very well in providing excellent individuals to make outreach to these people suffering from addictions. Their commitment, their work ethic, and real-life experience and personal compassion has ensured that out of 1,000 referrals, 40% received services. Out of that 40%, 70% have received treatment. Before I close, I just want to give a quick story from Jason. Jason is one of our peer advocates at Troop 5 in Western Sussex County. He related a situation to me that happened fairly recently. He was made a referral by a trooper after an overdose. He went out to the house, he knocked on the door, he met a young lady. The young lady lived with her fiance. He asked her if she wanted to get treatment and that he could help her. She said yes. The fiance said, if she's going, I'm going. They both got into treatment. 60 days later, they're both been clean and sober. This would not have occurred if it weren't for our DSAM workers out there knocking on doors, following up on overdoses, and showing that they care. When I follow up on these cases and I ask the individual, what made you seek treatment? They said, I didn't know anyone cared. Thank you.
So our PDP program has changed the mindset of many people within the Justice Department, court systems, DSAM, and the police on how we approach the intersection of policing and behavioral health. The program continues to grow and expand as participation breeds success, and that success breeds more trust, acceptance, and participation in the program, directly improving the lives of Delawareans throughout the state. The PDP also provides naloxone training and distribution to all individuals or friends and family members who engage with the teams. I'd like to shift for a minute and talk a little bit more about naloxone, better known by the brand name Narcan. Over the summer, DSAM, in consultation with our sister agency, the Division of Public Health, made the decision to align all of our iconic red bag DHSS opioid rescue kits. Previously, DSAM was distributing a pre-filled syringe that required some assembly of an atomizer before it could be used. It's this device, looks like this, came in 2 parts. Those parts had to be opened and attached together in order to be utilized. In response to public input and research on best practices, DSAM switched to purchasing the well-known brand name Narcan nasal spray device. That device is easier for people to use, requiring no assembly. It's this blister pack that comes in each of these kits now. It's easily opened, removed, and ready for use. These opioid rescue kits are one of the simplest ways that Delawareans across the state can help reduce the number of opioid overdose deaths, as when someone is in that critical window of an early overdose, Narcan can restore their normal breathing and provide time for emergency medical services to arrive. We believe it is important for all Delawareans to learn about how to respond to an overdose, about what Narcan is, and to carry it with them when they can so that they can intervene and save a life if they're able and willing. Training on how to respond to an overdose is free and widely available throughout the state, including online, at a pharmacy, at standing daytime and location trainings in each county, or any one of a number of community events. Our naloxone team is in the back of the room with more information about how and where to get Narcan training throughout the state, as well as they will be here after the event for individuals who would like to go through the training and take their own kit with them. With that, I would like to conclude and pass it over to Dr. Warner from the Division of Public Health.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Greg Warner. I'm a chief physician with the Division of Public Health here in Delaware. I'm also an emergency medicine physician. Thank you for the image. We can leave it there at the moment because it is somewhat graphic. I'd like to talk about two items today. One is the complications that we're seeing from the healthcare aspect related to drug use in the state of Delaware and beyond. I'd also like to talk about one of the harm reduction techniques that we have called fentanyl test strips, which you've probably heard about to some degree. I'll do a demo of the test strips so you can see how easy it is to actually use these test strips. In terms of complications that we see from the healthcare perspective, obviously drug use, opioid use is very, very difficult for the individual, for families. It really can destroy families, and it is truly heartbreaking for us from the healthcare aspect. So everything that we can do, we're trying to do to help. For other complications that we see, traditionally we worry about things like HIV or hepatitis transmission. We worry about bloodstream infections. We worry about heart valve infections, and all of these do happen related to drug use, especially IV drug use. Some of the harm reduction techniques and risk reduction techniques that have been implemented have cut down on the transmission of those issues like HIV and hepatitis. We are still seeing a lot of skin and soft tissue infections related to drug use. One of the more common or more recent skin infection, skin and soft tissue issues that we've been seeing are those related to xylazine, an adulterant in the fentanyl supply.
Some of you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break here on LiveNOW from Fox. Stay right here with us.
Showing a wound that we often will see with xylazine-related use. So, as you can see in this image here, this is really difficult, and it's horrible for the person who has this wound. We are seeing this frequently in hospitals and emergency departments. I just saw one earlier this week, and it looked essentially exactly like that. So with the current situation, with fentanyl, with xylazine, it makes it very, very difficult both for the individual who's dealing with this and the healthcare system trying to treat this because of the multifactorial withdrawal related to both fentanyl and xylazine. I would like to quickly demonstrate the use of the fentanyl test strips. It'll take a minute. I'll just try to get my kit together here. And if you'd like, we can take the image down for now. But this is real life. This is what we see every day, unfortunately. So we do have these fentanyl test strips available through Delaware. If you check out helpisherede.com, these are available. They come in these nifty little kits here, which include 2 test strips as well as instructions on how to use the test strips. There is a QR code that can be scanned. There's also instructions included in the kit on how to actually use the test strips. Very, very easy. So if you open your little kit here, there are 2 test strips available. I'm going to take a bottle of water and just a container. I will try to set it up here and not spill it everywhere if we can do that. So I'm going to add a little bit of water to the container. It doesn't need much. When testing opioids, you really don't need much water at all. For some stimulants, it's recommended to use a little bit more water, about the volume of a shot glass, about a little over an ounce of water. So the individual will take a small sample of their drugs, about the grain, about as much as a grain of rice. It really doesn't need to be much, in powder form or crushed pill form. And they'll take a small sample of their drugs, put it in the water, swish it around until it's dissolved fully. They will open their test strip here. In with the test strip comes a couple of different things. One is the actual fentanyl test strip, which is this. And then also another set of instructions, very simple instructions, two-step instructions on how to actually use the fentanyl test strip. So all that you have to do is dip the test strip into the water for 10 to 15 seconds, depending on the manufacturer. We'll wait 10 to 15 seconds, and then we will remove the test strip and let it sit for a little bit. Try not to knock it off the edge there. And then we'll wait. So if you refer to your card included in the kit, you can see that if there are 2 lines on the test strip, it indicates that the test is negative. It did not detect fentanyl in the sample. 2 lines, NO, means that there's no fentanyl in that sample. If there's only 1 line, it means that there is fentanyl detected. I know that seems a little bit backwards based on COVID tests and everything we've been doing over the past few years, and pregnancy tests and such. But 2 lines means no, 1 line means yes, fentanyl was detected in that sample. Usually within a minute you start to see results showing up, and this particular manufacturer says read it at 5 minutes. So as we see here, this fentanyl test strip has 2 lines, so it indicates that it is in fact negative. My water is negative for fentanyl. So that's all I had to share today. Thank you for coming today, and thank you for everyone for addressing this really important topic. And we're trying to do what we can from healthcare, but it is a difficult situation. So thank you, everyone.
Holly will be joining me. Good afternoon, everyone. As you've heard here today, the overdose crisis has intensified. Delaware's response has been systematic and multifaceted, as has Brandywine's. I'm Dr. Lynn Morrison, CEO and President of Brandywine Counseling and Community Services. If you're not familiar with Brandywine, we've been around for over 30 years, providing behavioral health services across the state of Delaware. We provide core services in treatment, prevention, early intervention, and justice involved. As Brandywine has joined forces with the state, other providers, we have dealt with this crisis head on. Within the last 12 months, Brandywine has opened 2 new locations, one in Georgetown and another in Dover. We're working with our community partners, hospital systems, prison systems, to remove systematic barriers. And again, that would not be possible without everybody who you see here today. We've implemented some technology-based interventions and intensified our boots-on-the-ground approach to increase access and retention. So we're very excited to hear about the overdose response centers. Brandywine has been providing outreach services since about 1987. We have truly found this to be the best way to reach those who need us the most. We take individuals, or we have a lot of staff who are they themselves in recovery, knocking on doors, and going to those communities where we know people who are actively using and struggling, to reach them and talk to them about what is happening and have them let us know what is happening. Our mobile health treatment is now a fleet of vehicles that go across at least 40 high-risk areas. And as we find new ones, we will change and at that. BCCF staff provides a menu of services off of these vehicles. We have some of those kits, I think, here today. Holly I told her, unfortunately, she's my Vanna White for today. Managers for connect individuals who are homeless with resources. We provide physical health referrals and screenings, and of course, behavioral health referrals and screenings in connection to care. In our Dover area, we have at least 10 different sites, reaching about 250 individuals a month. We are also operating a drop-in center in Dover, which again addresses about an additional 500 people annually. These drop-in centers are vital for folks for a safe place to go. They have access to showers, clothes, to wash their clothes, technology so they can apply for jobs, and then, of course, the amazing staff at Brandywine for addressing case management services. We can provide counseling interventions on site as well. And again, the majority of the staff that are employed there have been in recovery, and so they are very able to relate to the individuals that come seeking our help. And again, would not be possible without the state of Delaware and the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health and Division of Public Health. Throughout these programs, as you've heard today, we've seen a very frightening trend of the xylazine and the tranq. Unfortunately, it's following a similar path that the fentanyl did. Individuals do not know right now, or did not know, that it was in their drugs. And so just like fentanyl, they didn't know it was in there. We're all playing catch up. And then what happens with fentanyl anyway, people ended up starting to reach out for fentanyl directly. We have not seen that happen with tranq yet, xylazine, but it is certainly a concern and a trend that we all need to be looking out for. We know that it's in combination with other drugs, as I said. People are not seeking it out, and they don't know that it's being put in, as you said, cocaine, marijuana. It's not just the opiates. It's scary because what we do know about it is that it was approved for animals, not for human consumption. It is not a controlled substance, and it is not an opiate, which means the Narcan that we have available to us will not help someone who is overdosing from xylazine. We still highly recommend everyone to continue to use Narcan. It is extremely important that everybody continue to use Narcan. We get the message out about Narcan, especially because, like I said, it's usually poly substances that are being used. As was indicated with public health, we are seeing an increase in the tissue damage that is leading to, and I always say it wrong, necroses. Say it right? necrotic tissue. We know that this is leading to amputations at a higher rate than using drugs that do not have xylazine in them. We know that people actually are experiencing withdrawal, so it's physically addicting as well. And so we need to kind of, address both addictions to opiates and now to the tranquilizer. We're Brandywine, and I know that a lot of my other providers are joining in this effort to raise awareness, to provide education to the clients, to let them know if they don't, well, a lot of them do know what's happening now, but to make sure everyone knows. Loved ones know, and again, that we continue to use Narcan, that we continue as a state to be in the forefront. I'm so happy to hear everyone talk about it today, because that shows that we're in the right direction to get ahead of this if we possibly can. Brandywine is also doing wound kits. We've brought some wound kits. We will be partnering with some physicians and compound pharmacies to help develop, utilize some of the ointments that are already available for the wounds at each stage of the development of that wound. We're going to be starting with a in-house wound care clinic this Thursday, tomorrow, with Dr. Sandy Gibney. And she also texted me like 3 in the morning to be able to do it on the road as well.
All right, we were listening to officials there with the Delaware State Police break down not only drug-related crime incidents, but unfortunately accidental overdoses regarding drugs in the state of Delaware, and just really the impacts, not only, of course, on the individual, but the family members as well as the friends. Since we are live now from Fox, we try to bring in as many live feeds from the country as we can, and we have another live feed to
just like to start off by
right here on Live Now, taking out to Georgia right now, where we have officials with FEMA as well as U.S. Senator John Ossoff and others coming together to talk about tornado relief, about the impacts there of the tornadoes that came on January 12th in the Griffin, Georgia area. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Other affected communities, and I know my fellow EMA directors are working tirelessly for their communities as well. We still have power outages in our community, so we've opened 2 shelters, and we have a regional donated goods center to assist those in need. For citizens who need assistance with cleaning debris around their homes, and for people who would like to come in and volunteer with us, we have a call center, and that number is 678-453-4508. We're still working in all these areas, so please be patient with us as we continue disaster cleanup. Thank you.
The city manager, Jessica O'Connor, will bring us up to date on where we are with the city.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here. My name is Jessica O'Connor. I'm the city manager with the city of Griffin. I did want to update you on our current outages. As of about 5 minutes ago, we have 1,458 still without power. At the peak of the outages, we had over 10,000, so we have restored almost 90% of our outages. We also are experiencing some stormwater issues in regards to the drainage in our culverts, and so we hope to get that debris removed as soon as possible. We also have some wastewater leaks that are occurring right now, so we are fixing those main breaks as we receive them. Additionally, a lot of the public infrastructure to sidewalks and roads has been destroyed, so as we see those, we are trying to make sure that they are safe enough to pass at this time. We also will be working with a debris hauler to remove anything that anybody can put at the right-of-way, and ask that you separate that debris with vegetation and with construction and demolition so that we can dispose of it correctly. Thank you.
Chris Stallings, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Stallings. I'm the director of the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency. Since the onset of the incident, our team has been in the field. We've been working in conjunction with our local partners. We've been supporting them in any request that they might have had. We've been out in the field, as well as our State Operations Center has been up and running. We're still there actively receiving requests for assistance and working with them. We've provided field operations personnel, public information officers, logistics staff, public assistance specialists from our agency. We've also coordinated the response. We're very appreciative of our partnerships with the Department of Public Safety, Department of Natural Resources, Department of Transportation, the Forestry Division, and of course the Georgia State Defense Force that you have deployed here, specifically assisting with your communities. Preliminary damage assessments have been completed here in Spalding, and approximately 2,300 homes have been identified as receiving impact due to the storm, and over 100 have been destroyed. We have many other homes just like yours in the other 6 and possibly 7 affected counties that we're dealing with. In partnership with locals, we got together and were able to send forth a expedited request for a major declaration to FEMA and our partners. And of course, here we've got with us today our regional administrator, Ms. Gracia Check, and then we have the honor of having the deputy administrator, Eric Hooks, here with us today, they did not pause at standing up assistance. I'd like to publicly thank them for their quick turnaround. And also in a moment, you're going to get to hear from Senator Ossoff. I would like to also publicly thank him. He reached out immediately and was in support of assisting us with that same declaration. So thank you for your support, sir. You as well. We couldn't have done it without you. And because of that, we've been able to do a lot of things. Right now, we're beginning to identify our disaster recovery centers, or you'll hear that maybe called DRCs. And so in the area that is affected, that will allow citizens in Spalding and Griffin and all the other affected counties to get that assistance from us and our FEMA partners. And they'll talk to you more about that, and we can answer some questions later. But it will be turning on both public assistance and individual assistance. And those are two major categories that we were highly in need of so that we can get the responses to you. And finally, I'll just say we're dedicated to you. Here at with GEMA, as well as with our FEMA partners, I won't speak on their behalf, but I think I've got their shoulder of support to say that we will be there until it's done. We're going to stick around. We're not going to leave you in a few days. We're here for the long haul. And of course, on behalf of Governor Kemp, who could not be here today, his office is always open. We are a part of that office, so if there's anything that his office or we can do for you, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your steadfast leadership, Mr. Director. Your swift action, along with our local community emergency management responders, provided the information to the governor so that she could have a quick turnaround on a disaster declaration request. I'm grateful that the President saw fit to sign that request with such immediacy so that we could lean forward into our response and recovery efforts for you here in Georgia. Along with Regional Administrator Check, who joins me here with FEMA, we are also accompanied by John Boyle, who is our Federal Coordinating Officer for this event. John will be here on the ground for the long term, working with state and local leaders throughout this entire response and recovery operation. So I want to thank everyone who's standing here. Incredible leadership in Georgia. Our congressional leadership is strong. Both professionally and personally, I know the commitment of Senator Ossoff and the rest of the congressional delegation to drive the recovery for Georgia forward. And I think I speak for everyone standing here that our hearts break for any loss of life. And I understand that there was a loss of life of a 5-year-old child over in Butts County. And so I do not want to go without recognizing that loss. I'm also here today to confirm that we are working hand in hand to ensure that everyone that's impacted by this disaster can access the resources they need to turn the page from the disaster to restoring some sense of normalcy and leading to their recovery. Just yesterday, I was on the ground in Dallas County and Ottawa County over in Alabama. And just like here, we have surveyed damage and will continue to survey damage. But beyond the tragedy of the damage out there, what I have seen in Alabama and what I've seen this morning over in Troup County, and we'll certainly see over here in Spalding County as well, is the resilience of a people. I've been seeing neighbor helping neighbor, people coming to each other's aid to provide information. And I also want to make sure that we continue in this spirit and listen to your local trusted voices. Many of them stand here. And I'd like to thank the media for also amplifying those local and trusted voices so people can access the needs, the recovery relief that they need. I also want to encourage anyone who has been impacted by this storm, particularly if you're uninsured, but oftentimes people are underinsured. And so if you're not sure and you've been impacted by this storm, we want you to register with FEMA as soon as possible. You can do that in a number of ways. We have the FEMA app that you can download to your mobile device. There's also a website that you can go on, disasterassistance.gov. That's disasterassistance.gov, where you can sign up and avail yourself to the relief programs that FEMA is bringing to bear. We also have a traditional 1-800 number. It's 1-800-621-3362. That's 1-800-621-3362. And that number is available to call from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Central Time and Eastern Standard Time to 11 p.m. at night. So we look forward to our continued work with all of you as we will continue to work in this great state as well as Alabama to get the disaster relief that's needed to anyone who's been impacted with this storm. So thank you for allowing me to be here with you today, sir.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, sir. At this time, it's my privilege to introduce Senator Ossoff. Come forward. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I want to express my gratitude to Deputy Administrator Hooks and Regional Administrator Gracia Check for their presence here today, as well as to GEMA Director Chris Stallings for his leadership in these difficult recent days here in Griffin and Spalding County and across the region. I want to take a moment on behalf of the entire state and express our deep regret and sorrow at the loss of life that has resulted from these devastating storms, including a 5-year-old boy who was killed in Butts County, a heroic Georgia Department of Transportation state employee killed in the line of duty, as well as a Georgia right-of-way lineman who was killed in responding to this severe weather. On behalf of the entire state, our hearts are with the families of those killed, as well as with all who sustained injuries and property damage or loss of their homes during these devastating storms. I reached out directly to GEMA Director Stallings after the touchdown of these tornadoes, and my office coordinated closely with FEMA leadership as well as the White House in order to expedite a presidential declaration of a major disaster to open the door to the federal assistance that is necessary to ensure a swift recovery and rebuilding, as well as the immediate support for those families impacted who need emergency shelter and the localities who need federal assistance in responding to these storms. I'm grateful to the President for swiftly issuing that major disaster declaration. My team and I are here to assist all Georgians as we work together as one state and one community to rebuild. All of the resources available through FEMA and other federal agencies can be found at ossoff.senate.gov, and as the Deputy Administrator mentioned, disasterassistance.gov. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. At this time, if the press has any specific questions, we'll see how to answer them.
I know that there's a decision that should be made soon on whether or not schools will reopen tomorrow. I didn't know if anyone here could speak to that and whether or not there was a decision.
We did just receive word that the schools will remain closed tomorrow. That information has gone out to the students and families of the school.
Do we know when it will open?
I don't know that, just that they are closed tomorrow. We do also know, though, that power has been restored to all schools as well as the bus yard for transportation. So that was one of the last things that was holding them up, but that power has been restored.
There was a survey that went out as well. Are you going to be doing more surveys, or?
I'm not the school system, so I can't speak for them. I just was notified of that information a few minutes ago, though.
Any further questions from the press?
Is there any list of needs at any of the shelters, any workers, particular needs, food, water, whatever?
Glenn.
Thank you for that question. We have a dedicated group of volunteers from many facets for our community, and we have a call center that's coordinating needs of people in our community and or people that can give that assistance, and that number is 678-453-4508. We have a call center set up at the Senior Center down on Memorial Drive.
This question is for FEMA. As far as the timeline of when people will get their financial assistance, how does that generally work for the average person?
If you would allow me, I'm going to call our federal coordinating officer to the stand. John?
Certainly. I'm John Boyle, Federal Coordinating Officer, and to specifically answer the question, it's a fairly quick turnaround within the time of registration. So as soon as they register, they're going to begin hearing back from us very quickly about what their status is, and to get much more specific than that, it's really difficult to do because every case is a little different.
I know in Butts County they're setting up some sort of field office to help with applications and whatnot. Are they going to be doing that here in Spalding?
Yes, we will have a disaster recovery center opened up here shortly, and we'll also have disaster services assistance employees out in the field going door to door and working with disaster affected community people. Please make sure you, as citizens, ask to see their badge. Be safe on that and make sure you know who you're talking to when they come. Thank you.
This is another question for FEMA. In terms of trusted resources, like you were just saying,
Officials there in Georgia with the very latest there on relief efforts for those impacted by the tornado of last week. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up in the next hour, we will be featuring a White House briefing for you that will happen from beginning to the end right here on Live Now. Let's take that quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here as we bring you these top stories of the day. We're going to head out to Wisconsin, where Wisconsin officials earlier today addressing human trafficking concerns in the state, not only the state, but also the metropolitan area as well of Milwaukee and other major cities here, as they announced a task force to try to crack down on human trafficking in the state. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Prevent and report it. It is my honor to be here in front of you as a proud member of the Wisconsin Anti-Human Trafficking Task Force. Together, we have one voice, one mission, end human trafficking. Additionally, I would like to thank the Wisconsin Attorney General Josh Call, again, Executive Director of Project Respect, Jan Miyazaki, the Director of the Latino Resource Center at the United Migrant Opportunity Services, Mariana Rodriguez, the FBI Special Agent Charge, Michael Hensel, and the other partners and agencies that are represented on stage alongside me and out there in the audience. HSI Chicago is a global leader in the fight against human trafficking and has an extensive mission to proactively fight against the trafficking of individuals. HSI Special Agents utilize their broad range of authority and international footprint to identify, investigate, and disrupt domestic and transnational criminal organizations engaged in human trafficking. Special agents work closely with HSI victim assistance programs to ensure that the human trafficking victims are afforded their rights and have access to the services to which they are entitled by law, which are standing right here behind me in this facility. Moreover, HSI provides expertise and leadership to other federal, state, local, and international law enforcement by partnering, organizing training, and providing strategies and best practices that can be utilized to counter this heinous crime of human trafficking. Human trafficking is likely happening in your neighborhood, and unfortunately, members of the community who would typically assist, they can't because they don't even know how to identify the signs. This is one of the many reasons this yearly campaign is so important. We at HSI Chicago want to ensure the public knows the indicators of human trafficking and how to report it. HSI Chicago is working diligently throughout Wisconsin, Illinois, and Indiana to eradicate human trafficking in our communities. But this is very much a coordinated effort with the public, individuals in position of trust, and our law enforcement partners. Human trafficking victims have been found in local communities working in the agriculture, hospitality, restaurant, domestic work, and other industries, to include prostitution that is facilitated online or on the streets, or in businesses fronting for prostitution, such as massage parlors. Overseas forced labor can be used to produce the consumer goods that are in our homes and workplaces. The victims are men, women, and children, U.S. citizens and foreign nationals. Many of them may have thought they had found a good paying job or a better way of life, only to have their hopes and dreams dashed and placed into modern day slavery. Recognizing the signs of human trafficking is the first step to identifying a victim. The Department of Homeland Security's Blue Campaign, found at dhs.gov/Blue Campaign, is a national program that creates public awareness designed to educate the public, law enforcement, and other industry partners to recognize the indicators of human trafficking. The Blue Campaign resource page also has materials for a more in-depth education on human trafficking and materials that can be distributed throughout the community. By identifying victims and reporting tips, the public is assisting HSI Chicago and our law enforcement partners to rescue victims, connect them with vital medical and mental health services, shelter, and ultimately restore their freedom and dignity. Thank you all for your time and attendance. It is now my honor to introduce the Director of the Latina Resource Center here at the United Migrant Opportunity Services, Mariana Rodriguez.
Good morning and welcome to UMOS and welcome to this wonderful opportunity to learn more about the task force. I am Mariana Rodriguez, the director of the UMOS Latina Resource Center. For over 10 years, UMOS has implemented services to address sex and labor trafficking, both locally and statewide. UMOS is proud to serve in this task force and work alongside Project Respect, Wisconsin Department of Justice Division of Criminal Investigation, and also other law enforcement entities such as Homeland Security. Through this task force, we are able to bring together dedicated, passionate anti-human trafficking advocates to provide support, safety planning, services and resources to victims of trafficking. The law enforcement pillar of this task force allows for victims, service providers, and law enforcement entities to collaborate and strengthen the efforts of investigating human trafficking and prosecuting traffickers. We know that victims are afraid and often do not trust systems. As one of the service providers, along with Project Respect, we will be able to provide victim accompaniment and assist those clients who want to report what has happened to them. We know that that is not an easy task. And as advocates, we will be able to walk along with them, not only through the reporting process, but also accompany them through the judicial process. In addition, we will be able to provide wraparound services so that we are able to really support their ability and increase their safety, their empowerment, and their self-sufficiency. As it has been stated before, human trafficking is extremely complex, and that the efforts of this task force can only contribute and make our communities and in our state more safer, hopefully. There's nothing more important than in our efforts than to make sure that victims are safe and protected. This task force will lead more of a comprehensive community response that is victim-centered. And also, one of the more important aspects of this task force is that the victim safety and victim autonomy guides our work. Thank you for joining today, and now I will introduce you Special Agent in Charge, Michael Hensel of FBI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Again, Michael Hensel, I'm the Special Agent in Charge of FBI for the state of Wisconsin. I want to thank our great partners for hosting us today, Attorney General Call, for putting this together and highlighting this month and highlighting the impact that human trafficking is having not just on our community here in Wisconsin, but across the United States. Make no mistake, human trafficking is modern day slavery, simply put. Human trafficking, as you've heard today, is labor trafficking, it's sex trafficking. It is happening here within Wisconsin. In 2021, the FBI had approximately 600 cases focused just on human trafficking. By 2023, 2 years later, we're already over 1,600 to 1,800 cases this year alone. This is an increasing threat to our country, both from external individuals from other seas who are bringing individuals into this country for human trafficking purposes, as well as you've heard, goods and services that are brought into this country. It's something that not one entity is capable of stopping on itself. That is why this partnership, that is why these task forces that we're here today to talk about are so important. The most important piece are the victims, how we get them services, how we care and support those people. And for that, we need your help as the public, the individuals of Wisconsin. If you see it, report it. It's happening here within your communities. For most of you, this is something, it may be the first time you've heard of this, but it is something that happens. It's something that happens whether through agriculture, whether through manual labor, individuals working 20, 30 hours a day, simply for very minimal or no pay. It's something that's extremely important that we highlight. It's something that we work towards together. The FBI has a unique perspective of not just operating here within this state, but our goal is to protect this individual state. We have 56 field offices across the United States. Each one of those offices combats human trafficking. We do it together with our federal partners to help protect you, the public of Wisconsin. We do that by identifying what's coming into the state. By its nature, human trafficking means it doesn't necessarily start here or stop here. So it's something that's ongoing and something that, again, we need your help. To that end, our partners for victim advocacy, something both we do internally with Department of Justice and the FBI, as well as our community outreach partners that are able to provide those services, are key to that success of not just combating it from a law enforcement perspective and a prosecutorial standpoint, but also from how we care for the individuals who've gone through this. So please, if you see anything, please let your local law enforcement aware of those situations, DCI, the FBI, make that call. It'll help everyone involved. With that, I want to turn it over again to Attorney General Call, and thank you for highlighting this important month and bringing this topic to everyone's awareness.
Thank you. Great. Well, first, thanks again to all of our partners up here. Thank you to everybody who's joining us here today. With that, we are happy to answer any questions you have.
I guess we're all familiar with sex trafficking. You talked a lot about labor trafficking. That's become kind of a big topic with the World Cup recently. How big of a problem is that in Wisconsin, and how do you combat that?
Yeah, well, first, if others want to speak to it, please feel free to step up too. What I can say is we don't have great data on human trafficking generally, and that includes labor trafficking. One of the things that this task force is designed to do is to improve our data collection so we have a clearer picture of the scope of trafficking. We do know that both human sex trafficking and labor trafficking occur, that they occur across the country and, as you indicated, across the world, and that's a problem that impacts communities of all different types, including communities across the state of Wisconsin. One of the things we want to do in gathering information, in addition to developing data, is also to get information from people who have knowledge, direct knowledge about this activity if it's occurring, so that we can respond and investigate cases. So as the work of this task force and similar work moves forward, we'll hopefully have a clearer picture. But what we do know is that it's happening and that we are all committed to addressing it. If anybody wants to add anything, please let me know.
I'll help you out. This is always the best part. Thank you, sir. So to answer your question, from my perspective, I can answer it at a national level. As I oversee Illinois, Wisconsin, and Indiana at the same time, and I'm privy to investigations around the country within HSI alone, I can tell you that human trafficking is, in general, the labor aspect of it is in every city as well. It's in communities that are not so obvious. Small towns can have it. It could be factories, it could be work floor scenarios, it could be massage parlors, it could be hair braiding salons. Anywhere where someone's working, not earning their fair wage, doesn't have the ability to be free in their movements, in their communications, doesn't earn a fair wage for fair work. In those scenarios where if that's an organized crime, we're going to be there to investigate that. And that's where I think law enforcement is now recognizing that what before we thought was maybe a poor labor practice can be much more organized and turn into a human trafficking forced labor scenario. You hear all the time of the overseas sweatshops and child labor factories that are literally enslaving people to manufacture equipment and goods to be sold over here, and most Americans are just not aware of that chain, of how it happened, of how it came to the U.S. In some instances, they are aware, and they call our tip line, or the FBI tip line, or this human trafficking tip line to provide those. I can tell you, HSI takes it serious. It's a problem that's in every community, and we will continue to investigate it.
There have been previous iterations of this task force. Can you talk about, what is kind of new or generally have you guys developed new practices and technology that you hope this kind of current iteration can move forward with and can combat into the traffic?
Yeah, so as our press release mentions, there was an earlier anti-human trafficking task force in Wisconsin. It was several years ago at this point, and the exact dates are in that release. What I can say is that there has been significant knowledge gained over the last several years within the law enforcement community and other communities about how to combat human trafficking and about the scale of it. Just to follow up on the point that was just made, there's a better recognition, I think, of practices that might in fact be signs not just of poor labor conditions, but of labor trafficking. Likewise, what I think 20 years ago may have been viewed as perhaps a crime involving prostitution, now there's a much better understanding that often those are actually cases involving human trafficking, and that somebody who may have been arrested decades ago, it may very well be a victim of a crime. We, first of all, have, I think, seen a real increase in awareness, both within the public generally and within the law enforcement community, of the need to target traffickers in those investigations. Those are the people who are committing the truly outrageous crimes here. Secondly, there has been progress made in data collection. There's a lot more to be made, as I mentioned. And then thirdly, as I think you've heard from all the speakers up here, there's a prioritization happening in a way that it certainly wasn't several years ago. That involves federal agencies, it involves state agencies. The grant, the $1.5 million grant we're talking about here is significant. And then, and this is a critical piece, and one of the reasons we're doing this at UMOS, is the collaboration between law enforcement agencies and victim services providers is really critical for several reasons. But first, taking a victim-centric approach is good for survivors, so that when they encounter the criminal justice system, they're having access to somebody who is trained in working with victims, who knows how to identify critical services. A tactic that is often used by trafficker is to try to exploit any kind of vulnerability they can find. And so if it's somebody struggling with substance use disorder or mental illness or homelessness, traffickers exploit that. Having advocates for survivors who can help ensure that survivors have the resources they need, that's critical to helping that person take control of their life again. But it's also critical from a law enforcement standpoint, because If a survivor's primary focus is a concern about housing, for example, the idea of then cooperating in a big investigation against the trafficker can seem insurmountable. But when we bridge that gap with services and can work together, that can help empower survivors to come forward. I can tell you, I just had a conversation earlier today with one of our DCI agents, Ben Poehler, who's back there. They know how critical it is to work with victim service providers.
That was officials there talking about the human trafficking task force there in Wisconsin. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are about 30 minutes away from a White House briefing. We will bring it to you at the top of the hour when it happens right here on Live Now.
First, we are deeply saddened to hear of the tragic Yeti Airlines crash over the weekend, which killed 72 people, including 2 U.S. citizens and 2 lawful permanent residents. Our thoughts are with the families of those on board. The United States stands ready to support Nepal in any way we can at this difficult hour. Similarly, I believe many of you will have heard the Secretary offer his own condolences in response to the tragic helicopter crash that took place earlier today in Ukraine, as did President Biden. We were saddened, deeply saddened, to learn of the passing this morning of so many of those aboard, including some of our key partners. Minister of Internal Affairs Denis Manustirsky, First Deputy Minister of Interior Yevhen Yenin, Minister of Interior State Secretary Yuri Lubkovich, and the parents and children who were also killed in that devastating crash. We have offered our full support, full assistance to Ukraine, and of course our thoughts are with them as well in this difficult hour. With that, happy to start where you would like.
Yeah,
sure.
Thank you. I want to start with the Palestinian issue.
Sure.
Can you comment on the embassy issue in Jerusalem? You know, it is alleged that it is being built on land that was confiscated from the Palestinians. There was a big op-ed yesterday in the New York Times. I wonder if you saw it.
I did see it, and I appreciate the opportunity to comment on it, primarily because there has been some misinformation or some misimpressions about our plans. To be very clear, we have not decided on which site to pursue. A number of factors, including the history of the various sites that are in contention will be part of that very site selection process. We are committed, as you know, Saeed, to keeping the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. The United States recognizes Jerusalem as Israel's capital. Jerusalem itself, of course, is a final status issue to be resolved through direct negotiations between Israelis and Palestinians. And we're currently considering two options for our future embassy facility in Jerusalem. One is the Allenby site, and the second is the Arnona site. But again, no decision has been made on site selection. In accordance with Israeli law, we started the process to amend the town plan for both potential locations. The public comment period for the Allenby site remains open. We also expect to advance the plan for the Arnona site shortly, with a separate comments period to open soon. The reason there is a comments period is so that we can garner a fuller sense of public reaction, public response to sites that may be in contention. The public comment periods will allow the public to voice any objections to the proposed zoning changes before the district committee asks for any adjustments to those proposed zoning changes, construction, location, and a range of other factors, including, as I said before, the history of these very sites will be part of that ultimate site selection.
So let me ask you, in retrospect, I mean, it's been since 2017 when the former administration recognized Jerusalem as capital. No one really has followed suit. None of your allies, not the British, not the Germans, nobody did. Was it a mistake, perhaps? Maybe you can nullify this and go back to Tel Aviv and until the Jerusalem issue is resolved. I mean, there is an international status for Jerusalem that you have followed for a very long time, for decades, that you could redo the same thing.
Saeed, Jerusalem is Israel's capital. The last administration recognized that. This administration recognizes that. But what has not changed is the fact of the status of Jerusalem as a final status issue. This issue, the final status of the Holy City, is to be determined between and by the parties themselves, Israelis and Palestinians.
One more question on this issue. This year has been very bloody for the Palestinians, as has the last year. More than 14 or 15 Palestinians, many of them kids, teenagers, and so on, have been killed. Are you concerned that maybe the Israeli occupation army is being too trigger happy? They shoot and then find out what's going on. And would you call on them perhaps to pull back from this shoot first policy?
Saeed, you made reference to the tragic loss of life that we've seen on the part of Palestinians and Israelis over the course of the latter part of last year and then this year. Today, of course, is the 18th of January. We're only 18 days into this month. And already, since the beginning of this year alone, 15 Palestinians have been killed. Several Israelis have been injured in the West Bank. We are deeply concerned by the situation in the West Bank. The preceding period has seen a sharp and alarming increase in Palestinian and Israeli deaths and injuries, including many children among them. We continue to emphasize to both parties, Israelis and Palestinians, that we want to see a de-escalation of tensions. We want to see constructive engagement. We continue to emphasize to both Israelis and Palestinians that they both equally deserve to have equal measures of security, stability, justice, dignity, and democracy. It is alarming to see the pace of violence, the rate of deaths, of injuries. It is also incumbent on the parties to take steps themselves to see a diminution in the tensions that have spiked in recent weeks and months.
Can I follow up on
Sure.
Susan? As you know, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and Britt McGurk are in Israel now. They expect also to meet with President Abbas. You know that, right?
I'm aware.
You look a bit surprised.
I'm aware.
Okay. So basically, John Kirby told me today that the purpose of the visit was to emphasize the U.S. position vis-a-vis the two-state solution, and also to encourage the parties, as you said, not to undermine that prospect. So is the U.S. current policy is to keep the status quo in the Palestinian areas, or not to be involved in any peace prospect, not to encourage the Israelis and Palestinians to get into any peace process or negotiation, considering the Netanyahu makeup government of being right-wing. I mean, in other ways, like, basically we will be happy just to keep things as they are and not to initiate anything new.
Our policy is fundamentally a pragmatic one. At the present moment, and this goes back to Saeed's question, we recognize the deeply concerning trends that have taken place and in some ways accelerated in recent months, but also over the course of several years now. Those are the very trends that over the course of last year and then earlier this year have led to extraordinarily high, far too high numbers of deaths and injuries, both on the part of Palestinians and Israelis. So task number one, as we see it, is to do what we can to help de-escalate tensions, to see to it that this alarming rate of violence is diminished, that tensions are eased, and to encourage both sides to refrain from steps that only further exacerbate tensions. Our first priority at the present moment is doing just that, is seeing if we can be a constructive voice, a constructive partner in helping the two sides de-escalate and put an end to this cycle of violence. Now, of course, our longer-term approach continues to be support for a negotiated two-state solution, that will bring into existence what we ultimately hope to see: Israelis and Palestinians living side by side equally, enjoying equal measures of stability, of security, of democracy, of dignity, of prosperity as well. Now, of course, this is a moment in some ways of triage. Our end goal is one that is quite far off. We recognize that at the moment. No one at the moment is speaking to the possibility of near-term constructive dialogue culminating anytime soon in a two-state solution between Israelis and Palestinians. We acknowledge that. We appreciate that. That's why our approach is practical. It's pragmatic. It is focused on what Palestinians need at the moment and what Israelis need at the moment. In delivering that, what we are trying to do is to set the stage so that the parties can, over the longer term, make progress towards what remains our goal, what has remained the goal of Israelis and Palestinians over successive decades, and that is a two-state solution to this long-standing conflict.
I want to ask you about Yemen, but unless somebody wants to ask about Israel.
Anything else on Israel?
Just one more on this Israel-related trip. Are you in a position to confirm the media reports that the U.S. has moved munitions stored in Israel to Ukraine for using in Ukraine? If so, can you speak to the significance of that, and also what other steps do you expect from Israel, given the fact that there's a negotiation going on?
I'm not in a position to speak to that report. I would refer you to DOD if they're in a position to speak to those types of tactical movements. That's not something we would speak to from here. I suspect it's also not something that our partners throughout the government would speak to in any detail as well.
May I switch to a different topic if possible?
Sure.
Housekeeping first. You started the briefing by welcoming our guests. When it comes to foreign leaders' trips to this building, the recent practice has been, I'm talking about the trips from not the countries, like several countries, but allies and partners. The press has been the secretary would put together a press conference along with the guest leader. The fact that there is no press conference, featuring today's dialogue. How do you want us to read that? Is it a reflection of the nature of the trip, or the nature of the relationship between Turkey and the U.S., or the nature of the state of press freedom in Turkey?
I certainly wouldn't read much into it. This is a discussion we have with our guests. It is also a factor of the secretary's schedule, of the visiting dignitary. Of course, you're asking this one day after Secretary Blinken spent 45 minutes to an hour in front of all of you with Foreign Secretary Cleverly, and we were in a position.
Hold on, let's say he started 45 minutes to an hour late.
Thank you.
I'm not sure that they actually spent 45 minutes to an hour.
I wasn't counting the time, but it was about 45 minutes if I recall, rough estimate at least. As you know, with some visiting dignitaries, we are in a position to have a joint press avail with some scheduling constraints, preferences on the part of our guests or other considerations preclude that.
I mean, there's no other reason why Turkish foreign minister will be deprived of the State Department podium, right?
You all heard from Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu today. You all heard from Secretary Blinken today as well. These are questions that we coordinate with our visiting guests.
May I move to South Caucasus if possible?
Let me. Yeah, sure. Turkey.
Yeah. So specifically on Turkey, the Turkish foreign minister said he expected the United States to approve the sale of F-16s. He said that to the secretary, obviously. What will be the message of the secretary, given that the U.S. government officially supports this deal, but there's strong opposition in Congress? So what are your expectations the secretary would tell the Turkish foreign minister on this issue?
Well, I expect our Turkish allies will be hearing, because the meeting is ongoing now, a similar message to what they have heard. President Erdogan has heard directly from President Biden, and what all of you have heard, because President Biden said this publicly in June in Madrid. When it comes to the F-16s, President Biden said that as a general matter, he believes that we should sell Turkey the F-16 jets and modernize their existing fleet as well. As you know, there is a process for these types of sales, these types of transfers. This is a process that involves Congress, of course, and we would decline to comment on the particulars of that process until and unless there is any formal notification to Congress. We are not in a position to do that yet. Our position has not changed. It is also fair to say, and I don't think I'm betraying any